nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Smoke. Smoke.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character, I hate it. I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game. And I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that Webby's some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone tomorrow. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone tomorrow. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year-round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone tomorrow. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Fucking pussy.
Trigger!
We got to get moving. We gotta stay loose, you know? Let it cool. Let the coolness get into our vertebrae.
Yeah. Phil House. Let's go.
They don't call it work for nothing. You see that shit and wanna be it, but couldn't cook up the mustard. Stupid little fucker. Everybody wanna rap now, but jump shit when they get bad, then they fall back to the background. Try and spit for groupies, you ain't built for this kid, you pussy. I pick them off like Billy Zane, fuck your bitch like Billie Jean. Till she claims she caught my seed and leave your ass for bigger things. That fat lady belt in front of the balcony. It's over for any clown that wanna challenge me. Every line's another Calvary, followed up with powder cakes. Hang them in my gallery, posterized like out in Lister, eating spoons like calories. Vagabonds, I'm Jack the Ripper. You love that trick, dog, and I barely tip her. Fuck around and play the skipper. Fickle frauds can kiss the zipper. Skip around with a stick so big from home plate I can hit the pitcher. Every single day I'm on my grind on the business end. Every other day you in the line like you killing shit. Then there come a day when I put you out your misery. Don't catch that fade, motherfucker. Think I'm playing with you, yeah, they acting gay for attention, that's ridiculous. You look like a lady with that choker chain like he a stripper. I'm just a chill with the aristocrats. Cop a deal from House and Salad, pop a pill and rocks and blasts going down like Richie Valens. I can stand on my own too, the whole truth, fuck you, pavement. Yeah. And ain't shit that you gon' do, your whole crew can catch that facelift. I tell them like, move, you better back up. bitch. We some inglorious bastards. The faculty charged up an assault and battery with battering rams strapped to cannons that'll reach North Korea.
Yeah.
When you've grown marijuana since 1873, you learn a few things about pride, about standards, about only growing the highest quality plants, watered by pure Rocky Mountain streams. Some say Americans can't grow good marijuana anymore. We say, where you been, Rabbi? Kush, the banquet weed.
Gamo. My right foot doesn't recognize my left. I'm hyperventilating, hard beefing with my breath. Left brain decisions, right brain wisdom. Birth certificate don't got my right name written. Xenophobe, C-notes, illegal, mostly boast. My ego's low cause I rap and people know me, that's corny. Tribalism, GMO, my metabolism, foul religion. We living in a valid system. Partisan politics, private parties with Baphomets, traffickers. Cell phones or minerals from Africa. We fake woke and killing our brain slow. Drinking Jameson, we rather be famous and broke. Chasing bankrolls, rain and snow, climate change flow, imminent demise, still we be praying it ain't so. When that earth rock shattered, they purchase for raw data. Yo. Working up your status to service upon a platter, and it's like that. Cops killing a nigga cause of his skin. Why the government corrupting the system we living in? All these tribulations mitigate us living in sin. But where the higher ups went wrong, I don't know where to begin. The country is racist, that don't even need to be said. New America was crooked before Trump was the press. White man shoot up a school, he get a ride from the feds. Black man get pulled over, he end up shot in the head. What's really real? Been waiting to see how they really feel. Turn on the news. Too many innocents getting killed, they pick and choose. Don't ever let it get misconstrued, even with the proof. Police always winning, the people lose. How we supposed to beat the biggest gang on this planet when they hold a badge that protects them, even when there was cameras on film killing an unarmed black man? It's a shame, no justice found. They just get suspended and still get paid.
Laser chip data flip, modern dictatorship, major flip, Operation Paperclip, same shit, America. Rhinestone guns, Glenn Campbell, the next death, dead man, like the next candle. The death threats, pedogate, tech, sex scandal. The cops come, life done, trigger, press cancel. Got him behaving like the plot of the pagan. Who's in the picture of a god that they got him praising? Robbing the nation, colonization, poison the population. Monkeys to Ronald Reagan, another criminal politician got the nomination. Psychotic, know your rights, better do the knowledge. Don't let these fools fool you. These dudes abuse due process. At the game spot, the cop nightstick, break your top, spray to block corruption, suck your blood, Salem fly, tax dollars, pay the pig salary, invested in oppressing men, arrest the president. Don't let the devil win. We put the devil on the pedestal to let him menace men again. It's never gonna end if we ain't set the precedent.
America, land of the greedy. Guess I'm supposed to accept the lies that y'all feed me. All I see is racist faces. Yeah, you scriptures to enslave us to turn me atheist. My son fighting for a country that won't even acknowledge that he could get shot for just reaching for his wallet. Now how am I supposed to be comfortable when my nieces seeing men use the ladies' room? Is you serious? Yeah, took serious. Millions spent, but they ain't flinch for Flint. Puerto Rico, they ain't have lights for weeks. Trump mocking their speech, but they can barely eat. Hey, let's make this country great again. Let's grab their women by their pussy and kill all they men. Hey, let's make this country hate again. Since your commander-in-chief, that's your president. You can have your white privilege, I just want my black life. Then why I gotta die? Cause you had a bad night. Let's switch sides, give me your badge and gun. You got 3 seconds to run. Let's switch sides, give me your badge and gun. You got 3 seconds to run. Let's switch sides, give me your badge and gun. You got 3 seconds to run.
Yo. Wait, here, hold on. Let me get rid of this thing. What's up, Salted Cedar? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey, hey, hey. Making my. Oh, I got a name for the dog. I'll show you. Well, I'll write it in a private chat.
All right. Yeah. You don't need to show me right this second. It's not. It's not. It's not an
Oh,
urgency.
yes,
Is it an urgency?
I am an artist.
Yeah.
Everything's urgent. Oh yeah, I'll just put it in the name. Yeah, tell me if you like the name. I think it's cute. It's cute. Everyone's gonna like it.
All right. If I were you, I would wait until it's finished before you release any information.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now.
I'm just telling you.
No, I'm gonna write it in private chat.
Suzanne from up. Suzanne. She told me that she doesn't want you to. Don't release any information. That's what she said. It's confidential. Top level clearance. All right. So anyway, how we all do it tonight? Let's give the chat a shout out. All right. What are we getting ready to do here? We have Jason Starr, Salted CD, Globe Asunder. Bobby Molly, what's up, my man? Jenny T.I., Rye Russ. I still have all the same people, even though they took down a whole channel. Well, they didn't take it down, but it's down for 2 weeks for the holidays. Yes, thank YouTube. Everybody needs to thank your best friend, YouTube. I know that YouTube's your cellmate. It's your best friend, your co-defendant, YouTube. And thank them, because they don't... What's up, Joe Cool? Yeah, they don't think that you should have Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures for the holidays throughout the whole, from now until probably, I don't know, it's 2 weeks. Maybe I might be back before New Year's. Maybe I might be back. I'm not sure. I'm not good at, I don't know. Probably not. They probably screwed me. It's all right. I was just about to get rid of my last strike on the 23rd, and I was going to get monetized. And then they, boom, hit me with a strike for my own song that's up on everybody else's channel anyway. It's ridiculous. So now we're what's up, No One's Flower? You found us. Good job. Yeah. We're just trying to keep it going now. So now Boston Ray is the main channel. The bird will give you the finger.
Suzanne says that's good. She likes it. She just texted me. She likes it.
Who does? No One's Flower texted you?
No, Suzanne just texted me that she likes that when I just put it in private chat.
Suzanne? Oh
yeah. They watch everything with her.
Oh. Yeah, I like it. I like it. How about this? Oh, here we go. You're gonna like this better. What do you think about that? I've been getting so creative lately, since you have no idea. My creativity is coming out. So I have, all right. So is it here? Yes. Okay. So I've been getting a lot of emails, questions, facsimiles, about like what's going on. They're like, Ray. People are like, all right, so hold on. Suzanne, can you get me an ashtray? Suzanne.
Yeah, that's pretty original. Yeah, that's original.
Hold on 1 second. Can you, Suzanne, please? Suzanne, please get me an ashtray. Hold on, she's coming. I finally got it. I swear I'm not on camera, Suzanne. I got a more creative name than that. Thanks, Suzanne. All right. So anyway, all right. So people, I've been getting emails. I've been getting tons of mail about this. I have like a stack of letters like this thick of people asking me this question. Ray, what's dabs? What's in the carts? What's the difference? How do they do it? Here we go. I'm just gonna educate you people. This is for educational purposes. This is for educational purposes only. Okay? Do I have to put up a disclaimer? Maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what that does, if it was for educational or not. I don't know what difference it would make. All right, let's go.
Live resin is produced in a very similar fashion to
Hold on, get that fucking thing off.
BHO, but with fresh, flash-frozen bud, as opposed to bud that has been dried and cured. The cryogenic freezing of fresh and non-dried cannabis blossoms helps to extract a wider range of cannabinoids and terpenes. Caviar is made in the same process as high-terpene full-spectrum extract, except what makes caviar different is that during the purging process, terpenes are actively captured through a sophisticated method of sub-zero terpene trapping. These valuable terpenes are then reintroduced into the mixture, breaking down the crystals to the point where they are small balls of caviar. Terp sauce is a cannabis extract with a sticky, liquid consistency. Sauce extractions contain high levels of terpenes and are typically the most flavorful of extracts. Sauce is typically produced utilizing a closed-loop system and allowing the resulting solution to settle under various pressures and temperatures. Shatter is the solidified, hardest form of solvent-based extract, earning its nickname because of its transparency and ability to shatter like glass. Butter is a cannabis concentrate with a soft, solid consistency, similar to a stick of butter. Butter is one of many concentrate textures and appears in rosin and many solvent-based extractions. Sugar wax is a marijuana concentrate with a full flavor and slightly grainy texture. It is a little less messy than some of the other types of concentrates, as it's a bit thicker and not quite as sticky. Many people prefer sugar wax for its rich, more complex flavor profile. Distillate is a cannabis extract in which the final product has been systematically stripped of all materials and compounds except one specific cannabinoid, in this case, THC. For this video, I'm placing all of the concentrates into dram vials so that you can see them equally in this experiment. You can find a link to purchase these vials and other items used in the video in the description below. I took each concentrate and placed them into their respective vials. The sugar wax was a little more stubborn to get in the vial. I could have made these concentrates in their respective glass containers that they came in, but I wanted to keep everything consistent for the video, so I transferred everything into the vials. I heated the top edges of the vials using a torch so that nothing would stick when I put the lids on. The live resin I just scooped up and let drip right into the vial. The caviar was one of the easiest ones to scrape up. It remained one solid consistency. I felt bad melting down the THC-A diamonds as they put so much effort scientifically into making these, but that's what you gotta do to make the vape carts. Otherwise, this THC-A crystals here will just stick to the sides of the cart. The terp sauce was by far the runniest of all of them. It also had some THC-A crystals that stuck to the top of the lid.
I like the sauce the best.
The butter was pretty easy to get into the vial. It was a little sticky, but it pretty much just dropped right in.
I don't like the ones
distillate,
like
that.
I don't like the ones that look like powdery like that butter one. I don't like them. They don't give you much of a hit. I like the ones that are all like oily, like the sauce with the diamond sauce. When they take the diamonds and they put it in the sauce, that's what I like the best.
Just pushed it out of the.
Sometimes I buy diamonds and I buy the sauce and I make it myself, and then sometimes I'll buy crumble in the sauce and I'll mix it together and I call it crumble sauce.
Syringe into the vial. I placed each of the vials except the distillate vial onto the hot plate to begin decarbing. The reason I'm decarbing is to convert the THC-A into THC so that it does not recrystallize on the inside.
The reason why I like the shatter one always gets you the most fucked up, gets you the most high, but for some reason, I don't know, it's sketchy because they use a lot of butane to make it in most cases. So I'm like, I try to stay away from it, but I do love it.
Side of the vape carts. Distillate is already fully converted to THC through the process of distillation.
No despair, Bear. They call it shatter because it's so like sticky that you got to keep it in the freezer. And when you keep it in the freezer, it turns into a hard piece of like rock, and then you drop it on the ground and it shatters into a bunch of million pieces, and then you take each little piece and they melt real fast. Like they heat up within like 3 seconds. Like you got to keep them you got to keep it in the freezer.
So you don't need to decarb distillate. To remove any concentrate that might be stuck
So
to
what
the
he's
sides
doing-
of the vials,
all right.
I just applied a light torching to
So what he's doing here is he's decarboxylating it. Okay, he's taking each different type of rosin, and he's decarboxylating them to turn them into vape carts. That's what he's doing, to make them vape in those little carts. Because like it's very hard to get the rosin to vape in the cart because it's not decarboxylated. Watch, you'll see.
them, and that melted it down. I watched each vial and removed them from the heat as they began to finish decarbing. The butter took 22 minutes to decarb, the live resin 25 minutes, the cap.
So you have to heat this stuff at an even temperature, right? Like this is a hot plate that he has it on. You know what I'm saying? And it has to be nice and even the whole time. If the temperature goes off a little bit or down a little bit, you'll burn it or it won't work right or you'll lose some THC. Because right now what he's doing is he's activating the THC molecules so you can vape it as if it was just like an inhaler. You don't have to smoke anything. You just vape it and it gets you stoned right away because the molecules are already activated, decarboxylated. That's what he's doing. He's decarboxylating it to make it for a vape. And you have to do it at even temperature. He's 150 degrees Fahrenheit.
Caviar took 30 minutes, the terp sauce took 32 minutes, the sugar wax took 39 minutes, and the shatter took 53 minutes to complete decarbing. The hot plate was heated to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, and the vials were at 230 degrees Fahrenheit when I pulled them off the hot plate and measured the internal temperature of the concentrate.
So 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Great.
Pot science. That's right, no despair.
I then added terpenes to the shatter, butter, and
First of all, when I first started smoking pot when I was like 13, like these fucking I didn't know nothing about any of this. This is fucking crazy to me just to see this. Like, what is this? Is pot? This is pot nowadays, and it makes me wonder. Like, do the Rockefellers have something to do with this? Because like they you know, they turn the everything into oil. That's their thing. Snake oil. Fucking, they own oil. They own anything with oil in it. Petroleum jelly, anything that has an oiled cream for your skin, it's usually Rockefeller. That was his thing, turning stuff into oil. And that's what they're doing here. Look, it's oil.
Distillate. I added a 10% ratio of terpenes to the shatter and a 10% ratio to the butter,
yeah, that's
as well
thing.
as a 3% ratio to the distillate.
You see that? What he had there? Let me back up a few. Look, just to touch the stuff and fill the carts up. If I can get back enough. Hold on. There you go. You see, you need a syringe. It's like a special terpene syringe that they got with this big, long-ass fucking thing on it. I don't know. It's a lot. You need a lot. I mean, the glass jars, these aren't too hard to come. You can get these. This, maybe at a vape shop or a dispensary. Probably a dispensary would be your best bet to get one of those. But I don't know. I don't have one.
Shatter and a 10% ratio to the butter, as well as a 3% ratio to the distillate. The terpenes were added to the shatter and butter so that it would flow more in the vape carts. And the 3% ratio was added to the distillate.
You see what he's doing? He's adding terpenes. Terpenes. Do you know what terpenes are? Terpenes are flavors, natural flavors in plants and fruit and whatever. So, like, the reason why an orange smells like an orange, that smell, that citrusy smell that an orange gives off, that's a terpene. Pineapple, the smell of a pineapple, how it smells all, you know, that's a terpene, right? So, they have, every type of plant has terpenes, right? Flowers, pot. And what they do is they take the oil and they mix it with terpenes to make it more. and they also add propylene glycol too. So they're cutting it up is what they're doing. They're chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? They're adding things to it to stretch it out so they can make more money off the selling you the cartridge rather than just grabbing the dab.
Distillate just for flavoring.
It is for flavoring. You know, there is some people, I will say, there is some people who do it the honest way and they use the terpene just for flavoring and it tastes really good and they do a really good job. And then there's some people who fucking kill it with the fucking terpenes, dude. So they fucking terpene the shit out of it. You get like 40% THC, 60% fucking terpenes. Pieces of shit. And then there's also people that are fucking around. So what they do is they go, be careful of this. If you ever buy these cartridges on the street, and not from a store, or even from a store, you never know. But they put vitamin E oil. They take the real stuff out, and they mix it with vitamin E oil for your skin, and it looks the same. And like half your cartridge will be like vitamin E, and you don't even know it.
Hot plate is heated to about 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Looked like the shatter was bubbling up with the terpenes quite a bit, so I put that on the hot plate and did it last. So in the meantime, I start with number 2, the sugar wax. And so I'm just pulling the concentrate out of each of the vials so I can insert them into their respective vape cartridges. When inserting your THC vape oil into the vape cartridge, it's good to push your needle all the way to the...
You never want to get it in the tube right here. You see inside the tube right there? That's a no-no. That'll clog the shit up. You need to fucking just put
bottom
it
so
around.
that it helps it push down and you don't have an issue with overflowing. The concentrate can be quite viscous, and if you don't start from the bottom, you might have difficulty getting it all into the syringe.
There you go. There you go, Singe Man. Bada bing, bada boom. They look a little dark, though. Looks good, though. Looks good to me. I would vape it. Yeah, that one looks nice. Nice emerald color. That's a lighter one right there. That must be the butter.
I let each of the carts settle for about an hour, but there was an air bubble trapped on the bottom of a few of them. So to remove those, I just used...
By the way, the butter was the lighter one. Okay. Case dismissed.
...a blow dryer and heated it for a small bit of time. That allowed the oil to heat up and the air bubble to escape from the bottom of the vape cart.
Yeah, Jenny. If you could grow it yourself and make these cartridges, that would be the ticket. I'm telling you.
And here's a time lapse showing how slow the bubbles are moving. First, I let them sit for an hour and 10 minutes before flipping them over for a 2-hour period. I then flip them back over for 4 hours. And here you can see how little movement is occurring during this time. Some of them don't move at all, yet all of these vape carts still function in the end. So long as they're able to wick the coil, when you heat up the cart, it will heat up the area surrounding the coil, which will melt the concentrate and allow it to flow in.
All right, time to test them out. Starting with number 1, that's the shatter. Now this one is the thickest looking of them all. I added 10% terpenes, but seems there wasn't quite enough. Shadow one tastes all right. Not the thickest clouds, but it is because it is quite thick oil still in there.
Yeah.
So it's going to take some time for it to be able.
So all right. So here's the deal. They sell different size cartridges inside these cartridges. The way these cartridges work, okay? There's a little I don't know what you would call that, coil in there, I guess. And that's like there's like a little piece of cotton on the inside, and there's those little holes around on the inside around the thing. And when the stuff heats up, it turns into like a liquid, and then the cotton soaks it up and pulls it inside the tube. And then there's like some type of quartz in there or something, usually in most cases, that heats up like a sauna, and it makes steam, and you're breathing in steam. So you're not really smoking. There's nothing burnt. Nothing's burning. Everything's all decomboxylated. There's no like I don't know. They take out all the fat, all the stuff, all the bad stuff. It's just straight THC, and you just inhale it. That's what it is. It's like 90% THC, and you inhale it. But the holes on the thing, sometimes they're too small. If you have a thicker one, you need the one with bigger holes on the inside. If you have a thin one, you might need a little small cartridge. There's all different kinds of cartridges. So these ones right here might be good for one type of consistency or a few different ones. But then there's other consistencies that you'll put in different cartridges, like Ruby Pods and there's all different ones. Like there's like these refillable pens that you can buy. The Eye Crasher. There's all different ones. This one vapes like a jewel. You can fill them up, and you use them once and throw them out. You know what I mean? You can fill those up and give them to people if you want. Those work better because then the people don't even have to buy a pen. It's like, here you go. Boom, baby. Here's a pen. And then they just use it and throw it away because it's like disposable. That's what they are, disposable. They sell them like 200 for like $50. So you can get a whole bunch of them, fill them up. I mean, the pen isn't always the best route. These glass ones usually work good because you can get all the stuff out at the end, usually. Because the plastic ones, the stuff sticks to them, and then you lose stuff inside. So, I don't know.
Able to re-soak each coil. I'd say you probably want to wait like 10 seconds between hoots if you got your oil this thick. All right, time to do the sugar wax.
Nice. I love that stuff. I just ran out.
Tastes pretty good. A bit thicker cloud.
I just ran out of sugar wax. Please mail me some. Somebody send it. Send it through the agency. Send it through the agency. Thank you.
Now with the sugar wax, I thought I'd have to add in some terpenes, but it turns out the sugar wax had enough terpenes in it already that it melted down quite good when I decarbed it. Up next is number 3, it's live resin.
Oh, yeah.
The live resin tastes the most like straight flour.
The live resin is always the best, dude. Fuck you. He's like, huh. Like, fuck you. You know the live resin's the best. You're just trying to keep it for yourself. This is what they try to do. You go in the store, they're like, what do you want? And then, like, they have the live resin. And that's always going to be the best one if it's live. If it's live, it's going to be the best. All right? And they're always like, oh, but I think this one's better. No, go for the live one. Trust me. They're just trying to keep it for themselves.
It's really good.
It's really good. It is. It's better than all the other ones. It's great. This motherfucker wore gloves to do all this shit. What the fuck? I don't know. I mean, maybe because he didn't want to get the stuff contaminated or whatever. But I don't know. I wouldn't need to wear gloves.
Up next, number 4 is caviar.
Oh, you know why? I know why. Because those are latex gloves. and that stuff doesn't stick to latex. So if anything gets stuck to the glove, he can just scrape it off. Actually, that's really smart. That's really smart that he wore gloves. I'm sorry. My fault.
Up next, number 4 is caviar. This one has a rich taste, almost like edibles. I think this one's my favorite so far, the caviar.
I never had the caviar, I don't think. Someone, Suzanne, put in the order for the caviar. Thank you.
Up next is terp sauce. This one was the terpiest of all of them by far. And I would recommend, if using any of these, to use terp sauce if you're able to get it. It is completely clear and viscous and even more runny than the distillate.
I use sauce all the time. I got the sauce from Boston.
Very floral profile, skunky, tastes just like the bud. This might be my new favorite of the batch though. Up next, number 6, which is the butter. Now the butter, I had to add about 10% terpenes. And we'll see how this one works.
I just had some butter, and it was Elmer's glue. And I had another one that was called, the Elmer's glue was the sugar that I had. I had butter that was Granddaddy Purple. And I don't know, it's all right, but it's just really, really light. You don't really get a whole bunch out of it. And let's see what he says. It's supposed to be the best, though. It's supposed to be good.
A distinct taste of the John Brown terpene profile. Kind of overpowers the natural flavor that the butter might have had, which is a shame, but I'm a big fan of my terpene profile, so not that bad.
Nice. He has his own terpene file. Shannon, will you bring up this guy's terpene file? Bring up his file. Thank you.
Pretty good. Nice, smooth, thick hit. And for the final test, the distillate. Now this should taste the same as the butter, I imagine, as it was flavored with the terpenes as well. But I only used a 3% ratio of the John Brown terpenes, so this one should have a less distinct flavor. Yeah, just a hint of the John Brown over a neutral distillate flavor. So they all turned out pretty good. The shatter, I might have used a little bit more terpenes as it is quite dry, but they all work. And that's how you can make THC vape oil out of pretty much any kind of concentrate.
Nice. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. You know what? I would say 2 things. Okay. Let's see. First one is you got the juice now.
Yo, you got the juice now, man.
You got the juice, but I got the sauce.
We in Colorado Springs. Webby and Friends concert about to go down. I'm one of his friends, so I'm here.
It's hot, it's hot. Huh. I came to pass the blunt around. I fuck around, but y'all already knew that shit. And I run the whole game untamed, bringing bags to the bank. Yeah, I really do that shit. And I'm rolling with the top back. Run that track with a bad little bitch with a butt that's fat. In a pocket full of Adderall, I'm just here to have a ball. After all, I got the sauce that y'all lack. Got the sauce like Heinz, oftentimes seat up in my car's reclined. I'm off, so don't fall behind. Check lost and found, I think I really lost my mind. Call my bluff shit, y'all can't even call my line. My inbox always filled like my bottle of pills. Thank God for modern medicine, my doctor refills. However you feel, if you get the stepping for real, I pull up with my dogs and coop Cruella DeVille's. With the syllables, I be villainous, brain limitless. Never follow rules, I rule the school syllabus. Underground's the land of which I am indigenous, and I grew up in it through methods of photosynthesis. Putting down roots in the game that go deeply. Carve out my own lane and flow freely. For WEBBY, believe me, killing this shit is so easy. I came to pass the blunt around. I fuck around, but y'all already knew that shit. And I run the whole game untamed, bringing bags to the bank. Yeah, I really do that shit. And I'm rolling with the top back. Run that track with a bad little bitch with a butt that's fat. In a pocket full of Adderall, I'm just here to have a ball. After all, I got the sauce that y'all lack. I got the sauce like my jaws will drop when I spit it, written off the top like a balding spot. I'm scalding hot, jackass Johnny Knoxville, still the real deal. I karate chop you with the force in a major way. That just be my day to day. Pull up in the UFO, shoot you with the laser ray. Little bit of powder on the counter, that's a fadeaway. Cutting lines like a peaky blinder with the razor blade. Gotta make a way. I play the whole keeps, riding dirty in the range and ducking the police. Got a cold seize while I run these dope beats. Get my record spins like it got drunk and smoke weed. Yeah, they know it's Webby with the rolling paper double wide. Wrapping up like I've been learning how to mummify. So I wonder why they still asking who the fuck am I? Here, let me summarize. I came to pass the blunt around. I fuck around, but y'all already knew that shit. And I run the whole game untamed, bringing bags to the bank. Yeah, I really do that shit. And I'm rolling with the top back. Run that track with a bad little bitch with a butt that's fat. In a pocket full of Adderall, I'm just here to have a ball. After all, I got the sauce that y'all lack. It's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Huh, huh.
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it, would you rather do without it? The earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target? With a rocket, I'm not hard to get along with, just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant, you want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit, we never do get hit by comets. I know you want it, just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it, the earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat, and there is a bunch of us. The globe is munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat, why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best sex just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, it's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Wait.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
If you're going to maintain the paradigm that everything you see in the sky is an act.
One more.
If you're going to maintain the paradigm that everything you see in the sky is an actual solar system, then you're never going to be able to really comprehend my data. What I believe is that our entire sky is simulated. And the sky is going to perpetuate the illusion that the sun is 93 million miles away. I don't believe any of that. This illusion of stars and this canopy that's over us that has us believing that there is freedom up there when it's not. We're in a contained area. The simulacrum is based off quantum principles. We are living within a mathematical construct that is operative every 138 years. I believe we live in a sentient biogram that is far more advanced than we're able to attain right now.
For fuck's sake. No one's breaking out the firmament. It's a spinning vortex and it's permanent. They already tried with Operation Fishbowl, but all I did was cause atmospheric turbulence. I told you, no one's breaking out the firmament. We're not. I'm positive, that's one thing I'm certain of. They already tried it with the Hadron Collider, but it never worked out and now it's less concerning them. Everyone is trapped, we ain't going anywhere. You should be petrified, you should be very scared. If you wanna see the future, I'm already there. Everyone is trapped, we ain't going anywhere. And when you die, you're coming back, and that's a fact. And when you die again, you're coming back again, cause it's a trap. I must have done a couple 100,000 laps, but now I'm tired, I just need to take a nap. No one's breaking out the glass dome. Send help, I need to find a path home. I'm feeling homesick, that's why my heart's cold. All I see is disembodied entities and dark souls. Non-player characters, please don't talk to me, cause I will punch you in your face very forcefully. I wouldn't do that type of thing normally, but everyone is trapped in these magnetic vortices. I can manifest reality, I tempt fate. I'm overcoming all these algorithmic templates. I've been flying around the world with no restrictions, cause I don't need the job, but you mad, I'm exempt, mate. Don't piss me off, you know my strength's great. I just need to be alone, I need some headspace. I'm a very complicated person, I was meditating in assembly in 10th grade. Embrace your multi-dimensionality. Question everything, because anything is possible and everything is energy. You are a multi-dimensional god trapped inside a holographic matrix simulation. As we collapse this construct and break the endless cycle of reincarnation.
Wow. No one's breaking through the glass dome. I'm out at sea, I'm lost, I'm looking for the stars home. I keep on going north and going very far, bro. Discover ancient land underwater, that is raw, bro. This hidden continents, and you can't quite believe it. Practice meditation, astral travel, lucid dreaming. Do that every night and every day by using breathing. If you wanna question me, I'll kill you, bro, your soul is leaving. The bravest fucking heathen, all these people gases screaming. Isometric on the set, leaving people's insides bleeding. I don't have a reason, I just think I'm hearing demons. I know this voice ain't mine, I'll overcome and I'll defeat it. Control, I'll delete it. My bars are more than deepish, magic spells, I feel it. Energy is creeping, I'm a spine, I'm healing. I know I'm a light being, I've been to the 5th dimension. I know where they are concealing. No one's breaking at the firmament, cause all I see is NPCs, I think I'll murder them. All these ancient lands, you ain't ever heard of them. I'm just talking truth and I don't know why it's hurting them. My mission on this plane was a predetermined one. I'm looking for the answers, I need to start relearning them. I do some meditation, now I am observing them. I guess it's syncretism, all these pedos you are serving them. I'll fucking burn the cunts, diverting, I am cursing them. I think we just alerted them, the AI is preserving them. 33.4% will ascend, transferring them. They're getting out this holographic matrix, I'm converting them. I'm reading all the files, I keep the knowledge in my brain. And I have rolled for miles, nothing's getting in my way. I used to love this world, the smile was taken from my face. 20 years from now, we will see the system break.
I have many videos that are explaining the astronomical anomalies that the scientific community doesn't want to talk about, such as parallax, the lack of parallax, the actual documented photo templates that astronomers have studied for the past 100 years showing that no matter what position is, not one single instance of parallax has ever been documented. And that's impossible. That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
What's that sound? Is that the fax machine? Is that the facsimile? Nancy, get the facsimile. It's going off. It's messing up my stream.
Once you are awake, it is
Mr. Jacobson
back to sleep.
has told me that I should deliver the seed.
Once you discover that the Earth is not a spinning globe, but a flat and stationary plane,
I was going to do what Mr. Jacobson
everything
said.
changes.
I'll be right back.
The trusted voices and satanic scientific priests who once shaped our reality and understanding of the world are no longer reliable. Our first-hand experience of the Earth as a stationary realm is at odds with their fabricated narrative of space and spinning planets.
Suzanne!
Of our land and the barbaric mining of Earth's once majestic giant trees is at odds with the history books and geological narrative. And the awake are left wondering, what on earth happened? If they've lied about the Earth, space, and the destruction of our flat realm, then how can we trust the official, mainstream historical narrative? The historical narrative, like the heliocentric model, does not make sense. It doesn't add up. And all it takes is a closer examination, and their lies, which have governed our understanding of history and the world since our birth, begin to fall apart. Let's stir the mind with a few contemplations. We are told that the first true power tool was invented in 1895, when a German company combined an electric motor with a manual drill. The drill weighed 16.5 pounds and required multiple operators. It wasn't until 1957 that a company called Bosch began designing power tools in bulk that were both economical and powerful. So then how did our historical ancestors, a more primitive, underdeveloped people, design and build some of the structures we encounter? What about all the gigantic monolithic stones we encounter that have been cut with such precision? Ask yourself, could you repeat this today with the arsenal of equipment we have at our disposal? And what about the magnificent ancient stepwells of the East? Stepwells, we are told, were multi-storied wells built by our primitive ancestors as ways to preserve.
Hold on. I got an idea. Put it like that. Oh. Yeah. Much better. Watch.
Of the water supply during droughts. But look at the intricacy and complexity of these structures. Look at the glory and the finesse. Look at the geometric precision. All dug out and crafted from using hand tools. Yeah, right. What about the gigantic canal networks we find all over the world? The Erie Canal in America was allegedly built between 1817 and 1825. There were no civil engineers in America at this time. The people responsible for planning construction were novices, we are told. The canal is 12 meters wide and 4 meters deep. The Erie Canal spans 363 miles. But this was not just a case of digging each day for the Irish immigrants and their oxen companions. They had to fell hundreds of trees as they passed through the virgin forest. They had to build complicated aqueducts and locks, and they had to pass through the Niagara Escarpment, an 80-foot high wall of hard limestone. They had to use black powder to blast through this, we are told, as dynamite had yet to be invented. The canal spans 363 miles and was constructed over an 8-year period. This means that on average, 1 mile was completed every 8 days. What a record, especially since those responsible were novices, and power tools and dynamite were yet to be invented. I can tell you now, the so-called early settlers of the Americas did not build these canal systems. And what of the grand and magnificent castles scattered across our realm? Did you know that most were designed and constructed without plumbing systems and methods to heat rooms properly? The royal and the elites of the past were content without having the accessible necessities of survival just as long as they could live within the grand and the glorious, while the peasants, in their modest abodes, enjoyed warmth throughout the long dark winters? I don't think so. And of course, there is the impossibility of the Great Giza Pyramid Complex. The pyramids, we are told, were constructed somewhere around 2500 BC. The Great Pyramid itself consists of 2.3 million blocks of limestone and granite, and its overall structure weighs 6 million tons. The largest granite stones weigh between 20 and 80 tons each. 20 tons is 20,000 kilograms. These blocks were carved from quarries with copper chisels and allegedly transported from 800 kilometers away. The so-called experts can only theorize that a vast amount of slave labor was required. Being gullible and falling for the official narrative of slave labor is one thing, but can someone please explain how the air shafts of the Great Pyramid align so neatly with the circumpolar stars? And then there is the curious case of star forts, or what the official liars of the world call bastion forts. Developed in the late 15th and early 16th century, these forts, we are told, were designed during an era of gunpowder and the cannon. The geometric design offered a nation's military protection against blind spots during conflict. Of course they did. We all know that the best protection during war is to design a fort with such precise geometric patterning. Has any real historian ever stopped to think just how perfect the
As a
geometry
tactician, I say that's too many
How
sides to
primitive
cover.
fancy.
Less sides to cover is simpler. That's more. There's so many ways to infiltrate that way because you'd have to have men on every corner, every edge, unless you have perfect sharpshooters who aren't going to miss when a crowd of men. Plus, they would be overwhelmed with the right amount of people, right? So it's like,
I know
it's too complicated as far as tactician.
Just getting through the labyrinth we have to walk through getting into the agency is pretty tough in the morning, you know?
Well, hey, did you see the new face-off machine? I'm gonna try it out soon.
Oh yeah, the new face-off machine? That's gonna be cool.
It's pretty cool. It's real, dude. It's real.
Yeah, it's real. The agency knew about it all along.
Did not have the technology to view structures from above, but they still managed to achieve this.
Everybody
Give me strength. There is no way. We could not produce such perfect geometry on this scale today. We've been fooled once again. We have been indoctrinated with a false historical narrative and timeline. And, like the silly heliocentric model, all it takes is a closer look at this narrative and things soon start to fall apart, and the lies become so blatantly evident. Because of their satanic lies, piecing together an accurate, honest historical timeline has become an impossible Rubik's Cube. The official narrative, a Pandora's box, only offering us tiny clues, half-truths, and deceptions. The stitchings of our true historical timeline have been loosened. The contents erased and muddled before we were even born into this world. And herein lies the problem. How to know where you are going if you don't know where you are in the first place. But you see, awakening is truly a gift. Once awake, we learn that we've always had the answers right in front of us. We've always had more than we know. But we had to regain our sight first before things started falling into place. Before things started to make a little more sense. And here we are again, viewer, at the precipice of another great journey. What if I told you that before us there existed a civilization that was responsible for the most advanced technology ever developed, and that it was their understanding of the workings of our flat realm that was key to their innovation? And what if I told you that it is highly likely that our true history as a people only begun just over 200 years ago? Would you think of me as mad once again? Do I sound as preposterous as when I first told you that the earth is flat? Perhaps. And that's why I need to show you. What I hope to show you is one of the greatest cover-ups of all time. It is on par with the heliocentric lie in its enormity and the impact it has upon humanity. And, as I will try to show you, it is inextricable from the true nature of our flat realm Earth, and you cannot understand one without understanding the other. We cannot waste time, for we must journey in search of lost time. At its heart, this is a story about deception. It is also a story of endings and beginnings, of death and rebirth. And please bear with me. Due to the deceptions and falsities underpinning our historical narrative, this story cannot be told in a linear fashion. We need to go back and forth in time to really draw out something that brings us a little closer to the truth. It is also imperative to understand that, like much contemporary science, history as a discipline was corrupted a long time ago. At its most innocent, a lot of established historical narrative is guesswork. But at its worst, it is a set of lies agreed upon, as the so-called Napoleon put it so succinctly. We are going to be digging in the dark. No historian will be there to help us. We are alone in this journey. Our journey is a hunt for things buried in plain sight. And things may become a little uncomfortable at times, but it is necessary. We have been living a comfortable lie for far too long now. Come on, jump in and put your seatbelt on. For to understand our place in the world, we need to do the unthinkable. It's time for us to take a journey back to the future. Our journey begins in the unlikeliest of places, 19th century St. Petersburg, at the entrance to St. Isaac's Cathedral. The city cold, the early morning mists dissipating with the approach of the sun, and our boots caked in mud. The year is 1860, and while St. Petersburg stands regal and proud, its inhabitants are nowhere to be found. It is quiet, too quiet. The population of St. Petersburg in the 1860s was, we are told, roughly 500 people, and yet there is not a soul in sight. Where is everybody?
What's up, Freedom?
Hey, chat. Sorry.
The long shadow of Alexander Column is a clue as to the time of the sun's journey of this region. Long shadows only occur during morning or evening. It must be morning, but it appears that no one has surfaced yet. If we travel 400 miles across to Moscow, we see the same thing. Empty, quiet streets. In 1860, Moscow shared a similar population with St. Petersburg, roughly 500,000 citizens. But again, where is everybody? What about the rest of the world during this time period? Edinburgh, Scotland, 1840s. Copenhagen, Denmark, 1840s. Dresden, Germany, 1860s. Rio in Brazil, 1860s. Toronto, Canada, 1860s. Athens in Greece, 1860s. And then London, finally, people. And what about Paris? People, life. The first photograph, we are told, was created in 1822. The art of photography relies on methods of juxtaposition, of comparison and contrast to deliver its message and sentiment. In these old photographs, we do not find the same deliberate techniques of juxtaposition that contemporary photographers craft into their art, but rather we find natural contrasts that are so important and central to navigating through our deceptive history. Contrast is a phenomenon, natural or artificial, in which meaning is generated and conveyed through the comparison of two opposing elements. When looking at 1860s Russia, there is an immediate contrast between the lack of population and the sheer size of these cities. Even in the 19th century, both Moscow and St. Petersburg are enormous. The infrastructure found in the photographs could hold a population well into the millions. Why are the cities so vast if the population was only 500,000 in each? Furthermore, the official narrative gives us a population that increases in a linear fashion from 1764. Many of the buildings we see here were built years before the photograph was taken. Did the Russians just plan well in advance? But it's when the population is introduced into these photographs that a new contrast emerges that is staggering. That is, between the people and the environment itself. It may be the reduced population numbers, or it may be the monochromatic starkness of the black and white images, but they present to us something that we've lived amongst our entire lives and never paid any mind to. That is, the enormity and impossibility of the architecture. As we engage with the industry and act of tourism, we journey from place to place and observe, taking it all in, learning, hearing, and being told what we are looking at and how it came to be. And standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, we might even exclaim, wow, how did they do this? But the moment inextricably...
Yeah, Joe Cool, I like that comment, yeah. Yeah, man, that's the whole point of my show, is I just like to relax at night.
Be wrapped up in the busyness of the scene perhaps prevents us from really asking that question with sincerity. Standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe while the crowd frantically takes pictures on their smartphones makes it all a reality. And we conclude, before being shoved away by new tourists, well, they had to have done it somehow because I'm here and looking at it. During our indoctrination at school, we are seldom shown old photographs of the grand cities scattered around our flat realm. And perhaps for good reason. Because when we marinate on images like this and are presented with the visual evidence of a very primitive Victorian people dotted around like grasshoppers within the shadows of the most magnificent, grandiose, brilliant architecture a human could ever imagine, we begin to have doubts. Indeed, how did they build this? The Arc de Triomphe is made from 36,695 cubic meters of limestone and weighs 95,407 tons, or just over 95 million kilograms. They tell us it took 12 years to build the giant arch in two different periods, between 1806 to 1814 and between 1832 to 1836. How did they transport this amount of limestone with the same horse and carts that we see in the photographs? Look closer at the four sculptures that adorn each of its sides. Look at the intricacy of the sculptures and the patterning of the ornamentation that frames the arch. Each section is perfectly repeated without any deviation or inconsistency. The first true power tool was not invented until 60 years after this arch was completed. They tell us this was crafted by hand.
It's like if you take a piece of paper and try to put a dot on one side.
And then there is the ceiling of the arch.
The same dot.
Immaculate, 3D sculpted roses, perfect in their geometric symmetry. The nuance of the detail and finesse of each petal and cross-section borders is overwhelming. Look at the rest of Paris during this time. Again, a plethora of unbelievable, gigantic and magnificent structures. The city's infrastructure glorious, and the people and their means of transport primitive, unsophisticated, and seeming not at all developed to the point of producing a city like this. The roads are improperly paved and uneven. They are dirty and muddy. We also see buildings during this period in which the architecture aligns with the inhabitants. Buildings of misshapen proportions, less developed and refined, charming in their own way, but coarse in their use of wood and plaster. This is exactly the type of architecture we expect of a generation of horse and cart, a generation ignorant to the discoveries in technology that would follow in the years to come. Furthermore, at the time of this photograph, the arch is roughly 40 years old since its completion. Yet can you see how worn some of the parts of the structure are? We see weathering on the stone that suggests the arch is much older. As we approach the late 19th century, we see that the people of Moscow have finally decided to leave their homes and venture out into the streets. The infamous Red Square, now bustling with life. St. Basil's Cathedral and the Spasskaya Tower dominate the frame of the square. The construction of St. Basil's Cathedral began in 1555 and was completed in 1561, a mere 6 years. It suffered a huge fire in 1737 and underwent restoration over a 20-year period. But look at it. What a structure. Almost unreal and like no other. It is composed of thousands of red bricks and tin sheet metal that has been shaped into the distinctive onion domes we see. Look closer at the intricacy of the domes. How did they bend metal to achieve such precision and perfection in the 18th century? And again, if they had the skills and dedication to build a wonder such as this, then why are the conditions of the road so poor and covered in mud? We see these incredible structures and buildings everywhere in 19th century photography. We have the wondrous Crystal Palace of London, a monstrous structure with the greatest area of glass ever seen in a building, and all constructed before England had automatic glass manufacturing. We have Westminster Abbey and Parliament. We have the old Euston Arch, constructed out of pure sandstone in 1837, and streets unpaved and full of mud. Why did these people not prioritize the streets they walked upon? The Frauenkirche, the domed masterpiece of Dresden, Germany. Its intricate and opulent splendor in direct contrast with the beat-up wagons and horse-pulled carts of the people below, a people dependent on the bare necessities, a people completely dwarfed by its size and majesty. The Library of Parliament in Ottawa, Canada, built over a period of 17 years. The first major settlers arrived in 1800, and at the time of construction, the city's population was under 20,000. Would a grand, glorious library really be a priority for settlers? Why does the building look like it's been cropped out of Europe and pasted into Canada? Even at the turn of the century, 40 years before Bosch economized the power tool, we have the old Penn Station in New York. Look at the size of this. Completely mind-blowing proportions. As we can see here in the photograph, each octagonal, sculpted pattern on the arched dome ceiling is larger than one individual human. Look at the gigantic columns and detailed acanthus sleeves decorating the tops of each pillar. They tell us this station took 6 years to build. 6 whole years. Yeah, right. Why are we so gullible? Even without access to modern power tools, printable construction pieces, and crane technology, we could not reproduce this today. And more importantly, we don't reproduce this type of architecture today. The official liars of our world have an umbrella term for this type of architecture that we see in North America. They call it historicism. Historicism is a term coined to describe a style of architecture that is revival in nature, or in other words, copies the style of another period in time. The grand arches and buildings with giant columns we see are built in the classical or Greco-Roman style, and the cathedrals are built in the Renaissance and Gothic styles of medieval Europe. Components of these particular styles of architecture feature large spires, arched windows, towers, turrets, domes, arcaded arches, sculptures, enormous doors, circular geometric windows, columns, clock faces, and bell towers. Traces of this impossible architecture are literally found everywhere, in every city and across our world today. Some preserved and maintained, like the Parisian Arc de Triomphe and Notre Dame, and others lost and long forgotten to time, like the Euston Arch and the old Penn Station in New York. We as a people travel miles to take our own photographs of these wonders. But the photographers of the 19th century gift us with something they would never have expected to give a future generation: perspective. We see a primitive people against a backdrop of clearly advanced architectural infrastructure. The official historians of the world tell us tales of Darwinian evolution and progression between time periods. The people that came after were always more advanced in their ways, refining and redefining the methods of the generation that came before. If the height of innovation and industry during the 19th century was still the horse and car as a means of travel, then, as these photographs tell us, this style of architecture was just as impossible for those living in the centuries before it. Anyone with a predisposition for thinking and questioning can immediately sense when looking at these photographs that something is rotten in Denmark, that something is off with the mainstream historical narrative, that something is not adding up. In a panoramic image of San Francisco in 1877, we see a collage of historicist architecture. We see columns adorning the entrances to very regal buildings that stand out like sore thumbs from some of the timber shacks surrounding it. We see Gothic spires and towers in the distance. We see domed cathedrals and buildings. We also see just how sprawling and huge the city has become. In 1846, there were under 500 Mormon settlers living on the area of land in which we now call San Francisco. It was frontier land and ready for the taking. Between 1848 and 1849, with the start of the California Gold Rush, the population increased from 1,000 people to 25,000 people. 28 years later, this panorama was taken. The population at this time, we are told, was getting close to 200,000. Who in their right mind would believe this story? Does this look like a city of 200,000 people? Without any modern technology, power tools, automatic manufacturing, electric motors. A people in a strange, unfounded land, just making their mark. Do we really believe that a burgeoning people built this entire city in just 30 years? And again, such quietness, such stillness. This is a photograph of an empty city. Where are all the people? The shadow of the post here tells us that it is not the early hours of the morning. Short shadows only appear toward midday. A city of this scale at noon should be bustling with life. But there is not a single person in the shot of this panorama. The only life we see is that of a horse without any master in sight.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes or so.
It seems highly unlikely
That's
that all the
cool.
people were told to stay indoors because a cityscape photo shoot was taking place. And this silent scene becomes all the more eerie when we consider that there is intention behind the lens. Someone was there, standing at a vantage point and taking this photograph. But who and for what? And what are the chances that in the 19th century, during similar decades, we see deserted Russian, European, and North American cities photographed like this? And then only a few years later, we find the same locations bustling with people. A people clearly incapable of building the architecture found in these cities. And what to do with these photographs? If we accept the narrative and these strange anomalies, then we stop here and get back to our busy lives. But the narrative we've received is not the truth. And we shouldn't accept any narrative, no matter how official and certified it is, unless it makes sense. The people we see in these photographs and their early ancestors could not have built the magnificent architecture we see. It is an impossibility. Come on, jump in. We must venture further into these cities and look a little closer. There must be some clues waiting to be uncovered that helps us understand why these cities are empty. Wait, what's that you say? You want to wipe the mud from your boots first? Do not bother, it's a waste of time. Come on, jump in and let's go. For it is the mud that offers us some small clues as to what could have occurred during this time period. In June 2011, Christchurch, New Zealand, suffered an earthquake that left a lot of the city in chaos, destroying buildings and infrastructure and leaving over 50,000 homes without power. As a result, there were collapsed houses, ruptured water mains, flooding, and fires due to disrupted electrical lines. Due to the strong ground motions and intense shaking, part of the city experienced a strange phenomenon known as soil liquefaction. Sand boils emerged from asphalt roads, toppling and sinking cars, and causing boulders to fall from hills, resulting in more home damage. Soil liquefaction occurs when saturated soil loses its strength and stiffness in response to an applied stress, such as shaking, or other sudden changes, such as a strong explosion. Loose, saturated soil or sand has a tendency to compress when a load is applied. But in the event of a stress, such as shaking or an explosion, we see the opposite. The soil tends to dilute, and the result is treacherous quicksand or quick clay. The land turns to liquid, causing structures of heavy mass, such as buildings, infrastructure, and cars to start sinking, topple over, or collapse. It can also affect dams and bridges. Turbidity currents can also form huge landslides that are impossible to stop. In the worst case scenario, entire cities may be destroyed. As you can see, liquefaction can move entire areas of land. The mud can rise dramatically and rapidly, and its destructive force is unstoppable. It is a well-documented phenomenon. The 1964 earthquake in Nagata, Japan, caused liquefaction, and we can see the effects very clearly in these photos. The same here with the 1964 Alaska earthquake. Buildings toppling, cars sinking, infrastructure collapsing. Once the stress has subsided, the soil begins to solidify once again, and we can see the aftermath. Uneven, muddy streets remain where there was once road paving. Returning to photographs of 19th century cities, we see a similar situation here. The roads are unrefined and full of mud. We see unsophisticated, uneven, coarse, and muddy roads everywhere against a backdrop of refined, sophisticated, and magnificent architecture. Could these cities have suffered the similar fate of soil liquefaction that we see in more recent times? Perhaps. But unfortunately, muddy roads is not enough evidence to base any conclusions on, is it? Children ask the most vital of questions, and adults, in their foggy stupor, usually provide the most unsatisfactory answers, often regurgitating learned nonsensical information that leave the child's imagination unfulfilled. Squelching along these muddy 19th century roads, observing their surroundings, a child may ask, why did they build the windows so low to the ground? And what an excellent question. Yes, why indeed did they build windows on ground level? For you see, the people we see in these photographs, sadly, did not build this architecture. And maybe some of them, at some point in their busy day-to-day life, ask the exact same question. We see it everywhere. Windows at ground level. Windows partially below ground level. First floor entrances raised from the ground level. Steps leading down to entrances below ground level. We can find this in almost every major city across our realm, in both old photographs and when we walk in the streets today. And what does it tell us? That a society with access to modest construction tools and horse and car constructed their infrastructure by first spending countless amounts of hours and energy clearing land with a depth of over 3 meters to begin their construction? Building basement floors is incredibly hard work. Since the 20th century, large powered excavation machines, such as backhoes and front-end loaders, have reduced the time and manpower needed to dig a basement dramatically, as compared to digging by hand with a spade. Perhaps you could say that our historical ancestors were just that dedicated to the architecture they built. And you could say that many of the sunken buildings we see are actually due.
I live in a mud flood building too, no one's flower. I really do. I live in a mud flood building. I can tell. I can tell you some stories about it, but I don't really want to get into it.
Due to elevations and depressions in the natural landscape. The official narrative, which is always full of
That's something we'd have to say for executive session.
Inconsistencies, perhaps, would suffice if it was not for contemporary excavation. When we look at photographs such as this, it immediately dawns upon us that what we are seeing are windows and doors 2 to 3 meters below the ground surface.
Yeah, Jason Starr.
Why are there windows and doors underground?
I'm telling you, this documentary is fucking good. I love this documentary. That's why I'm playing it. I want it on my channel. I want the whole thing. The whole thing on my channel. This shit covers everything. It gets really good. You just got to give it time. It starts off slow because he's setting the stage, but it's going to blow your mind. If you haven't seen this whole thing yet, it's going to blow your mind. You need to just sit back, smoke a joint, relax. You know what? Let's take a smoke break. All right, let's give it a break for a second. Let's take a smoke break. All right, it's 4:20. It's time to shoot the moon. It's time to all right, let's do this. All right. We gotta chop it up.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon. Shoot the moon! Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone. Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
smoke.
Ho, ho, ho.
The plan might be too expensive. Over here getting new advances, while you over there doing dances. Show you how to move like a dance step. A simple nod of the head can get your man slept. Foreign whip with a foreign bit, bumping foreigner. Shooter got a bag for a body like the coroner. Told him follow my lead, I'm the forerunner. In New Orleans, but I sound like a northerner. We the truth like Sojourner. Been out the loop like 4 summers. Back in the booth doing more numbers. Taking out any oncomers. You were smart, you get a song from us, bitch.
Yo, I'm sick and tired of your trash rhymes. You need to leave the mic alone, I'ma tell you for the last time. Fully automatic, ready to discharge. Your baby mom's filling up my fridge with her wick card. I got game and I stay with a thick broad. Money and drugs in a container at the shipyard. My style is aggressive. This a murder message. I hold burners to serve purpose and murder peasants. Slide off and flee the scene with the heat smoking. Kick a nigga in his ass till my feet broken. You couldn't win, nigga, keep hoping. Got your grandmother frying me chicken while she deep throating. Your whole rap style is delicate. You soft, so I be insulting your intelligence. In my closet, it's a whole lot of skeletons. Cause it's the only place where I'm hiding evidence.
Taste the product like cotton, yayo. Pass the chronic like hot potato. I'm in charge like I'm Scott Baio. Gotta win, we cannot fail. Clock bell, size of whales on them lock scales. Kill your dogs like some foxtails. They going down like a prop fail. Get them smothered like oxtail. Get your cap peeled back like a hell L. Sending packs through the snail mail.
Come on. That's a grip of the serpent. That's the words of a liar. As I search to acquire the fire, first to inspire me to curse in each verse with the ire. You're witnessing the rebirth of the fighter. Need to do some research on a spider. Feet first with the bugs in my web, and I had madness on my mind. Doing drugs up at 7, throwing slugs up at heaven. Scorching from the flame of the hellfire burning. I'm an orphan of the game. Purple rain leaking, black coffin in my vein. I can see my sanity encircling the drain. Flush with the rush of the pills crushed up in my well. Am I still fucked up? Tell me where's the plug? It's so bad I'd have pulled it. A car out of fuel, I'm a gad out of bullets. I'm gone.
I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me around to get out though. Cause we cutthroat. But above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane. I flame on, cause the line that goes straight to the brakes. You crash dummies. Wipe the mud up off my face. Watch the sun shine down on me. Risen from the ashes, swinging for the fence with a bat named Lucille, like Walking Fucking Dead. Pop the trunk, I'm fed up. From the street to bedlam. Murder, murder, red rum. Drill a beat like Ted Bundy. I've been at this shit forever, man, for oh so long. Trying to paint a perfect picture with the tools that I got. Or maybe it's the death of my pops in a box full of ashes. Passing around like a souvenir, asking me questions about him. The tension keeps stacking. The fact of the matter is I'm just a bastard. Now fuck what you talking, I've heard it 1,000 times. Back on my mind, I had thought about suicide. Walk with my head up, but egg just to crack a smile. Dealt with the hurt and the anger keep coming out. I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me around to get out though. Cause we cutthroat, but above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane, I flame on. Cut the line and go straight to the brakes, you crash dummies.
No. Get the fuck out of here. You're fired. No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got a fighting chance. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Shot Helio up for later. Flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta from the metaverse, playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up, insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff, I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough, the last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat, so now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
Hold on a sec.
Cash on a Friday, it's payday. Motherfuckers don't wanna pay rate. Fuck around and lay your ass out with the AK. I love the way it's phrased. It's A-okay with that on pray. Chill, man, you don't even own a gun. I'm just having a little homeless fun, but I'm not the homeless one. I need to get back to the lab, back to the booth. I know it makes you mad, but motherfucker, it's the truth. I'll go and knock it out like a jab to the tooth. I'll zap you on the roof, waiting for the train in the rain. I think I'm going insane. It's a service, but it never came. I think the T is playing games.
Every day's just the same shit, different toilet. Call it what you wanna call it, so people keep it crawling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap. Watching my back, watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Yo, when I'm in the crosswalk, stop us like my hot cock. 4 cops just got the top blown off in a Seattle coffee shop. And my bills, they fucking pop drops. I'm ready to speak about my crazy plan. You know the one when I never raised my hand. At the meetings I went to and made it in Framingham. You'll hit it cause raise the man. I was on drugs when I made it, man. I get the small like a grain of sand. All it was that I wanted to make a band of nasty rap artists. And I made it, man. Real recognized plan.
Every day's just the same shit, different toilet. Call it what you wanna call it, so people keep it crawling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap. Watching my back, watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Hit it for your jaw, here we are, get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Hit it for your jaw, here we are. Get it, get it, hit it for your, hit it for your, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it for your jaw, here we are. Get it, get it, get it.
What is this that we see in our cities? Natural soil accumulation over time? Geologists have never been able to ascribe a consistent value to worldwide natural topsoil accumulation, because it is impossible. Some regions of our realm experience consistent topsoil accumulation, whereas other regions actually experience consistent erosion. Many historians and archaeologists have noted that many cities over the centuries have been destroyed through war and natural phenomena such as earthquakes, volcanic ash, and flooding. Aren't these just the layers of previous civilizations? No, they are not. We see over and over again whole floors of buildings consistent with the architecture existing above the layer of ground.
There's no one on this planet that can stop me.
You You see, what lies beneath is not the unfamiliar traces of previous generations, but of the same generation that built these structures. And once you really see this kind of sunken, buried infrastructure that exists in such prevalence across our world, you can never unsee it. We see that the foundations of old churches are actually the original first floors with consistent entrances and windows. We see mosaics unearthed. We see pillars, columns and arches that were originally much larger, and it was the layer of soil that reduced their size, as if they weren't big enough to begin with. And like with the 1964 earthquake in Nagata, Japan, we also find many so-called ancient structures that are leaning. As if at some point, the soil beneath these structures loosened and liquefied. We have the Sahersen Church Tower and Our Dear Lady at the Mountain Church Tower in Germany, the Tiger Hill Pagoda in China, the Leaning Tower of Neveyansk in Russia, the Leaning Temple of Huma in India, Oudkirk in the Netherlands, the Tower of Zaragoza in Spain, and, of course, the Tower of Pisa. The official liars of the world try to justify the buried and tilting structures we see, filling our heads with stories of antiquity and ever-changing geology. But it becomes trickier for them when we turn our attention to America. If we are to believe their narrative, then all of the buildings we see in 19th century photographs of the burgeoning American cities are newly constructed. Why do we see famous structures, such as the Washington Capitol building, with consistent infrastructure that buries very deep into the ground? And again, the inconsistencies do not add up. Why would an underdeveloped people waste resources, energy, and time constructing the foundations of the Capitol building to be consistent with the column style we find above the surface? The foundations did not have to feature columns. Columns, we are told, are a stylistic choice, not a functional one. So why would they do this? In a nutshell, they wouldn't. We see images that suggest that the people of the 19th century were actually concerned with moving a lot of the vast amount of mud we see, leveling the ground and excavating existing structures. The consistency and prevalence of buried architecture across our realm indicate that whatever happened was a worldwide event, despite regional differences in natural topsoil accumulation and erosion. And there is no official narrative explanation that justifies the buried architecture we see. No explanation provided to justify the amount of mud we see in 19th century photographs of our cities. On the roads, mud piles from clearing, the roads uneven, the land ravaged, but the architecture grand, perfect, and intact. applauded by literary scholars for his use of fog as an opening simile and metaphor to paint a portrait of London as a corrupted hub amidst burgeoning industrialization. Many often overlook that Charles Dickens's 1852 novel Bleak House actually opens with a different image. London, Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in Lincoln's Inn Hall. Implacable November weather, as much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth. Liquefaction caused havoc across Christchurch and the Garter. But these were isolated earthquake events, and only portions of each city were affected. It is not possible for there to have been huge, simultaneous earthquakes around the world during a similar period. Or is it? Even Wikipedia tells us that liquefaction can occur naturally or artificially, from an earthquake or other sudden change in stress condition. Even if this was the case, we do not see the same structural damage to the buildings in the 19th century like we do in cases such as Christchurch and the Garter. Most of the buried architecture we see is intact. It has either sunken or the ground level has been raised at least 3 meters, sometimes in a uniform manner, and other times partially buried in rolling mud hills, as if there were huge landslides. The strange case of the buried architecture provides the following conclusions: that what lies beneath are not the remains of previous civilizations. More often than not, the buried structures are consistent with the architecture we see above ground, that the structures are much larger than originally suspected, and therefore they are even more of a construction impossibility for a Victorian generation of horse and cart, and those existing before them. That natural topsoil accumulation and soil liquefaction are not satisfactory explanations for what we see here. Whatever took place had to be something much larger and widespread, such as a natural or artificial earthly cataclysm of sorts. As many of the photographs show, many citizens of the 1800s were responsible for moving much of the mud, leveling the ground, and excavating buildings, which suggests that whatever happened had happened very recently in their past. The complete absence of a reasonable mainstream justification for the buried architecture we see suggests that the controllers of our realm are deliberately trying to hide whatever happened. And what of the deserted cities we see in the earlier photographs? If these cities were truly empty, then we must ask why. We must also ask how all the people got there in the end. In the space of 30 or so years, we see a city go from barren to bustling. Interestingly, it is Charles Dickens and 19th century literature more generally that offers some clues. 2 central themes run throughout 19th century Victorian literature: that of marriage and female chastity, and that of orphans and adoption. Many of the fictional characters we've come to love over the years are orphans. We have Oliver Twist and Pip from Great Expectations. We have little orphan Jane Eyre and Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights. We have Mowgli from The Jungle Book, Cosette from Les Miserables. We have Heidi, Rapunzel, Peter Pan, Snow White. We have Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn and Anne of Green Gables. And these books were of their time, as far as orphan prevalence goes. The only issue is that these novels romanticize the orphan as a figure dislocated from society by default, and therefore pave their life's path as one of unforeseen opportunity. This was not reality. The theme of marriage and chastity that we find in so many 19th century literary works, such as those by Jane Austen, the Brontes, George Eliot, Dickens, Thomas Hardy, Leo Tolstoy, Victor Hugo, and more, was nothing more than carefully disguised, well-written propaganda. with the sole purpose to solidify and justify a social value framework that would separate children from their mothers. Children born outside of marriage or wedlock were regarded as illegitimate, meaning they did not have a legal status. Illegitimate children was a serious stigma throughout the 19th century. The majority of employers would not hire women with an illegitimate child. Many unwed mothers with illegitimate children ended up without a home, in poor health, starving, exhausted. Their only place of refuge would be the workhouse, where they would carry out the most unpleasant duties. In some places, women with illegitimate children were singled out and had to wear a special uniform, which alerted everyone to their status as an unmarried mother or fallen woman. A vast amount of orphanages and foundling institutions were established. This is the London Foundling Hospital that was very active in the 19th century. Look at the size of it. Charles Dickens was obsessed with this place. Inspiration, they say. The official narrative tells us that an estimated 4,500 women handed over their children to this huge building. But this was just one institution. Wikipedia gives us a partial list of over 64 orphanages that were founded in the UK during the 19th century. The list is only partial. The peculiar case of the vast amount of parentless children in the 19th century is well documented by many researchers. And most of them agree it is almost impossible to establish figures that really do justice to just how many orphans there were during this period. Their footprint did not enter the record books. It formed in the mud and was then washed away. It wasn't just the UK. This was a worldwide phenomenon. New York City had 4 foundling asylums alone that processed thousands of children annually. By the beginning of the 20th century, Italy was reporting 32,000 children per year. Spain and Portugal were reporting 15,000 annual foundlings. Before 1860, 374,000 recorded infants were processed by the asylums in Milan, Naples, and Florence alone. Historian David L. Ransell states that Moscow was receiving between 16 and 18,000 infants annually by the 1880s, and sending over 10,000 of these each year to outlying villages for care. In 1882, there were all told 41,720 foundlings from the Moscow home living with 32,000 foster families, scattered throughout 4,418 villages. A dozen villages had over 90 fosterings each. One thing that is often overlooked is that there were a series of laws passed in the 1800s, making it almost impossible for unwed mothers to keep their babies. The 1833 Poor Law Reformation introduced bastardy clauses that shifted the entire responsibility for the illegitimate child onto the mother. Social stigma meant that she would not be able to provide care for her child and would be forced to hand them over to the authorities, or worse. Advertisements for adoption or nurse care became popular in newspapers. And, as many scholars have pointed out, these were a front for what was termed baby farmers, or paid murder. As Dorothy L. Haller states, the adverts may have been misleading to the general public, but read like a coded message to unwed mothers. No references are asked for, and none are offered. The sum of 15 shillings a week to keep an infant or a sickly child was inadequate, and a sickly child and an infant under 2 months were the least likely to survive, and the cheapest to bury. Infants were taken, no questions asked, and it was understood that for £12, no questions were expected to be asked. The transaction between the mother and the baby farmer usually took place in a public place, on public transportation, or through a second party. No personal information was exchanged. The money was paid, and the transaction was complete. The mother knew she would never see her infant alive again. Most children, however, were not murdered, but were dropped off at the doorsteps of orphanages or the workhouse. All children taken into these institutions were given entirely new identities. They were provided for with shelter, food, and clothing temporarily, and then sent off to workhouses or another location. Photographs in the 19th century were scarce, but towards the end of the century, we see more photographs, and the last continent to experience such mass exodus of orphans was the United States. And it is here that we see evidence of the orphan trains. The first group of these orphans arrived in Michigan in 1854, and from that moment on, the movement shipped hundreds of thousands of children across the states until it ended in 1929. Officially, there were over 97 institutions involved in orphans and orphan trains in the 19th century. And again, this was not just the United States. Annie McPherson will go down in history as a woman who scammed more than 100,000 foundlings and shipped them from the United Kingdom to Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa, and even to the outer edges of the earth in Australia, so that they could be sold into child labor. Why do we see so many photographs of orphans in workhouses? Why are they working with machinery created for adult use? Were there not enough adults during this time to carry out this work? And then there is the strange case of the burgeoning American amusement parks at the turn of the 20th century. In addition to rides and exhibits, many of these parks featured an unusual attraction: infantoriums. Visitors of these parks could stroll around with ice cream and swing by these stations, a visit equivalent to that of a fully functional neonatal intensive care unit, complete with incubators filled with sleeping, premature babies. History has been kind to Martin Cooney. Touted as a hero, Cooney was the German mind behind the incubators. His first encounter with premature babies, we are told, was at the 1896 World's Fair. He knew immediately that the exhibition would save babies' lives. The technology to keep premature babies alive was expensive, and he knew the public would pay to see the babies in incubators. He would charge an entrance fee at the amusement parks to generate funds to help these babies live. Nurses tended to the babies as an enraptured public looked on. Like any other amusement, the premature baby exhibits included carnival barkers who tried to lure the public to come and see the babies. I don't know about you, but I find something very off about these incubators. Advertised as featuring living babies, a lot of the fairs where Cooney showed his babies also featured eugenics exhibitions. Eugenics is a field of corrupted pseudoscience that endorses selective breeding to improve the genetic quality of the human population. Eugenics was inspired by Darwinism and was a driving ideology that fueled the Nazis. Why are people paying to see living babies as if they had never seen a living infant before? Did people of the time not have their own babies? And where are these infants' parents? How did they have the technology in the 19th century to keep premature babies alive in such a way? Or is something off, once again, with the official narrative? There were 80,000 premature babies who were treated in these amusement park incubators. 80,000. The hundreds of thousands of orphans in the 19th century are just barely believable. Were women really that carefree? Did America even have the population numbers to justify 80,000 premature babies? We are not talking orphans here, but infants born prematurely. The narrative is not convincing or realistically fathomable. Where did these babies come from? More troubling is Cooney's background. As many historians have pointed out, he had no medical degree or training. His story is a very similar one of unconvincing philanthropy that we find surrounding some of our contemporary figures today that also do not have medical degrees. And then there is Marie Dressler, a Canadian silent film and Depression-era movie star. She adopted one of these incubator babies. Celebrities and adoption. The official narrative conveniently leaves this out of her story and tells us that she may have had a daughter who died as a small child. But the photographs suggest otherwise. Did she adopt her incubator baby at one of these fairs? Were the fairs a front for illicit adoption of premature babies? Even if they were premature, did that mean they had no parents? Who owned and was responsible for these parks? And what happened to the babies once they grew and left the incubators? If something feels eerily wrong about the entire narrative surrounding these parks and orphans, it's because we are not being told the truth. Why were there hundreds of thousands of parentless children in the 19th century? Where did they come from? They were relocated all over the world. Europe, America, Russia, Australia, Canada. Why? Especially when most still had a living parent. If pregnancy out of wedlock was such a social stigma that resulted in such trauma, why would so many people put themselves in that position in the first place? Did the government really care about social morality enough to pass laws? And all the effort to build and maintain orphanages and orphan relocation networks, would this not burden governmental finances and administration systems? It certainly would have. But you see, there was a greater purpose behind the government's worldwide agenda: repopulation. The social narrative of chastity was nothing more than propaganda and justification for stealing children. The reason we see empty cities in the early 19th century is because they were in fact empty, void of population. And the reason they are bustling 30 years later is because orphans were shipped into these cities to repopulate them. You see, in the early 19th century, there was a worldwide reset of sorts through depopulation and then repopulation. The people we see in these photographs did not build this architecture. They inherited it, along with a lot of mud. Not only did they inherit it without a clue as to what it actually was and who it belonged to, but they were unknowingly complicit in repurposing pretty much all of these structures. I know, none of this is making much sense at the minute. You are probably wondering why on earth these cities were empty and full of mud. What happened that meant governments needed to repopulate the earth? And I know what you're thinking. This is all very intriguing, but what does this have to do with flat earth? You want to know more about the firmament, the sun and moon, and our stationary plane. Do not worry. Everything will become clearer as we continue our journey. The prevalent evidence of buried infrastructure, coupled with deserted cities and a burgeoning industry of orphans, is just a start. These are all necessary clues, hinting at some kind of cataclysm, but the real story hasn't truly begun yet. The stage had to be set first, and now it is ready. And even if you cannot see it yet, I know you feel it, viewer. The deserted cities, the buried architecture, and orphans all signal a looming darkness. There is a great black cloud in front of us, and I won't lie, we are heading right into the heart of it. And like I said before, we do not have much time. Come on, it's time for me to honor my promise and take you back to the future. Water, an inorganic, transparent, and odorless chemical substance that covers 70% of the known Earth's surface. It is the driving life force behind the carbon-based organisms that flourish on our Earth. It borders and separates our lands and collects and solidifies at the inner and outer regions of our flat, stationary realm. God should have sent a message to the inhabitants of Earth and been precise and told them to watch the water, to meditate on its function and natural laws, because in their time, a great deception would be cast over them, like a cold shadow of an unknown, nefarious king. And maybe God did send this message in the form of a flood, but its truth was mythologized and buried, and the lie propagated in spite of it. Rest in water does not curve and convex. The natural laws of a resting body of water insist that it takes the exact shape of the container it fills, and always finds and maintains a flat level. Resting water always rests flat. And watching the water when we sit at vantage points, when journeying above in planes, and before we take a sip from our drink, we must remember to never forget this law. Most of us instinctively understand the laws of water, and yet many continue their day-to-day willfully participating in the nonsensical, heliocentric hoax. But for us that know that our Earth is not a spinning planet in an infinite vacuum of space, the ones that have studied the sun diligently and realize that it is the sun that is moving and not the Earth, the ones that have plotted the illogical routes of flight paths on a globe model and concluded that the model is incorrect, the ones that know that the laws of density govern the rise and fall of objects and have studied vanishing points, the ones that have forsaken conventional telescopic lenses, pondered rainbows, sundogs, and the stars above us know that we reside within a dome firmament, and there exists water above us. And the ones that understand that our entire enclosed Earth system is governed by electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration that emanates from a central magnetic North Pole. We are the ones that scratch our heads and wonder how on earth we got in this heliocentric mess in the first place. And if meditating on the stars in the water beyond our firmament long enough, and on the electromagnetism, frequencies and vibrations that make them twinkle through so many shades of vibrant colors and geometric patterns, one might perhaps, just perhaps, ask, is there something more to electromagnetism? Something that has been missed or overlooked? Something untold or hidden? Electromagnetism is a fundamental force of Earth. The electromagnetic field takes the form of a torus in which all electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration flows. A toroid is a revolving surface that takes the shape of a donut. Toroidal inductors and transformers are central to generating electric energy. There are many ways in which electromagnetism can be produced. We've looked at some before. We know that a magnetic field can produce electricity, and that electricity can produce a magnetic field. It works both ways. Magnetism and electricity are inextricable. It is a dance of polarity. Electric charges either repel or attract each other. Magnetic poles attract or repel one another. For every North Pole, there is a corresponding South Pole. An electric current passing inside a wire creates a corresponding magnetic field outside of the wire. And an electric current is created in a loop of wire when it is moved toward or away from a magnetic field. Horseshoe magnets are powerful permanent magnets. Due to their shape, in which both magnetic poles are close together, a powerful, strong magnetic field is produced. The horseshoe magnet can also function as an electromagnet. The first ever electromagnet was invented in 1824, we are told, and was in the form of a horseshoe magnet. Its power was evident from the beginning. It weighed only 200 grams, but could lift 4 kilograms of iron. The key to the horseshoe magnet's power is the placement of its poles. You can see the magnetic field here, represented by the vector lines. If you look closely, you can see the concentration of the magnetic field is greater near the poles of the magnet. Since as far back as we can remember, we have been presented with and entertained ideas of the future. Not necessarily our future as individuals, but the future of humanity, technology, and society at large. Whether it is in the form of Hollywood movies, you know the ones, the action films, the science fiction sagas, and the animated kind, or literature, music, and art exhibitions. In these, we see our technology taken to its limits. Crafts fly, computers live, robots help out, holographic screens decorate every room. Cities continue to grow upward into dominating skylines. Some can teleport, and space travel is now possible and the accepted norm. Outside of fiction, we also have sobering documentaries telling us where we are heading, usually featuring narration by an old man, lamenting the unstoppable path we are on. It's all very serious. We are destroying our planet, the only one we have. And we have political parties, non-governmental organizations, and the trusted voices and scientific, award-winning geniuses sharing similar messages. And really, when you look closer at both the fiction and the alleged facts, they all share the same underlying premise and principles. We are becoming so technologically advanced that the planet we reside on is no longer enough, or can no longer sustain our activity. The advanced artificial intelligence systems, the flying crafts, the breakthroughs in cloning and medical beds mean that the natural world has suffered as a consequence. And depending on the type of genre you are entertaining, the solution is either 1. For humanity to perish as a result, perhaps destroyed by the very artificial intelligence systems it created in the first place, or perhaps by a natural, lung-choking virus that has mutated and is sweeping the earth to restore natural balance. Or 2, for humans to say goodbye to their lonely little blue ball and head off into space in search of a new home. But you see, there is no globular planet, and there is no space, and therefore all visions of the future are purely fictional, and not particularly innocent. What we don't see emphasized in these visions of the future, however, is the potential of electromagnetism to transform all human life, technology, and society. Which is strange when you consider that all life, and the Earth itself, is impossible without electromagnetism. Why wouldn't visionaries want to explore this in more detail? Could it be that they are not allowed to? Could it be that they are afraid of something? Afraid of us connecting one too many dots, perhaps? And again, horseshoe magnets can act as powerful electromagnets. If a civilization was to advance technologically through the use of electromagnetism, then the horseshoe magnet would certainly have a tremendous role to play in that development. Yes, it certainly would. And it certainly did. The horseshoe magnet. The Arc de Triomphe. Yes, one of the most powerful electromagnets ever constructed. Welcome to the future. Except it's the past. The future came and went, and we missed it. The magnificent architecture we see throughout our realm, in which the official liars and controllers of our world have termed historicist, neoclassical, Renaissance, Gothic, and so on, all belong to one whole unified civilization. A civilization so developed they had harnessed the power of electromagnetism to such a high degree that they not only built these huge structures, but also crafted them with utter finesse and beauty. A celebration of their own technological advancement. The structures were designed with the sole intention of harvesting and generating electromagnetic energy and distributing it across the world. Their cities, towns, an entire way of life ran and depended on the use of free, clean, and powerful electromagnetic energy. The energy was harnessed and collected from the ionosphere above our heads through the use of antennas, spires, domes, and towers. All the impossible structures we see today have been repurposed and rebranded by our controllers and the citizens of the 19th century. This is not a church. This is not a mosque. This is not a castle. And this is not a government building. These are generators, powerful and gargantuous. They would collect and generate the electromagnetic energy, which was then stored in huge power stations and distributed and redirected by sophisticated, advanced structures, one of which is a huge electromagnet, or what we've come to know as triumphal arches. The energy was stored in batteries and capacitors, such as towers and obelisks. All cities were constructed across our realm in the form of one big, interconnected power grid, much like a huge computer motherboard. I already know what you're thinking. What? He's finally lost it. He had us with Flat Earth, but this is just too much. I know. The backup programming is kicking in. But before you turn away to leave and cast aside your muddy boots, let me show you how it worked. As you know, we live on a flat stationary plane. At the center is a source of magnetism at the North Pole. And directly above this is Polaris, fixed at the central and highest point of a wondrous crystalline dome firmament. Beneath the firmament, different layers of atmosphere exist at different heights. The ionosphere starts at about 30 miles above Earth. It includes a thermosphere and the mesosphere. The ionosphere is an electrical atmosphere that is ionized by the sun's electromagnetism. It also forms the inner edge of the magnetosphere. I know, a lot of big words and abstract concepts. But you are familiar with this process and have been witness to it every day for the entirety of your lives. As you can see, the vials here contain molecular gases that are present in the atmosphere above us. When an electromagnetic source, such as a Tesla coil, is applied within close proximity of these gases, the coil's magnetic field ionizes or charges these gases, and the result is phosphorescent plasma. The gases become colorized. This is why our sky is primarily blue, because the sun's electromagnetic presence ionizes the atmosphere, and the result is colored plasma. When the sun is entering or exiting our region, or what the liars of the world call sunrise and sunset, we see a variety of color gradients due to its distance from the ionosphere above us. When the sun is no longer journeying above our region, the sky loses its color and we can see the stars in the firmament beyond. Although the official scientists designate the ionosphere as an atmospheric layer, it is actually an ethereal layer. Ether is the fabric or element that carries electromagnetism. It connects everything in. It is the fabric that makes the sun and moon and their concentric journey above our disk possible in the first place. Ether is the mysterious fifth element. It connects everything electromagnetically through vibrational energy. It is the glue, the web, the driving force behind absolutely everything. The four other elements, air, fire, water, and earth, only exist because of the ether. They are expressions of ether's vibrations. Cymatics is a good example of ether's presence. The frequencies fed through the Chladni plate make the sand or salt form precise and complex geometric shapes. The higher the frequency, the more complex the geometric pattern. But what is the conduit that takes the frequency's vibrations and allows the sand to take such shape? That is the ether at work. That's why we see fruits and vegetables that closely resemble cymatic patterns. It is the ether at work. All matter is ethereal, and the shape and form of that matter are different expressions of the ether, determined by frequency and vibration. Ether is the bridge between electromagnetic frequency and vibrational energy, and the form of matter itself. You could call it the Holy Spirit of God. The historical and scientific discourse of ether is a deliberately manipulated one. The enemy introduced the truth only to discredit and subsequently bury it. Some of the alleged figures of the past have written on ether. The so-called Aristotle called it the fifth element. James Clerk Maxwell, the so-called father of electromagnetism, spoke of the ether, stating, "In several parts of this treatise, an attempt has been made to explain electromagnetic phenomena by means of mechanical action, transmitted from one body to another by means of a medium occupying the space between them. The undulatory theory of light also assumes the existence of a medium. We have now to show that the properties of the electromagnetic medium are identical with those of the luminiferous medium. The medium he refers to here is the ether. Albert Einstein and others successfully solidified the heliocentric model through fraudulent schools of scientific thought. But even Einstein could not deny the presence of ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. In this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there would not only be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for the standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Even contemporary scientists, under the spell of heliocentrism, admit it is nonsensical to deny ether's existence. Today, the vacuum is recognized as a rich physical medium. A general theory of the vacuum is thus a theory of everything, a universal theory. It would be appropriate to call the vacuum ether once again. Returning to the ethereal ionosphere. As I said, this layer of ether above our heads is a constant sea of electromagnetism and is responsible for the colored plasma above that we call the sky. The source of its electromagnetism is the sun. It is because of this ionized layer that we get ionospheric lightning in the form of sprites, which in turn influence the thunderstorms below. An ion is a particle, atom, or molecule with a net electrical charge. Electricity is a continuous flow of ions. The electrolytes in our body are ionized. Everything is connected by electromagnetism and the ether. Our highly developed and sophisticated historical ancestors not only understood the workings of the ionosphere and the ether, but they had developed methods to masterfully harvest it as a fuel to power the entire Earth. And while the exact process by which they were able to extract the ether is deliberately hidden from us and remains unknown, the structural remains that humanity has since repurposed and reused as architecture offer us many clues as to how it all worked. The evidence is everywhere for those with eyes to see. And once you see it, it becomes so glaringly obvious that you'll kick yourself for never noticing in the first place. The matter is very complex, and it would take time to really flesh out. So for now, let's have a closer look at some of these structures, and I will introduce some basic concepts. As we continue our journey, we will explore everything in more detail. We see them everywhere. On top of all these magnificent structures, towers, spires, and pinnacles that rise into piercing antennas. It was through these complex antennas that the ether was harvested. You see, after the Great Reset of the 1800s, the enemy fractured the old world's unified understanding of God and created multiple religions to try and hide God and justify the existence of such grand and beautiful technological structures. And I know this may trigger some people, but stay with me, I will not let you down. But for now, it is critical to understand that a lot of the religious icons that adorn and make up these antennas were never indicators of different religions in the old world, nor were they intended to be. They signaled something else entirely. They are usually made from copper and gold. Both are excellent conductors of electricity. In many of the structures we call cathedrals, the symmetrical spikes on the pinnacles worked in a similar fashion, extracting ether from the ionosphere. Once harvested, the energy would inevitably have been drawn down into the top larger portion of these domed structures. When examining many of the interiors of these domes, we come to realize that they rely heavily on symmetrical ornamentation. This is achieved by indentation or cavities in the masonry. In the world of electromagnetism, a cavity resonator works through symmetry to produce oscillation or vibration of energetic particles. Symmetrical shapes force energetic particles or ions to vibrate in a constant manner. Is this why we see perfect symmetrical ornamentation within the ceiling of many domed structures? It no doubt sounds absurd, but the majority of these structures also feature a smaller type of cavity resonator, or what is more appropriately termed cavity magnetrons, that offer some clarity as to the real function of these structures. A cavity magnetron is a high-powered vacuum tube that generates microwaves using the interaction of a stream of ions with a magnetic field while in the cavity resonator. A magnetron operates through a hollowed, symmetrical vacuum. It emits powerful microwaves that can act as a source of free energy. If you break the symmetry or close the vacuum, it no longer functions. But can you see the resemblance? These structures were never intended to hold glass within them. The controllers added the stained glass to the rose windows to shut off the magnetron's function. They closed out instruments of free energy. And they are everywhere in these structures. Interestingly, if you look at the geometry of entire sections of the structures themselves, then it becomes very evident that they functioned in their entirety like a cavity magnetron to generate energy. All cavity magnetrons consist of a central heated circular metal chamber in which the current leaves, and it's called a cathode. Look at that word, cathode. Does it remind you of another word? Cathedral. Cathode. Like with everything else, they corrupt the truth and hide things in plain sight. The controllers removed most of the cathodes integral to these cavity magnetrons, but there are some structures today in which you can see traces of the old cathodes still present. The heavy reliance on symmetry and cavities within these structures is not coincidental. The symmetrical ornamentation would have worked in a similar manner, causing the energetic particles to vibrate in a constant manner. The flowers within the squares can be understood as similar to acoustic resonators, working to vibrate the ions. It is here that the energy would have been continually manipulated into vibrational and electromagnetic energy of specific frequencies. Really look at these magnificent acoustic resonators. Could you craft one of these by hand today? And at such height? Why would an underdeveloped people spend so much of their time crafting such perfect symmetrical ornamentation, especially if it had no function and was purely aesthetic? They wouldn't. The cavity resonators and magnetrons would have had to have worked in partnership with a central engine or reactor contained within all these structures. Both resonator and reactor are interesting words. Just like the words conductor, generator, creator, and the name Mercator, they all contain the word Tor within their linguistic structure. They hold a linguistic memory and pay homage to the torus or toroidal field. The torus is the flow of electromagnetism. Without this flow of energy, there would be no life on Earth. No one can really know for sure, but some have suggested that the engine was probably similar to a fusion reactor. The traces of these engines can be found within all of the larger generators. The empty shell of where the engine used to reside is usually, but not always, octagonal. It's been right in front of our faces the whole time. The controllers remove the engines, sometimes repurposing the space as baptistries and bandstands, sometimes just leaving the base either barren or attempting to cover them up. We see these octagonal structures in cathedrals, government buildings, mosques, and detached bandstands. And unless they have been repurposed, these structures seem to hold no overall function. They do not contribute to the overall structure. They appear superfluous and unnecessary. Theories have surfaced that the engines or central technological mechanism was similar to a tokamak. And while I do not subscribe to this idea, which will become evident as to why later in our journey, for now we will use it for illustrative purposes. A tokamak is a powerful device that uses a magnetic field to produce plasma in the form of a torus. The contemporary tokamaks we see are used in thermonuclear fusion power. The tokamak's toroidal field, in conjunction with the vibrating ions from the ether, would have produced a highly conductive electromagnetic field of gases called plasma, just like our sun and ionosphere. If those of the old world used anything closely resembling a tokamak's capability, then the result would have been an abundance of free, powerful, clean electromagnetic energy that could fuel entire cities and the entire Earth. These were never churches, cathedrals, castles, and parliament buildings. They were all huge engine generators. The controllers invented labels and terms such as Renaissance, Greco-Roman, and so on to describe the style of these structures. But as you can see, all these magnificent, impossible structures all share the same fundamental structural principles and design, despite location, time period, and cultures. And this is because they were created with the sole purpose of generating energy. And just because these structures were never used for prayer and worship does not mean they were not holy sites. The civilizations of the past had a relationship with the Source and the Holy Spirit, or the Ether, like no other. And they paid homage, reverence, and thanks to it by constructing their generators with such splendor and beauty. And not only that, but they constructed the entirety of their structures, statues, and ornamentation in reverence of this gift, in reverence of the energy production that made their way of life possible in the first place. The laurel wreath, which the satanic controllers have corrupted in their appropriation of the symbol and redesignation of it to represent Apollo and Lucifer, is, in fact, a toroidal coil. And we see the toroidal coil throughout the old world's infrastructure, as simultaneously having both a function and a celebration of this function. Electromagnetic coils are electrical conductors. They are used in applications where electric current interacts with a magnetic field. In devices such as generators, motors, inductors, and transformers. Most coils take the form of a toroidal coil or spiral. Wire coils are used in conjunction with a magnet to produce powerful electromagnetism. The more turns of the wire, the stronger the magnetic field. Coils generate vortexes, which in turn create an electromagnetic field. It's all one interconnected system. And we see it everywhere. This is what columns and rotundas were used for. Powerful coils to generate electromagnetism and carry the current in loops. The torus is found at the base of pretty much every column found throughout our realm. It is everywhere. Look at the movement of electricity through a wire and the simultaneous magnetic field it produces. This is exactly the shape of a column. And we see this present in all of these gigantic and meticulously crafted columns. This is why we see the magnetic field represented at the top of a lot of columns. It's the movement of the ions in the magnetic field. It's the movement of the toroid and the toroidal vortex. As you saw, coils of copper wire are essential in electrifying the magnet. And I know what you want to say. That's great, but the columns and other structures you are referring to are made of stone. But you see, all of these impossible structures are made from a mixture of stone and metal. They used iron bars in their construction. Iron is magnetic.
You might be asking yourself, can you actually create high-quality live streams for free? Well, with StreamYard, the answer is yes. StreamYard allows you to live stream up to 20.
These iron rods run throughout the stone infrastructure and are complemented with copper and gold roofing. Copper and gold are strong conductors of electricity. Often we find entire statues, arches, domes, and roofing made from a distinctive blue copper. Furthermore, the limestone, granite, and dolomite stone is mixed with crystal silicon, or quartz. Quartz has strong electric potential. The colonnades and arches we see everywhere were at once integral components to the overall electromagnetic infrastructure, while also constructed in geometric forms that mirror the flow of electromagnetic energy, such as coil loops, horseshoe magnetic fields, and toroidal vortexes. As with everything else constructed in the old world, they were both functional and crafted as a homage to that function. A lot of ethereal energy was stored in structures constructed from red bricks and concrete. Red bricks and concrete are excellent conductors of electricity. They operated as huge capacitors or batteries. According to new research, red bricks can be converted into energy storage units that can be charged to hold electricity, like a battery, and can store energy until required for powering devices. The key to this battery-like function inherent within red brick is the iron oxide. The development and use of red brick is so important, and we will be returning to this subject much later in our journey. The really big red brick power stations and batteries were designated and recognizable by their white stripes, such as St Pancras Railway Station in London, and many other famous structures. We still carry this red and white stripe designation of power stations today, and it is also an indicator for the magnet. Some were constructed of blue, black, and brown with white stripes. Towers, obelisks, and small clock towers functioned as the intermediate capacitors or batteries to store, distribute, and provide energy throughout the grid. The entire flat realm Earth was connected as one whole grid, a complex interconnected system of free energy production, distribution, and consumption. And this entire grid was destabilized and deactivated somewhere between the 17th and 19th century. Power grids like this do not function on a spherical mass. Our historical ancestors knew that the Earth they walked upon was flat. This type of futuristic technological advancement is the result of a civilization knowing exactly what type of Earth they lived upon. They were not subject to the same satanic deceptions and abuses as we are. They were not raised believing they existed on a lonely, globular rock spinning in the vacuum of space. The true, ethereal, electromagnetic properties of the Earth were not hidden from them. They knew there was a domed firmament above their heads. They studied it, they imitated its properties, and understood its central relationship with the entire ethereal existence of electromagnetism. They revered the magnificence of its craft, and showed utmost gratitude to the source, to God, and the ethereal Holy Spirit for giving them everything they needed. Look. Domes. Have you seen anything as overwhelmingly exquisite as this before? How have we lived our entire lives and not seriously considered the impossibility of these structures? How have we lived our entire lives walking amongst the skeletons of the future long forgotten? I know this is all a lot to take in. And I know that the picture has not formed properly in your mind yet. It is hard to imagine an interconnected electromagnetic power grid of this size across the Earth. And the technical nature of electromagnetism doesn't help. And I know that you're full of questions. Who were these people or beings that built these structures? Where did they go? And why were the power grids deactivated? What about all the religious iconography and art we see inside of the cathedrals and mosques? What about all the histories and photographs we have of the construction of these structures? What about the Romans and the Greeks? What about some of the grand mosques that have been constructed in recent times? And if what you're telling me is true, then how did they distribute and store all of this energy like you say? Was it similar to our Wi-Fi and radio signals? We will get to all of these in good time. We have barely scratched the surface. But for now, it is the last question that is important. How did they distribute and store all of this energy? And in what form? For you see, our sophisticated historical ancestors did something that we, as a society, have come to neglect. They watched the water, and they watched it closely, right here on Earth and up above, beyond the firmament. Come on, let me show you. Tip-tap goes the rain, spitting on my window pane. Drip, drip from the trees, Sodden, earthy, and soggy leaves. Splosh, splash, puddle pools, jumping on their way to schools. Onomatopoeia. The formation or use of words that imitate the sounds associated with the object, or actions they refer to. The property of a word of sounding like what it represents. Water has many. The interdependent relationship between water and sound is so fundamental to our connection and understanding of water. The rain patters and drums, the waves roar, the brook murmurs and whispers, the puddles of mud squelch, that it is intrinsically woven into the very linguistic code of our language. Many have explored the powerful connection between sound and water. We have Masaru Emoto and his study exploring the impact of sound on the molecular structure of water. We have those that like to play around with cymatics. There is Peter Davey, a saxophone player who invented a device that boils water with sonic waves. The innovative use of sound coupled with water seems to have no end. So much so that in recent times, biologists are discovering that ultrasonic water can even treat the most resistant of infections and heal wounds at rapid pace. And in a future where electromagnetism was harnessed with the utmost innovation, water, sound, and frequency had to have a major role to play. And of course it did. They wanted us to know that it did. And not just the water here on Earth. They were telling us to look up and above. They wanted us to know that what they had achieved right here on Earth was only possible because they had studied what existed above. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. Some criticize the King James translation of the Bible for its use of the word firmament. But in the original Hebrew, the word is rakia, which translates directly as firmament. In the New International Version, it is called the vault. In the English Standard Version, it is an expanse. In the Good News Translation, it is dome. What is important, however, is that in all translations, and in the original Hebrew, the notion of the firmament or vault separating the waters above from the waters below does not change and remains consistent. There is water above our realm. The telescope is an interesting instrument, both at once an apparatus for discovery and simultaneously a weapon of deceit. There are two primary types of telescope, the refractor and the reflector. A refractor uses an objective lens, usually a convex lens, and a reflector utilizes a single or a combination of curved mirrors to reflect light and form an image. Many reflector telescopes use either a concave mirror or a parabolic mirror. This is what a reflection looks like in these mirrors. The eyes we were born with, and which we see the world through, are convex lenses. We do not witness the world through curved mirror reflections. This is Jupiter, as seen through a reflecting Newtonian telescope. And despite the slight spherical distortion caused by the reflected mirrors, this is still not what NASA has shown us. Your mind immediately sees a planet, because you have been programmed, since birth, to associate an image like this with the notion of a planet. Just in the same way you associate the moon with a ball of rock by default. But as you can see here, both refracting and reflecting telescopes produce images similar to the Nikon P900. The Nikon lenses have been criticized by some astronomers as lacking the power to really see the luminaries above. But as you can see here, there is not much difference between the Nikon and both types of telescope. And in each we see that Jupiter is radiating some kind of light of its own. Both amateur and professional astronomers present footage such as this. But look what happens next. The astronomers here are using imaging processing software to turn their raw images and footage, which display a circular object in the sky above us radiating its own light, into a NASA-style planet. And this type of doctored, processed image is not what we see with our own eyes through these lenses. I am not saying that this is deliberate deception. Astronomy is a practice of its own. But it is very important to never confuse the highly edited images and footage we receive with reality. And it is also worth being mindful of those that are being very manipulative. They are usually the astronomers with the paid sponsorship from magazines and websites. It is also important to note that what we call planets are not actually planets. They are wandering stars, and all of the wandering stars are of a similar nature to the moon. Unlike the rest of the stars above our firmament, their course and journey above us is not fixed and consistent. Their paths deviate from the concentric paths that the rest of the stars consistently make around Polaris. And the reason for this is because they are not located within the waters beyond the firmament. They are very different, and their function is way more occult, and their significance to life here on Earth much more important than we realize. We will be returning to the true nature of the so-called planets and moon later. Back to the waters. Arcturus is one of the brightest stars in the sky. Here is Science magazine's artistic impression of the star. And now here is Arcturus as seen through a refracting telescope. There is no resemblance. What we see through this telescope footage is really similar to what we see when you zoom in on the stars above with a powerful Nikon camera. Many criticize the refracting telescope because it can produce chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration is a failure of the lens to focus all color to the same point. The result can be purple fringing, and we see that here. Photographs can suffer from chromatic aberration. Interestingly, the Nikon does not produce the same chromatic aberration when zooming in on Arcturus. Therefore, you could say that the Nikon is actually more reliable and stable. Through both the telescopic lens and the Nikon, Arcturus is pulsing, shifting, rippling. It is dancing geometry. Many will jump up from their seats and exclaim, it's because of atmospheric distortion and light pollution. It's because Arcturus is so far away. But if it is atmospheric distortion, then why do all the stars display their own unique geometry and light patterns? They should all distort in a unified, consistent manner. It is not atmospheric distortion. The stars are pockets of sonoluminescence in the water above. They are self-illuminating, radiating their own light and frequencies in the waters above. Our own convex-lensed eyes tell us that there is some kind of water above. We see it in the stars and when rockets accidentally hit the firmament. And, like I said before, just because the so-called planets or wandering stars and the moon appear spherical does not mean they are. They are not synonymous with the stars in the water beyond. They are something else entirely. Our advanced predecessors wanted us to watch the stars. They wanted us to understand that electromagnetic vibration and frequency produced pockets of sonoluminescence in the waters above. They were pointing it out because they wanted us to know that water was the key to unlocking the real potential of electromagnetic energy. They wanted us to know that once harnessed, the ethereal electromagnetic energy could be fused with water, so it could be stored and distributed. And once produced, the water could be manipulated, enhanced, and elevated to a level of new possibilities through the use of vibration, frequency, and sound itself. Their civilization depended on the industry of what we will call the living waters. Their technological advancement enabled them to transform the entire Earth into a power grid. But this grid was only possible because of water. The civilization of the future was an electromagnetic water world. Canals are no great secret. They are found everywhere across our realm, both the great and the small. Most of the great canals around our Earth are connected to the ocean. Salt water is an excellent conductor of electricity. Sodium chloride is ionized. We have the Corinth Canal, connected to the Aegean Sea. We have the Panama Canal that connects both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The Suez Canal connects with the Mediterranean Sea. And there is the Volga-Don Canal, connecting the Azov Sea, Caspian Sea, and Black Sea with the major oceanic networks. All of the canals built before the 1920s were not built by us or those in the history books. We inherited them. And while the official narrative tells us that the Volga-Don was finished during the 1950s, its construction actually began back in the 16th century. All narratives surrounding the construction of these canals is purely fabricated, and I will show you how much later in our journey. Once you start paying attention, it becomes very evident that most continents and countries feature a combination of canals and rivers that span the entirety of the land itself. The citizens of the old world utilize the oceans and rivers to create a grid of interconnected waterways to provide water to all of their areas of habitation. In order to pass difficult sections and keep the supply going, they would build aqueducts and viaducts. Sometimes these were constructed with the purpose of energizing the water as it passed through and into different areas, and that is why many were designed with symmetrical archivolt structures. The Romans did not build these structures. The entire infrastructure of so many cities found across our realm are designed around canal systems. Look at Amsterdam from above. The precise geometric grid lines here are not roads. They are canals, and the sole purpose was to supply water from one area to another. The water was stored and manipulated for a variety of purposes in reservoirs, water towers, pumping stations, cisterns, and other structures. The water also functioned to provide necessary balance. A complex grid of electromagnetic production, distribution, and consumption would generate a lot of heat and magnetism. Water provided not only a balance of diamagnetism, but also ensured the entire grid did not overheat. When looking at all the magnificent generators and other instruments of power from the old world, we can always find water nearby, or the remains of water storage. Sometimes this is hidden primarily underground. Many do not realize that many so-called Victorian cisterns and reservoirs run very far under a lot of our cities, and other times it is a central characteristic feature of these structures, an example of which is what the controllers have redesignated as castle moats. The electromagnetic water grid was not just an energized version of what we are already familiar with in our cities and towns. It was much, much, much more. It was way more magnificent, impressive, and futuristic than we could even imagine. The grid was connected to central, bigger power stations, or what is more appropriately termed star stations. Sometimes these were isolated stations, and other times they comprise entire cities. We are going to have to fly to a higher altitude for this. I need to show you. Hold on tight now and keep your eyes open. Look.
The more we get together, the happier we'll.
The sole existence, let alone construction, of these star structures is almost beyond our comprehension. As you saw, they are found everywhere across our realm, with undeviating geometric consistency. A wondrous impossibility. Perhaps they had some kind of technology that allowed them to view huge areas of land from above while planning and building. They were never forts. That is a fairy tale invented by our controllers. The stunning geometric precision and symmetry of the star structures would most likely have functioned to enhance the power of the generators and to etherize the water, or turn the water into living, energized water. We can see from comparing some of these ruined sites, and some left a little more intact, that water would have been present throughout the structure. Before the controllers destroyed and drained most of these structures, they were full of water, They were connected to rivers and canals and the oceans. They were a key component of the entire power grid. The star structures are fractals of symmetrical geometry, just like many of the ceilings of these huge energy generators. And, like the acoustic cavity magnetrons and resonators, the symmetrical sharp diagonal walls would have caused the ions to perpetually vibrate. Old plans and illustrations, which have no doubt been edited or manipulated in some way or another, offer suggestion as to how complex, integrated, and essential the star geometry was to the entire grid. Look at Paris here. It isn't obvious at first glance, but upon closer inspection, we come to realize that the entirety of Paris was itself a star station, or a star city. And like with everything else constructed in the old world, these structures were at once functional and a celebration of the source of their innovation. Look closer at the star geometry here. Can you see the resemblance? The snowflake. Do you remember what happened in Masaru Emoto's experiment on water? Ethereal vibration expressing itself through water's molecular structure. Those of the old world had perfected this science. They knew the key to releasing electromagnetism's potential was through sound and water. Just imagine what they were able to achieve. Sound, vibration, and frequency was just as integral to the success of their technology as water was. Those of the old world did not hide their adoration for sound. Traces of this love for sound are everywhere. These structures were literally instruments of power. Or as the so-called Goethe put it so succinctly elsewhere, music is liquid architecture. Architecture is frozen music. This is why so many generators, capacitors, power stations, and intermediates feature holes, pediments, dentils, indentations, and complex 3D ornamentation. They were structural openings to manipulate sound waves, the vibrations and acoustics, so they could tune the electromagnetic energy in conjunction with the water in a variety of ways to achieve different results. They were similar to the aerophone instruments such as the flute, the pipe, the recorder, the bassoon, and the trumpet. The old world revered the geometry of the star because it was through the study of the stars in the waters above that they learned the power of fusing electromagnetism, vibration, and frequency with water itself. They all work harmoniously and in concert with one another. This interconnected and interdependent energetic relationship is what makes the stars and all life itself possible in the first place. Look a little closer at the dancing geometry of the sonoluminescent stars beyond the firmament. Do they remind you of something else? That's right, all of the magnetrons, or what we've come to call rose windows, were designed to mirror the cymatic patterns of ether's vibrations in water itself. Artist Tanya Harris was onto something in 2013 when she turned her attention to studying and recording the silent resonant frequency of churches. By placing water inside of a loudspeaker, she was able to discover the hidden geometry of these resonant frequencies. The results showed that even the silence within these structures produced strong cymatic patterns. And again, can you see the resemblance? Others have applied the same technique and studied the cymatic patterns displayed when bells chimed within the structures. Look at the patterns. Magnetrons. This is why so many magnificent rose windows resemble cymatic patterns so closely. This is why they look like the petrified pulsations of a star. The entire ceilings of many cathedrals also mirror this sacred cymatic geometry. This is why so many of the structures contain huge bells and chiming clocks. The tolling bells would emit powerful vibrations and frequencies and influence an entire area's water supply. The sound would influence the molecular structure of the water, which was then used for a variety of purposes. And that's not all. Many of these structures also housed another wonder of the world, the king of sound, the organ. Have you ever stopped to look at some of the great organs before? These were not constructed by ordinary people in the 19th, 18th, 17th, and 16th centuries. Like the structures they reside in, they are a marvel of elegance and majesty. The most powerful sound instrument in the world. The specific organ sound waves of low and high frequencies would no doubt have enabled those of the old world to manipulate the ethereal energy in ways they saw fit. The magnetron rose windows that would not have contained glass would amplify these sound waves, which in turn would influence the molecular structure and properties of the etherized living water. Organs would have had multiple uses, perhaps providing entire towns with specific resonant frequencies for good health and prosperity. The specific functions of the organ have been deliberately hidden and withheld from our knowledge. Interestingly, the official history states that the first organs of the world were water organs, in which the power source pushing the air is derived by water from a natural source or by a manual pump. No doubt a deceptive half-truth disguising the instrument's true interaction with water. And like I said before, most of these structures had areas nearby to store and hold large quantities of water. Many of the structures feature underground cavities or huge cisterns, some of which have been drained and some kept intact. Sometimes the cistern was located apart from and outside of the structure. The controllers have redesignated many of these areas as Roman baths. That's why Bath Cathedral in England is located right next to the Roman baths. The water was also stored in red brick power stations, capacitors, or water towers. Open rectangular sites, reservoirs, wells, and step wells. This is why step wells were constructed with precise geometric patterns. Again, the symmetrical structures here work to encourage oscillation or vibration of the ions. They kept the water electromagnetically charged, and the aqueducts and viaducts would have worked in a similar fashion. It is likely that a lot of the huge electromagnets we see scattered across our realm would have actually straddled passing water, much like we see on the Volga-Don Canal, even though it's unlikely that the Volga Arch is original, and that many roads themselves were constructed during the Great Reset. It is likely that the inheritors of the 19th century were instructed to drain and fill many of the tributaries that once carried water. That's why we see drained castle moats and star stations. Perhaps that's what a lot of the surplus mud we see during this period was used for. Perhaps a lot of homes and buildings were constructed with underground chambers to store their own personal supply of living water, and these areas were destroyed, filled in, and forever hidden with vast amounts of mud during the 19th century. The use of electromagnetism, sound waves, and water would have had endless applications and uses in the old world, most of which we will never know about. But many structural remains do offer a lot of clues. The abundance of remarkable and impossible stately homes, halls, and manors found throughout our realm all point to the mass-scale farming practices of the old world. We travel miles to marvel at their beauty and grandeur. But more impressive than the structures themselves are their gardens and water gardens. We have the Palace of Versailles, Schwetzingen Palace, the Royal Palace of Caserta, Nymphenburg Palace, Herrenhausen Palace. Even today, they still retain much of their splendor and brilliance. But it's when we look at some of the old plans of these areas that we realize just how otherworldly these sites were. They were never constructed to house the elite. They were the farms of old. Look at the gardens. They are cymatic gardens. Even from these old illustrated plans, we can see just how gargantuous these farms were. Microcosmic grid systems, suggestive of the entire larger power grid itself. The cymatic gardens were likely grids cultivated with sound and the living water to grow food, herbs, and who knows what else. Even contemporary scientists openly acknowledge that sound waves strongly influence the growth of fruit, vegetables, and crops. And to this day, some of these structures retain a lot of their glory when viewed from above. The Palace of Versailles, a wondrous geometric marvel, a collection of impossible structures, extraordinary cymatic gardens, and water systems. Let's venture closer into the Palace of Versailles and have a look. Hold on now. Wait, what? This is not the Palace of Versailles. I really need to fix this thing. It's been acting up a lot lately. Where are we? Wait a minute. I recognize this place. Memories from a long time ago. This is Chatsworth House in the Peak District, England. Oh well, this should do. Come on, let's see what we can find. Chatsworth House was completed in 1708, we are told. Its story, much like the story of the entire Peak District, is a fabrication, a complete lie. The place has changed much over the years. It is situated beneath two large bodies of water, the Emperor and Swiss Lake. The water from the lakes is channeled across a broken aqueduct before falling 79 feet and meandering gently down the hills in complex waterways and running right into Chatsworth Estate. The waters feed the estate's own lakes, rivers and streams through a series of runways and a multitude of complex tunnels beneath the estate and the structure itself. Due to the estate's repurposing, much of this remains hidden, but you can see the tunnels quite clearly here, snaking their way down. It is one interconnected water system. Waterways deliver themselves into waterfalls at the impressive rockery before continuing on their journey. All of the water gathers into a central, rectangular front piece, which feeds the Emperor Fountain. The water then continues underground until it pours into the River Derwent, a 66-mile-long tributary of the River Trent, which runs throughout the Peak District. While much of the estate has undergone some serious restoration, which is actually a fancy, deceptive word for criminal gutting and destruction of technology, there are a lot of haunting remains of its former glory. It is important to note that unlike many of the huge energy generators, Chatsworth House was probably partially occupied. By farmers, that is. The central engine was located off-site and has been subsequently removed and repurposed as a larder to store hunted game. This magnificent, gorgeous structure would have functioned as a small generator, which also contained a small engine in its center. It was repurposed as the stables. The horses of the 19th century clearly lived better lives than most of the population. Above, atop of the hill next to the Emperor and Swiss Lake, we can see the quadruple capacitor or water tower. This was repurposed as a hunting tower. But stalking the 105-acre grounds, a visitor with eyes to see might spot some unusual sights. One of which is the half-ruined obelisk hidden away in the tangled overgrowth at the bottom of the hill below the lake. The official, controlled history that visitors receive when touring Chatsworth conveniently leaves out any mention of the obelisk. For you see, the hunting tower was not Chatsworth's only capacitor. The entire estate needed constant water storage to fulfill its energetic requirements and purposes. There are many odd structures dotted around that remain unexplained. And then there is this, the cascade. A true little wonder. The dome, a series of toroidal circles that rise to meet the smaller copper dome. They tread carefully here, making sure they force a distorted history on you. But, as always, they cannot help themselves. They just have to tell you, in their own roundabout controlled manner. As the placard states, water can be made to flow over the roof and out of 13 spouts. Some of these spouts are crafted in the form of immaculate stone dolphins and giant fish. There are even hidden jets in the floor, they tell us. The water is received from the lakes above and is used twice more in its journey to meet the River Derwent below. Once in the South Lawn Fountain and again the private West Garden. But look closer at what they acknowledge. Each step of the cascade is different from the one below and above it to vary the sound of the falling water. This was allegedly built in 1703. Why would an 18th century people be concerned with varying the sound of falling water? How did they even have the knowledge and skills to manipulate the sound of water like this? And it's everywhere in the estate. The waterways, streams, and rivers all meander gently down to rest briefly at ponds and lakes before continuing their journey toward the River Derwent. Their journey is one of such splendid sounds. As you begin to traverse the labyrinthine passages of our corrupted history, you will inevitably meet the lithographs, renderings, engravings, illustrations, and paintings. How easy it is to lie when there is no photographic or visual evidence, just artistic interpretation. We would never accept illustrations as reliable sources of information today. So why do we accept them as historically accurate? And while these are not to be trusted, devoting some time to browsing their particulars can yield some interesting insights. For instance, the fountain here looks wildly out of proportion. Did it used to jet water more powerfully? And some would claim artistic exaggeration. But if you dig a little deeper, you come to learn that the original Emperor fountain, constructed in 1843, was able to jet water at a height of 296 feet. What? How? This is the 19th century we're talking about. And like I said, they cannot help themselves. Even Wikipedia states that the water power of the fountain found a practical use in generating Chatsworth's electricity. There it is, barely hidden in plain sight. And as we continue browsing these little illustrations, we stumble across it. An old engraving of Chatsworth from above. Look at the size of this. Cymatic gardens, rows and rows of crops, large bodies of water that are no longer there. And again, many would claim artistic exaggeration, the unreliability and inaccuracy of illustrations, and rightly so. But when we look at Chatsworth from above on Google Earth, what is this we find? Shadows on the ground across from the river? No, these are the markings of old infrastructure that was torn down. The markings suggest there was once a bridge here, a bridge we see in the illustration. Look a little closer. An octagon with the clear outline of an old generator. So yes, the illustration is a lie. The estate was much, much larger than depicted here. In 2018, there was a heatwave in England, and the old markings of Chatsworth's former glory started appearing in the grounds themselves. They had to acknowledge it. Sometimes mud and lies are not enough to bury the truth. Chatsworth was a huge farm in the old world. As I said before, The illustrations and paintings are not to be trusted. More often than not, they are used as tools of deception against us. But as you see here, they do have a tendency to backfire on the controllers. Just like with the plans of star stations and cities, our own technological access to tools, such as Google Earth, validate these old plans and illustrations.
You slept.
Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Wait.
Maybe I'm friggin' crazy. Can't control my emotions and making my vision hazy. There's a hole in my soul, some would say I'm singing the blues. Just like a prison in Folsom with all these ignorant views you catch belligerent jolts from. But the world we live in is shocking. Make a man desperate and hungry, give him a shotgun. Expect him not to use it when failure isn't an option. I know he'd understand if this God is real and he's watching. God, if you're really listening, remove me from this wrath I'm in to help me use it musically, infuse it in my craft again. I have learned some lessons, but I burned the other half of them. I have earned redemption, cause I keep on coming back again. Or maybe I'm gonna crack again from the pressure here. I feel my blood starting to boil, yeah, it gets severe. This is just a fucking trap, I don't see no exit here. I was looking for a sign, this seems like a message clear. Betrayal in my business, it's expensive, yeah. Bad energy is in the air, I sense it here. Looking back at the sequence of events this year, it seems to me that I gotta be relentless here. Those demons in my head, oh, they're just tenants here. Drowning out my consciousness, one in this ear. It's becoming clear, they're a cunning pair, running scared. Who's that? Knocking at my fucking door. Someone said, that's just two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. That's just two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low.
illusion of fantasy and delusion, intensified by brutality, probably leave a contusion. Desensitized to reality, rather see the illusion. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. This rap is a cancer. They keep asking about my motives. I don't have any answer, but the question remains. The ride through depression and pain. The destination stay the same, but my direction has changed. God, if you really listen and free me from all this pride I feel, keep these demons away from me, creeping me while I try to heal. Help me to see the truth when these people around me lie still. Put the pieces together, cause I've been feeling divided still. Everywhere I turn, I feel like walls are closing in on me. But none of them are tall enough to hold in all this energy. The key was only chosen for disposing of the enemy. Ironic that the mask I wear exposing my identity. Make a wish you're gonna need it. Now the mystery completed. I just paint a humble image, but the picture look conceited. Living in a vicious cycle, this is history repeated. Your opinion is a waste, here's permission to delete it. Put the smoke into my chest for all the post-traumatic stress. My expression not impressed, trying to focus on what's next. Always battling myself, it's like a constant war I'm in. Who the fuck is that somebody knocking at my door again?
It's just two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. That's just two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. As high as I am low.
On his way to rise, on his way to pride, on his way to rise, on his way to pride, on his way to rise, on his way to pride.
Everywhere I turn, I feel like walls are closing in on me.
Non-fiction be the real hip-hop. We make you wanna kill cops. Cats hate me, cause they know my finger they girl squad. You feel helpless, real jealous. We killed Elvis. I shot Reagan with the help of the Secret Service. Super double agent, shoot your mother with my brother's favorite. 12 gauge waving, aiming at your brain. Strange universe, too famous. Leaving the murder scene blameless. Drug entertainment. Thugs at the blaze of laser gun, saying what I wrote. They feel what I feel, they see the same picture. We make the biscuit do the talking and became richer. Nobody gets a record deal, you gotta take that shit. Treat the record label like a slut and then rape that bitch. I keep it simple for these stupid cats, claiming you knew the facts, but in reality, you were trapped. Jesus Christ was a gangster rapper. They killed him, then he came back and made a platinum album. The path that travels like the dragon shadow, invisible to CIA camera angles. They got a file on every rap group. They killed the last man who had proof. They after me for information that I have too. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
Symbolism, socialism, live life, lead, learn. Struggle, war, hope, drug fiends, the White House burn. Sex, pain, fear, freedom, love. Young guns be shooting. Genocide, revolution, lost souls prostituting. Military confrontation, safe sex and masturbation. Peace to all the homeless people living in the train station. Project Wars, build a 1 verse 4. Lock the door, burn the disc, now everybody hit the motherfucking floor. They bustin', I'm a glutton for the shit. I'm number 6 on their list, next to kissing all these kids. Cause I run with Asians, Latinos and black fists. 5% is Caucasian, thugs who live communists. They broke in my house, planted bugs and lamps on my couch. They after me, what? Let me find out. I'm not having it. My rap distracted service like a magnet. The vast get nothing like private parties with no laminates. If I'ma die busting and struggling. I'm hustling for the people, fuck them devils and corruptions. Nothing for nothing. Ain't it something how they do? They ID me due to my tattoo. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
Projects for straight jackets.
Electroshock states, I rock a fallout, traded for royalty rates. Get your drink on, we build the bomb, spit in your face. Smart to change cars, I cruise the block, I do it for chase. Nice spike works, a fancy knife work. Hit the Christ, non-fiction, striking prison night shirts. I pay dues, nothing to lose. Steady busting off weapons and tools. When I come home, I'll be smelling shit and furniture's moved. Eat the slug, takes the weight off, I live this for real. I do this for the dead, rest in peace, I'm holding you near. Making up time, 12 years, we on tour, we blowing your back off. Support Captain Jack, the car seats and take his scalp off. Soldiers of memories, inherited from way back. Cyanide their bullets, so I should follow my stats. It's too futuristic, thugs to robots, experiments. 4-point restraints in my hypercube, my medicines. Paid veterans, crippling souls. It's getting bigger now, the information running the globe. It's just my mechanics, either with a gather's annex. Widespread panic until the Sabbath.
I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, we bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, we bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
Between us, we could be up here for 4 hours. Easy. Easy. I could do 2 hours by myself. Easy. Me too. Easy. I got that much music. Me too. Easy. I'm good for 35 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Slave, he could do an hour and a half. Easy. Easy. Jay, we give him 45 minutes. Instead, he's gonna lose his voice. Yeah, whatever. Listen, no, but honestly, man, before we get out of here, real talk, this is like the first show we've done together in about 6 years, collectively, as special teams. And seriously, I really want to appreciate everybody coming out here, man, tonight and supporting. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to come and fuck with us, but y'all here tonight, and we do appreciate that shit. Real talk. So, and on top of that, y'all know we got some shit in the works. We cooking up some shit. So, and on top of that, we love Boston. Boston makes motherfucking noise. Nobody loves Boston better than us. Nobody been around the world represent Boston better than us. Period. NOG and Slang, Special Teams, J Song, make some motherfucking noise. Yeah. It's our first single, Special Teams, DJ Premier. Put your hands, everybody, hold on. Everybody, just throw your hands up in the air. Everybody like it's just throw his hands. And everybody to rock with the Special Teams. Somebody say, oh yeah. It's not this good, man. But the will of the man. Following these things, something for the bill in your hand. Fulfilling your plan. Getting you, killing your man. On your own tour bus, while y'all chilling the van. You ball with them, you don't hit them. Every 6 inches, this jam, I try to take a stick and quicksand. Start the revolution like Attaboy or Stick Man. I rep the green all day, you know I ain't a Knicks fan. I don't know, now I had to stick my poison. Jay Sean and Slay, go ahead and stick your poison. They just said, we gon' win. I know a maniac, you don't see no bread. With DJ Premier, I don't see no end. I'm from the B to the O-S-T-O-N. Yes, they ain't gon' be no break. Special Teams got a small fucking emo break. Just throw your hands up in the air. Yo, I ain't like you just don't care. And if you're ready to rock with the Special Teams, somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all are on the track like ticket. 6'4", suicide door. Resume destroyed, 9 2 to 5 4. We run over these Dominican squads. They got hustles like vacuum, the Hoover, that Peruvian roll. Roll with the team, that's the easy for it being. Won't stop, or you probably get your broccoli steam. Or I don't take the thing out the seat. Yeah, avocado. Hold out some feet. Not only play on the Aristotle or Socrates, you can hit your knees. Clock and plate, please, as I'm going to talk a dream. Clock and squeeze. So I'm speaking your blind spot. Everyone can see what's coming when your head's on the sidewalk. Ever since Guru and Primo manifested, hip hop's becoming tested. We can't get resurrected. You know with the antidote. Get it low, get a rubber band, shoot the right thing. This is dope. Throw your hands up in the air. Yeah, don't wait no like you just don't care. Yeah, if you ready to rock with the special team, somebody say, oh yeah, oh yeah, loud, oh yeah, oh yeah, loud, oh yeah. Oh yeah, why? We don't need to say the thing, y'all on the call. That's the word of the street about the team and our rep. We keep the spirit of receipt. That's why we see this as a threat. Motherfucker, I don't need a limousine to reject. Just as long as my toes green and my penis is wet. I spit hot pies and black pretty bitches with large bras. Spot gals and smoke pillows out of a pot cloud. Counter is right there in the crowd of the stock loud. Full of hands and high. Tied up with the crabs in the bucket around. The scavengers are ravening, so fuckers and hells and jelly. In your cabinets and smokers and clowns for money, you fucking dirt. Your feet are stuck in the ground. So David Primo, that's why my fans we know. It's gully in the streets, and we keep ugly in the Generino. Scaventinos like the last criminal. We're the flow. Everybody's living a very generous. Just throw your hands up in the air. And wave them like you just don't care. And if you're ready to rock with the special team, somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Loud, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Loud, oh yeah. Oh yeah, we gon' be the day-to-day, y'all are the power. Peace. Yo, this shirt, I need to give this shirt away to a big motherfucker though. This shit is a 4X. Yeah, right here. Like,
it's going down.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh, fuck it, I'm giving it up. I'm climbing the ladder. I'm climbing this pad. Nobody you know. Got words on the pad. The way around. Ain't got no backpack. Got a rap. I just got the wash. So how you gonna be big there? In fact, you can take your faggot ass back to the schoolyard. Like your little ragged ass. I'm too hard. Any little sissy to fuck. You shit don't say. Bitch smells like this in the Yaki. If you wanna come and try this in me sparky, you better come and get yourself a this in the Yaki. Cause you gonna need pain kicks away slave switch. Oh no, you can't speak my language. I said get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name is Rick and I'm about to get money. Pull down to Jimmy, and if you in the sky, yo, stick 'em up and let you fly. I said get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name is and I'm about to get money. Pull down to Jimmy, and if you in the sky, yo, stick 'em up and let you fly. Hey, put your guns up, I'll get your back twisted like a chain on a Bruce Lee nunchuck. Nigga, I'm fucked, why do you bullshit all night till sun's up? The pistol back down, any nigga that runs off. Yeah, ain't nothing to hit you. Cemetery Shirley got a coffin to split you. Bitch, so, what you the dog in the shit to? Do shit to, won't help when a Rambo splits you like a get you. I don't care who you was in your end. But it's not no dance for your parent, your kid is. Lullabies over the sand. Doesn't need a forehead, soft as a fin. I've been looking at the front door, listening patient. And losing my patience with these radio stations. Y'all program directors with the team in rotation. And treat the public interrogation of masturbation. I say get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name is Jay Saw and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jelly, aimed it at the sky. Yo, stick 'em up and let you I said get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name is Jay Saw and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jelly, aimed it at the sky. Yo, stick 'em up and let you Most of you motherfuckers mediocre. Get your stomach stable like Al Roker for being a joker. All these haters in the streets, they just wanna provoke ya. I wrestle with the game, put the shit in the choker. Why the rich get richer, the poor get broker. Don't say my name if you don't want me to approach ya. When situations get adverse, gotta plan, we rehearse to reverse the curse. My team, so diverse, that verse for verse. We the first to the first, and this first gets worse. Cause y'all niggas locked up in custody. And single mothers living up in subsidy. Put your trust in me, luckily. None of you niggas can fuck with me. We make it bread like Tuscany. Into the street, not the life of luxury. It's hard for life, never was a question. I say get ready, it's just say funny. My name is NOG and I'm about to get money. Hold out the jammy, aimed it at the sky. Yo, stick 'em up and let you fly. I said get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name is NOG and I'm about to get money. Hold out the jammy, aimed it at the sky. Yo, stick 'em up and let you fly. Say hell yeah. Say hell yeah. Say shit yeah. Say fuck yeah. One more say hell yeah. Hell yeah. Say hell yeah. Say shit yeah. Say fuck yeah. Are you ready or what? Yeah.
Road Glen Entertainment.
Black Hawk down, guerrilla warfare. It's so bad. Military mind states, nigga, into boot camp. On your arm, put your butt snap in a boot sale. Polish your hood, but truly in town. Good luck, baby, farewell, not to get jail. Dial the 911, ain't coming up time soon. All freckles tear through your house like a typhoon. Riding on the front porch, yelling like Bill Bixby. Hulk style, caught it pulling right through his kidneys. Lay him down quickly, stand where I'm pissing his shit back. Walk skippy, you look sickly. Tragic how you went up and set up in this shootout. It's time for some second out through a shootout. Big old shootout, shootout, shootout. Shootout, 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 shootout. Shootout, 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 shootout. Shootout, shootout, shootout. When you're at lava, don't touch lava on your armor. Infiltrate your best to pierce through your armor. Wait for Ramadan when Jay's on the corner. You know it's drama, what have you in trauma, yelling mama. We don't believe you, instead we need you. We do want to feed you on a redo. A big line between English and famous, disconnect your neck from your haters. I can't tell if it's even breathing. We can stop flash over there, line receding. Coherently promoting like baby teething. Your body here, heart being abruptly leaving. Ignite the cartridge and spark the revolver. Discharge enough gunpowder to the soldier. The trap opening the forms your brain. Be careful of it running your brain. Motherfucker, it's a shootout. Shootout, 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 shootout. Shootout, 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 shootout. Shootout, 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 shootout. Shootout, 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 shootout. When I say B-Town, y'all say bullshit. B-Town, B-Town. Say so, number one B-Town bullshit. That gets heard when they B-Town bullshit. When I say B-Town, y'all say bullshit. B-Town, B-Town. JFK on his B-Town. Bust your big motherfucking door! Right now, gonna fuck it up with fire and what I touch combustible, guaranteed fire in. Don't speak or go steal behind me. You think that's the hit, you really gotta try again. So all you bullshitters and quitters. We work hard for this. And you want to win us, you want to win us. I'm leading hard to you, JFK. More people than a close break, AK spray. Cut out these ways, that's where they lay. Let this shit fall where they lay. I've been nice on the bike since they call ice, you won't say. I'ma stay that way till I'm wrinkled and gray. You know, come on, get down, stand up, sit down. Hands up worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get down, stand up, sit down. Hands up worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get down, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Come on, get down, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. So I rose from the street with a faded leader, 30 souls and no kicks. I made a career. I'm working soldiers, I'm a renegade, I'm a leader. I'm a neighborhood nut, straight fucking hater with leader. I ain't old school, new school. I made up a fever, no school. I got nothing to say to you, leader. I'm in flavor, I eat the things with a shaving and fever. Chopping in a fucking razor with a shaving and fever. I'm a converted version of the curse in the third person. Fucking that's evil, the curse of the word serpent. Your head is pop, I'm never words working. Maybe the yes, but no serpent. If this is your first time listening to the rhythm and discipline, you about to witness hell. Racing in the wind with the rhyme and a hot again. Cussing out a pitch, we don't come on, get down, stand up, sit down, hands up, worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get down, stand up, sit down, hands up, worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get up, get up, get up, come on, get up, get up. What's the big motherfucking dog? Come on! Get up! Come on! Get up! Get up! Come on! Get up! Get up! Come on! Get up! Come on! Yeah! Yeah! You know! Yeah! Now we can go! Get down! Get down! We are special dreams! You know! I'm in my brain right now, cause it's like that I'm inspiring. When I touch the work, the most guaranteed firing. Don't speak or go steal for Iron Man. You think that's the hit? You really gotta try it, man. So all you had to do is apologize. We just watch the whole team for my phone. Just hold the real finish, relax, take a load off. Go back, come back, let it roll off. No more bullshitters and quitters. We work hard for this. And you want to win us, you want to win us. I'm leading hard to you, JFK. More people than a close break, AK spray. Cut out these ways, that's where they lay. Let this shit fall where they lay. I've been nice on the bike since they call ice, you won't say. I'ma stay that way till I'm wrinkled and gray. You know, come on, get down, stand up, sit down. Hands up worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get down, stand up, sit down. Hands up worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get down, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Come on, get down, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. So I rose from the street with a faded leader, 30 souls and no kicks. I made a career. I'm working soldiers, I'm a renegade, I'm a leader. I'm a neighborhood nut, straight fucking hater with leader. I ain't old school, new school. I made up a fever, no school. I got nothing to say to you, leader. I'm in flavor, I eat the things with a shaving and fever. Chopping in a fucking razor with a shaving and fever. I'm a converted version of the curse in the third person. Fucking that's evil, the curse of the word serpent. Your head is pop, I'm never words working. Maybe the yes, but no serpent. If this is your first time listening to the rhythm and discipline, you about to witness hell. Racing in the wind with the rhyme and a hot again. Cussing out a pitch, we don't come on, get down, stand up, sit down. Hands up, worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get down, stand up, sit down. Hands up, worldwide, this is that shit now. Come on, get up, get up, get up. Come on, get up, get up. Get up, you niggas in trouble, so your ain't sweet like candy or bubblegum. You niggas is double drum. Cause every day how it's fun, I'm in front. I'm in this love with both, never come from it, what? I keep the spirit gun. I'm down like you like a flare gun. I'm always been one. I'm not gonna beat you down like a stand droid. Until everything I say in your intro. You might have seen some, but I'm a fan, son. And I know a hot beat when I hear one. I clear the most on the homeboys. If your kids always make the most noise. These times it's hard, people love themselves. They hate each other more than they love themselves. I'm not thinking about getting the job or doing the job. It's double crossing us, it's like screwing the ball. You know, come Get up! Come on! Get up! Get up! Get up! Hey!
Give it up. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, yeah. You better empty every bank account and bet it on special teams. Say that repeatedly, do not forget it. Cause the way you niggas spit gives me a headache. It's pathetic, it bothers me even though I shouldn't let it. I'm the nicest nigga up here, you gotta give me credit. Yeah, I said it, put your gasoline drawers on, cause hell is where you're headed. These enemies hate on Jason and better dead it. Got a pet for a fifth and hollow heads is what I fed it. Or I feed it, I will end your life, believe it. You will end up quadriplegic, hardly breathing at the same time. I'll be bailing out your local precinct. No matter what the season I'm released in, I will show up at your house for no reason. I wasn't born to be a savage, man. The childhood was average, now addicted to the carrots and the cabbage. Repeat after me, similar to a parrot. You see me in LOD, yup, we still gotta have it. Come on, we ain't scared of none, y'all, cause we can get all y'all. Hit it with one call, we birthed your style. In other words, we son y'all. You don't run nothing here, nigga, we run y'all. The S.T. Special teams, the initials, and anything that differs from that is unofficial. And fucking with the S.T. the dominant
You faggot still cower at the ill hour. Ain't no such thing as a great talent without great willpower. You soft as flowers and you starting to wilt. You rappers got a shelf life of a carton of milk. Put the game on tilt, take it on the chest, that's how it was built. Watch your mouth, that's how you get killed. Blood gets spilt, and I'ma put it in their mind. Wars are fought. One bullet at a time, battles are won. We're one, put it in their rhyme. I'm right up front, the front of the line. Stood on the grind, put on the line, so the berry could eat. Who said Edda was sweet? Special teams, put your head to the cleat. While the bitches nod their head to the beat. Double wood, homie, dead your release. As the violence increased, and in Boston I pray for peace. As I stand over a man that lays deceased.
We ain't scared of none, y'all, cause we can get all y'all. Hit it with one call, we birthed your style. In other words, we son y'all. You don't run nothing here, nigga, we run y'all. The S.T. Special teams, the initials, and anything that differs from that is unofficial. And fucking with the S.T. Come on, turn me up. I'm the wickedest jerk, quick to stick my dick in the skirt of a bitch with a perm. Dope with an itch and sick with a germ. I set for the sperm, hitting a split with a burn. I was suicidal before, but now my pistol's a term. And the world is in trouble now, I really think so. Cause I got a bunch of guns and I never learned to drink slow. Plus I got an inkling that it's time to let the ink flow. And got an iron on me so my pants are never wrinkled. I bang with the bangers, hang with the slangers. Bring the cocaine to the game until I became famous. Till I became slain, shit I could've became nameless. Instead I became hungry until I became shameless. Slain Ed and J, 7-8, the renegade from center stage to renovate the inner state of a sinner's mind. From a pen and page, this is Cook Yay, homie. Crack, motherfucker, crack. My mama better pray for me. We ain't scared of none, y'all, cause we can get all y'all. Hit it with one call, we birthed your style. In other words, we son y'all. You don't run nothing here, nigga, we run y'all. The S.T. Special teams, the initials, and anything that differs from that is unofficial. And fucking with the S.T. the dominant fam.
All right, give me 1 second. Mm-hmm. All right. So let me see right here. All right, so people were asking about RSO, what it is, and everything else. So, all right, that's some videos. Someone was asking about shatter. We showed the difference of the dabs at the beginning of the show, but I'll show you guys this. Let's see how this goes. I don't know if I'll get copyrighted for this. No, not this one. Yeah, this is it. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name's Rick Simpson, and this is a medicine that basically anyone can produce at home using everyday utensils like a rice cooker, coffee filters, and things of that nature. In many countries I've traveled to, like in India and in Central America and countries like Honduras, I've run into the same type of bud. You know, the problem here is the growers are not taking out the males. The bud material is seeded. If the males were taken out, the buds would be much, much bigger and they would have more resin on them. You know, I'm not saying that varieties like this do not have medicinal values. They do to some extent. On average, from what I've seen now, bud such as this is only producing maybe 70 to 80 grams of oil out of a kilo. Now, if this was high quality, it could be producing 175, 200, even more than 200 grams per dry kilo. So there's a real problem in these countries, and growers have to come to realize that they're not growing this properly, and they should be growing strains, you know, that are heavy indicas, the heavy sedative, sleepy indica strains. That's what you need, you know, for healing. But unfortunately, in many of these countries, they're still growing a lot of sativas. Now, sativas are highly energizing, and that is not the effect that I want for someone who is dying of cancer or has a serious illness. Even though the
Yeah, I can't play too much of that, but you get the point. All right.
You must be 18 or over to view this video.
Oh. That is what shatter is, pretty much. Watch, you'll see.
Who walks on stage, guitar in hand? This lovely lady is from a blues band, and when she plays it tight. Go pretty mama and bend those notes right.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming to Johnny's Green Extractions. I wanted to go over what we do here at Johnny's Green Extractions. We're the manufacturer and the builder. And
Daniel Becker, Keef is just, you can make Keef easy. You just need a lot of weed and a strainer, and you just take the weed with a brush and you just go like this over a strainer, over a Tupperware, and all the Keef comes right out. All it is the crystals that is in the hairs that are pretty much the crystals, but the hairs too that are on the bud. You can get it off easy. Just the top layer. It doesn't ruin the bud.
designer of this green machine stand here that does the open blasting extraction with butane. And if some of you aren't familiar what this apparatus kind of does, I'm going to go over it with you guys. So here we are. I got 3 different models set up here, but actually it's one unit. It's just set up the way I sell it. I sell it for a 12-inch tube like this. I sell it for an 18-inch tube and a 24-inch tube.
See, this is why I don't like the shatter, because they have to use this butane to make it. But they say it just evaporates. People say it still leaves a chemical footprint.
But it's just one machine. It's a machine that we make here like this. It's adjustable, so I have it set up at all. I have it set up at the 3 different sizes right now, so 24, 18, and 12. So that's how we arrived different.
The fucked up thing is the shatter that they use, that they make with the butane, always seems to be better than like the regular stuff they use without the butane. You know what I mean? Which is kind of sketchy.
Sizes out of it. So you can buy this kit off of Johnny's as a kit with the tube, the stand, and a couple little trinkets that come with it, or you can buy just the stand and no tube.
There you go. You can buy trinkets.
Accommodate other tubes also, like.
I would definitely buy trinkets from this guy. I know that I've watched this channel. I don't know who he is, but I'm saying he looks like he gets good weed. He's up in Canada. If you can get trinkets from him, go for it.
Show you here in the past. This is a cute little tube. I don't sell these tubes, you guys, but they're out there. They're just as much money as the big tubes, it seems. With this little guy here, you could put literally like a half an ounce in here or something like that and do a quick little blast. But how I had to accommodate this for my machine is I ended up finding a sleeve that fit this nicely. And then it fit in my machine just as well, like with the 12-inch. It still is a 12-inch tube. It's just skinnier, but with the sleeve on here, it seems to work. And then I've even had these ones, which are a different diameter than the regular 2-inch tube. It's like 1.5 inches here, but I have also had a rubber sleeve on there to make those work in the machine. And see, here's another skinny one, longer one. So there's a lot of different tubes out there. At Johnny's here, we sell the 12, we sell the 18, and we sell the 24-inch tubes. We got a lot of stock of tubes right now, and all the trinkets you need to kind of get it going. This extraction is a good extraction. The open blasting, it's hydrocarbon is what blasts off the triclones. So it's a good extraction. It's just that you've got to make sure that you put it through a process where it's safe to ingest or inhale. You got to get rid of the butane through a couple different steps. But as far as the old days, we used to have to take a tube. I'll show you. We used to have to grab a tube and literally take a can of butane at one time and then stand there like this and blast it. And then one other can and however many cans it used to be. And it's like, you know, if holding it like that, if anything ever went off, it's more likely you're going to burn yourself. So I came up with this idea here just to make it easier and safer to do. Just add your can, put your product in there, push down on the mechanism, and it'll start blasting. You can walk away at a safe distance just to let it do its thing. So I got lots of stock right now in hand with machines and stuff. I sell, as far as selling it, we sell pretty much all over the place. Quite a bit to the U.S., way over here, Australia, Mexico. We send it all over the place. Who's ever interested in it? So I'm gonna do a demonstration with you guys outside, of course, and show you how this works and what you get out of it. Remember, this is very unsafe to do. Make sure this is done outside where there's no chance of sparks or flame or cigarettes in your mouth or joints or anything. And be safe when you're doing this. I mean, you're working with butane. It's highly flammable. So let me take you guys outside, and we'll get one ready, and we'll do a demo for you. Okay? Stay with me. Hey, you guys.
I got
before
wedding
take
cake.
you outside,
Oh,
do a
no.
demonstration. I just wanted to show you one new product I just got in. It's a pair of they're a UV glass for in your grow room. They're supposed to be for metal halide or LEDs. They come with. You can show this a little closer if you want, man. Come here. I'll show you guys a set of these. I have these. The blue lens is for the high pressure sodium, and then they come with a green lens also for the LED lights. I tried one on. I went in my room with the blue lenses on, and it ends up making
What's
it
up,
look
Forever
like
Love? Making
sort of
shatter.
a whiter light instead of yellow. So it's kind of cool, and they're supposed to have protection on them too, so you don't hurt your eyes or nothing. The UV protection on them. I want to show you one more thing too that I got here for something new. You guys like looking at your crystal before your plants are done to see how your the color
you gotta do that. You gotta do that. You gotta check the
crystal.
trichomes and make sure they're nice and
I got
amber
even
colored
for
before you
inspecting
harvest
bugs, anything. I got these nice little they are basically a magnifier. They're all metal body. They're nice. They have a blue.
That is beautiful.
You gotta take the thing out for the power, but they have a blue light and also a LED white light for looking at stuff close up. These are 40 times the power. They're well built. They're nice, very nice. I thought I'd share that with you. So let's go outside. Let's do some blasting and see how these things work. All right, let's go. So I want to prepare the tube.
He's
here
going
with the herb
outside
in
to do it because it could
I'm gonna have a
explode.
look.
This is very dangerous.
I
what
got
he's
some
doing.
herb here we're going to use. It's all the kind of crumbs
This thing could explode in this guy's face. That's why he's going outside to do it in the fumes.
and stuff that you end up at the bottom of the bag, but it's nice little bud. It's got lots of sugar on it and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grind that up, and I use a grinder like this. It's like an old silver bullet. That's what I'm going to use. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to bust it up a bit and fill the tube. So I fill it up myself. That's kind of what I do. Let me plug this in. Just enough to break it up, you know. Okay, and then I add it to the tube. Okay, let it pack itself a little. Okay, so let me fill this up, and I'll show you once this is full.
So it's loosely packed in there, okay? It's not all tightly packed down or nothing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a filter on there. You can use, preferably unbleached instead of these white ones. But right now, it's all I got to show you guys for this demo. So then I put a clamp on it. Okay, close the clamp. So what some guys will do also is they'll prepare their tubes like this, and then they'll put them in the freezer and cool them off, because the colder, the better extraction you get. So now we're going to install this. We're going to install this in one of the green machines. This is a 14-inch tube, not a 12, but I have the machine set up for a 12-inch. So like I said, it accommodates other sizes also. So let me just check on the height. Yeah, we're good. Clamp her in. Okay, one other thing you want to know is you don't ever want to jam these tips just directly in your glass tube. You always want to make sure you have a plastic tip in there, because some of these things are metal, and if you stick metal on glass, it's not a very, you can bust your tip sometimes, or your glass. So always put a tip in there, a plastic tip. So this bad boy is ready to take outside. Push the button down. We're going to collect the juice, and we're going to evaporate it, either make it into honey oil, or we're going to put it on some kind of a slick pad or parchment paper, and we're going to put it in the vacuum oven and make shatter out of it. So let me get this set up safely outside somewhere, and I'll show you what it looks like extracting. Okay. All right, guys, we got her all set up out here now. So I'm going to hit the button. I'm going to let it do its thing, okay? I'm going to let you watch.
You walks on stage, guitar in hand. This lovely lady is from a blues band, and when she plays it tight. Go pretty mama, if Phantoms don't try.
She looks like Marilyn Monroe, and when she moves, so she steals the show. Keith always said it was about a sound. Let me tell you, homie, that's just what you found.
She got a guitar box girl, boy, she can play. She got a guitar box girl, sliding your blues away. She got a guitar.
All right, you guys. I ended up grabbing the bowl of juice. There it is. Now I got it sitting on this heating pad here at 100. So I want this all to evaporate till there's no more juice left in there, or till the juice is all down to like a pasty kind of paste, and then we'll take it from there. So just let it evaporate. Be nice if it was a hot summer day, it would just sit out and evaporate. But here I got to add some heat to it because it's so cold out today. But I'll show you what it looks like once it's finished evaporating, okay? Okay, guys, so I just came back from outside. I just finished showing you the juice. Your tube here that's got all the waste in here, make sure you get this outside and dispose of it outdoors because this stuff's still full of fumes coming off here. It's still very ignitable because your pulp here is holding butane. So make sure you don't just throw this in your garbage can and forget about it and throw your smoke there or something. So always make sure you get rid of it, okay? I'm taking this outside. All right, guys, so I got it down to this much here. It's not completely all gone. That's still butane in there and that. But what I like to do is at this point here, I like to pour mine into some parchment paper like this and let it finish evaporating so I don't have to scrape so much out of here. So whatever evaporates in here, I'll have to scrape out and put in there yet also. So I'm just going to let this evaporate now. There's not much left there, so it won't take very long. So once this is evaporated and I scrape that off, put it in here, I'll show you guys it going in the vacuum oven to make shatter, okay? You can pour this on a slick pad also that they sell and that I sell with my kit. I just like parchment paper, that's all, versus slick pads. Some people like slick pads more. So it's all just preference and choice. Okay, stick with me. I'll clean this up and we'll go from there. So we emptied out the bowl. This was Corningware. What's the Pyrex it's all the same. Pyrex, Corningware, pretty much the same, just glass. But anyways, I scraped it out and poured it out, scraped it out. This is what it looks like right now. So I decided I'm going to make this into a batch of shatter. So this now has to go inside a vacuum chamber with some heat. And I'm going to take it in my vacuum chamber and put it in there and show you, okay? Stick around. So here's that extraction we did with the green machine. Okay. It wasn't a very big batch. It was, I don't know what I used, maybe 1.5 ounces, something like that. So it's got to go in this vacuum oven now. I got it set at just below 36.8, which is below 100. And we're going to put it in there with the vacuum pump going. So I got to close the chamber up. Open the valves. Turn on the pump. And close the air. Alright, you see all the vacuums going up here? Starting to suck vacuum. Now you gotta keep an eye on the inside. You gotta keep an eye on the inside.
Yeah, I could show you a better video on RSO maybe, but I don't want, they say all this medical stuff about it.
They're going to start to rise.
I can't really say on here, but
if you
Google it,
good with that light on it.
Just look it up and
so we'll see what happens. You see how they're starting to react already in there?
Look at the articles that only
say go down, that's a good thing.
Don't read any articles that say it doesn't work.
Sometimes you get such a big dome in there, it can hit the sides. You can see at the back of my oven that I've hitting before back there, see? So, see how it's starting to puff up now?
It's in a vacuum chamber. It's in a vacuum chamber. Look what he's doing. That's a vacuum chamber.
It'll hit the sides of your oven. You don't want that. But the little batch I got in, I think it's just going to rise up so high and then fall back down. We'll see what it does. It's almost on full vacuum. See the needle here?
That's how you make the diamond. You need a vacuum chamber.
Just about at full vacuum. And if you look inside, look at that bubble. As long as there's room for it to expand, it's okay.
Dude.
But if you run out of room in there, you gotta.
I bet you, dude, look at that shit. I bet you in outer space, when the astronauts bring weed up, it just automatically turns into this. What do you think about that? They're probably like, oh shit, they're like, let's bring as much weed up as we can, and it'll turn into diamonds automatically.
You can give it some air like this, I'll show you. Watch that bubble, it'll go down when I give it some air. See that? So,
you know, I'm not gonna say that it helps. I think it's still bad for you, but it's helped me my entire life. There you go. How you like that for an answer?
So you want to try to keep it closed if you can. Sorry about that. This should all go back down flat once it's been in there a while. Pancake will go down and it'll all start to look better and smoothen out and look clear. It's still a pretty big puffy pad right now. See that? But it is slowly working its way down already.
Listen, I was on the front lines of this my entire life, okay? Like, when it was illegal, I was on the front lines. They were fucking getting me every other day. Like, and they knew it. But, like, I knew the whole time that it was, like, all right, let me put it this way. Doesn't the Bible say something about everything on the earth that tastes good is good for you? And most things that are bad for you have a bitter taste. That's why he gave everything like fruits and vegetables. They taste good. Like everything that we eat tastes good. But then like you eat so a lot of things that are bad for you that are like poisonous that'll kill you like taste really bad, right? Well, this stuff tastes good, dude. This fucking shit tastes bomb. So I don't know what, you know what I'm saying?
As you can see, slowly, and it'll clear up more and more. So we're just gonna let it go like this now for till tomorrow morning, and then I'll check it, and I'll flip the pad over tomorrow morning and let it go a little longer. So I think it's absolutely clear.
Bitter. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll catch up with you guys soon.
What you know about the bitter melon? The bitter melon plant? You need to check that out. It's bitter, but it's good for you.
I'll show you the finished product once it's done tomorrow sometime. All right, guys, thanks for coming back. So, whole night's gone by now. It's been, it's about 17, 18 hours since I've had this in the vacuum chamber. And I'm going to open it up and let's have a look at this. Okay, so I'm going to release the air. The pump's off already. I've had it sitting with the pump off, but under pressure. We'll let the air out of there and see what it looks like. You guys, I want to stress once again, you know, when you're making any honey oil or shatter here or crumb or whatever you want to call it, make sure you give it long enough and you get all that butane out, okay? Because it's not safe if you're going to leave butane in the product after you extract. So,
yeah, this guy knows what he's doing.
There's that little slab.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to touch.
Yep. I've gotten it
right out of the oven. I had this sitting at about 95.
I've had it before and it looks just like that. It comes on a piece of paper, but they scrape it all together into one big piece. Watch.
For the temperature. So, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, but hope this was helpful to you. And if you're going to do extracting, make sure you take it outside and do it safe. You're working with butane, it's dangerous. So, you order the machine from Johnny's, the green machine, and you can do it the safe and easy way. And you can end up with some nice product like that. So yeah, take care. Thanks for watching. I'm going to run you into my crop and show you the final crop. I got it at the 8-week mark.
He sells a machine. It's called Johnny's Green Machine. If you look it up, it makes that stuff.
I thought I'd let you have
That's
a little
what he
peek
just
at
used
that.
right now.
So come on with me. So I ended up that I'm just about done this crop here. I'm flushing it right now. It's over 8 weeks. I don't want to say it's, it's an average one. I've done better. I've done worse. And that's the way she goes, It was cold conditions I was dealing with. I
have some right now, Jenny. I have some right now.
Had some of these damn bugs, these little aphids, and they kind of played with me for quite a while here, but it's coming to an end. Things are getting nice and fat. Some of these buds are beauties, besides a little bit of bugs and stuff. But they're nice and ripe. They look good. Like I said, could have been better. I mean, I was also fighting this crop with my pH level for some reason. That usually stays pretty level with me, but I had to add so much pH down steady all the time. But it is what it is. So, yeah, I'm going to flush this I give it a full 2 weeks of straight water. I go for about 3 days, and then I put new water in again. I go for 3 days, I put new water in. My ppm in the reservoirs right now is at about 200.
for showing
up. So it's getting down there from food strength. That can be anywhere from 1,000 to 1,400. So I'm down to 200 right now. The water I start with is always usually at about 30 ppm on the ppm pen. So it's still got a little bit of food in there. I'm hoping one more week and it's pretty much flushed out of it. That'll be 2 full weeks.
In the community section.
Then it'll be cut down,
people will show up.
cure it,
that's
bag
what
it,
it's all about, helping each other out.
Enjoy it.
Hey, if I see you
thanks
put
for
my
watching,
live streams in
guys.
the community
Keep the green
section, I'll
thumbs
stop
up,
putting
and we'll
your
talk to you
videos in
soon.
my community
Take care.
sections.
Check out the Grow Room sunglasses
get a little.
and the iLoop magnifier. You can find these two items and all your extraction essentials at www.johnnysgreenextractions.ca.
You heard it? Also, he's in California. Hey, no, Canada.
It looks like Marilyn Monroe. And when she moves, oh, she steals the show. Keith always said it was about a sound. Let me tell you, Harvey, that's just what you found.
Give me a second. What do we got? 14 people watching? What was someone asking about making gummies earlier? I'll show you guys.
Hey, what's up, guys? We've got a really cool video for you. Today, we're going to be making rosin-infused gummies. The recipe is simple. All you'll need is a box of Jell-O, MCT oil, agave or corn syrup, sunflower lecithin, citric acid, and gelatin. First things first.
Oh, I'm at the
laminate with some
agency.
bomb weed
I love it
and go
here.
ahead and pack your bag bottle tech style. We're going to be
You see it
smashing
says
on
the
the Nug
agency
Smasher
behind me
X,
and it has a
so we're
bear?
using Nug Smasher X 120 micron bags. The X is a dream to operate. One button extractions. It doesn't get any easier than this.
Nancy's my secretary. Suzanne. She works in accounting. She's the one who writes the checks. And then we get Santiago. is kind of like the boss. You know what I mean? And there's a few others too. There's a lot of people that work here at the agency. You're gonna start seeing them make appearances on the show. Oh, we got a lot of good stuff coming up for you guys. We're just kind of chilling out for the holidays. You know, everybody's just relaxing. But we got a lot of good ideas. We got new concepts, all kinds of shit. Music. Levelhead's gonna be going on the road soon, I think. It's working out. '23, baby. New year. Time to fucking make some shit happen.
We collected our rosin and we yielded a little less than a gram.
A gram. Less than a gram.
Next, we're going to heat our X plates up to 240 degrees Fahrenheit. Grab your decarb capsule and throw your rosin in the rosin pot. Close up the decarb capsule and put it between the plates for 20 minutes so we can activate our THC.
That's the Nug Smasher machine. They're only a few $100 and you can make your own extracts. You can make anything. It just uses heat and pressure.
Once our 20 minutes is up, be very careful when releasing the plates. A ton of pressure is built up in our decarb capsule. Proceed with caution when removing a decarb capsule from between the plates.
Like it works nice though. I don't know. I do it for you. Maybe.
Now that our rosin is ready to infuse, we are going to add 10 milliliters of MCT oil to our beaker. Add low heat to help the rosin infuse with the oil.
I was going to tell you, CBD works too. So Daniel Becker. All right, we'll get into CBD next, okay? We'll get into CBD next. I'll show you. CBD is like, all right. It has, all right, in the cannabis plant, it has like only a tiny little bit of CBD, right? In the flower, right? So in order for them to make it as strong enough to make it a medicine, they have to use a lot of weed. A lot. Like a shitload of weed, right? So just to get a little bit of CBD, it takes a lot of weed, right? To get a strong amount that'll make it like a painkiller or something like that, right? So it's expensive, Daniel Becker. But if you get like a CBD trinket and an indigo one, an indigo THC one, you'll be out for the night, dude. You might sleep until you might wake up at 3 in the afternoon. I wake up at 3, 4 in the afternoon now. The CBD vape cots work. The CBD gummies and the CBD candy
now that our
suck.
MCT oil is infused, we're going to add a teaspoon of sunflower lecithin, and we're going to stir it until it fully dissolves into our MCT oil. Once our oil is ready, we'll set it aside so we can start making our gummies. First things first, we're going to add 1/3 cup of water to our beaker. Next, let's add 1/4 cup of agave to our water. You can use corn syrup if you like. We chose to use agave instead. Go ahead and turn on your magnetic stirrer. Next, we're going to add a half packet of Jell-O. You can pick any flavor you like. We decided to go with lemon. Add 1 packet of Knox gelatin to our mix. Next, we are going to add 1/4 teaspoon of citric acid. Let the mixture stir for 5 minutes on low heat so that the gelatin can bloom and all of the mixture looks consistent and doesn't have any clumps. And for the final step, we save the best ingredient for last. We're going to add our MCT oil and let that infuse with our gummy mixture. Grab your gummy molds and spray them with cooking oil. Using a dropper, carefully fill all your molds. Let them sit out for about 30 minutes and then place them in the fridge for another 30 minutes.
These look good.
Let your gummies aerate for 24 to 48 hours to achieve maximum gumminess. This will also help with storage. Bon appetit. Your weed-infused gummies are ready to eat. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to keep calm and smash on. Nug Smasher, rosin made simple.
I love this channel. This channel is awesome, guys. All right, this channel right here is one of my favorite channels. Right, it's called Nug Smasher. Look, let me show you. And I'm not just trying to promote them. I just really do. I'm a big fan. They do giveaways, dude. They have like they go live sometimes. There's a look. They have they don't need my help. They have over 243,000 subs. But like basically what they do is they show you how to do everything. Like look, everything. Like look at this. Look at this. Chronic Kitchen infused whipped cream. Look, this looks cool.
What's up, Smashers? In today's episode of Chronic Kitchen, we are going to be making infused whipped cream.
Nice. I would want some.
The first thing we're going to...
Chronic Kitchen, send me over some infused whipped cream, please, through the agency. Talk to Nancy. Nancy, contact Chronic Kitchen and get me some infused whipped cream. Thank you.
What I'm going to do is smash out a gram of rosin using the Nug Smasher IQ. We're going to be doing 7 grams of ice cream float. And our target material PSI is 600 and our temperature on the plates is 207.
I think I'm going to do this crazy shit on BitChute now. And I'm going to like just upload like a ton of shit to BitChute, like all at once. Just attack it. Like that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to upload like 50 different streams to BitChute. So get ready. If those of you that are on BitChute, make sure you see the Nightbot just put it in. Follow Boston Ray on BitChute because YouTube's coming to an end. Look at the type of stuff I stream. I mean, they just don't like me. I'm educating. I'm helping you guys. I think I'm helping. What do you guys think? Am I helping, Daniel? Is this helping you?
After we have our rosin, we're going to go ahead and place this in a small rosin pot. Putting the small rosin pot in a small decarb capsule. And then we're going to put this on our decarb mode. And
if you treat cannabis like it's a fruit or a vegetable, when you and you're a good chef and you know how to cook with even temperatures, you could do this stuff really well. I suck at cooking. I burn everything. The idea is not to burn the THC. You got to decarboxylate it so it activates it at an even temperature. If you do it too hot, you lose THC. If you do it too low, you don't get all the THC. You want it to be a nice even temperature, and they know exactly what they're doing. You see this thing down here? It's got a temperature gauge and it's got a PSI. So it's an air pressure and temperature, and that's what they're using. Pressure and temperature to extract the crystals. They're basically, it's like meltification, all right? They're melting the crystals off of the weed into a goo, and it's dripping down with the fervent heat of the rosin press. And it's viscous.
The Nug Smasher IQ. This will heat at 240 degrees for 25 minutes. And then the plates will cool down. Once the plates are cool.
Listen, Daniel Becker, you might be able to do it with an Instapot. I don't know. I mean, there's probably people on YouTube, if you look it up, that do it with an Instapot. Like, there's all kinds of whack jobs out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was looking up shit last night, and it was like, people were saying all kinds of shit, showing you all kinds of shit. If you just look, if you just dig for it, you'll find it. But I wouldn't really just trust just anybody, because this stuff is dangerous doing this. You got to, like, I don't really know. I don't do it myself, honestly. I really don't. But I've watched people do it, and I know people who know how to do this. And it's just like, it's very, if you don't have all the right equipment and the right amount of space, like where you can do it in a safe environment. Plus, I don't even know if it's legal to do this, because it's manufacturing, you know. So I think only like dispensaries and certain places are allowed to do. I'm not sure about the laws on this really at all. So I'm not encouraging people to do this. This is just for educational purposes. Disclaimer. Okay? I'm just showing you this is what you are buying. This is how they do it, and blah, blah, blah. All right? This is for education.
Cool. The IQ will release the decarb capsule, and you have your decarb rosin. The next thing we're going to do is slowly heat 1 cup of heavy whipping cream in a saucepan on the stove. We're doing this so we can mix the decarb rosin in. After the decarb rosin is added, we're going to go ahead and mix until the rosin is fully dissolved. Once it's all mixed, we're going to take it off of the heat and chill it. And then we're going to add another cup of heavy whipping cream. Our powdered sugar and honey for flavor, and mix that well.
Logan said Spokane. It's legal. It's legal to make it in Spokane. I'm not sure about where I am, but I don't make it, so I have no idea. But what I'm saying is, Logan said it's everybody go to Spokane. Let's all migrate there right now. This is legal in Spokane. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody, where's the plane taking off? Get me a ticket. Somebody pay for my ticket. Let's all meet up in Spokane. I'll bring Christian. We'll bring Levelhead. We'll do a concert, and it'll be the greatest thing. You know what? It'll be so great. We have the best people in this room. Let me give a shout out real quick. Hold on one sec. We'll come back to this. Hold on one sec. I'm getting excited now. I'm getting all fired up. All right, here we go. Second win. I'm getting my second win now at 5 hours and 10 minutes. Fire, Super Sidewinder, Rye Russ, Daniel Becker, Logan, Forever Love. Did I miss anybody there? No. Sub this channel right here with the bird giving you the finger. Even though the bird's giving you the finger, still sub it anyway. Who cares? Andrew, what's up? Welcome. I love seeing new people. Everybody sub this channel right here. This is the main one for now. We're getting screwed on the big channel. You can sub the big channel if you want to, Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures, but we're getting screwed over there. So it don't really matter. But there's tons of people. We got plenty of views over there. We need these small channels, like the one you don't see, the Late Night Live channel. You know, if people were looking for the show Late Night Live, why wouldn't you check the Late Night Live channel? You know what I mean? Like, it's common sense, people. It's common sense. You know. Also, you know what? While I got myself up on the screen and everything, and while I get I'm gonna just show you guys something real quick. I don't know. Let me do this because I might as well get it on these streams because they're trying to screw me every which way. They're trying to kill me. I'm telling you, they don't like me. I don't fit in. I just don't fit in. Okay, I don't fit in. I do my own thing. I don't listen to anybody. All right, but it would be great if people would support the channel. I think Logan supported us tonight. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. We have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Odyssey, BitChute, Boston. This is in the About Me section. Okay, buy me a coffee. There's exclusive. There's a few songs up there. I'm gonna upload more. I can upload music there. It lets me upload like MP3s, and it lets me post things. And you can. That's almost like a Patreon where you can like support me for like a few dollars a month, or just donate once or twice. It's buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee. You want to see? Let me show you. Yes, I am 18 or older. Look, I got 8 supporters. Look, buy me a coffee. There I am. Look, membership. You can buy me a coffee. Look, No Despair Bear bought 5 pizzas. Oh, thank you, No Despair Bear. I didn't even see that. Thank you. Morgan, see? Friendella's a flat. Look, all these people supported me. Thank you, Friendella's a flat. Someone. All these other people, I don't know who they are. Someone. If there's someone named someone, thank you for buying. Whoever these people are, thank you. Okay, Morgan, thank you. You know, everybody, you can write me messages on there, but also I got tracks on here. Like, let me see. Posts. All right, let's see. Here we go. Look.
Yeah, Ray Betts. Real recognize real. Waiting for the bus to sucks, another nut in service. Why you getting nervous? I'll have you saying, Ray, I already heard this. I never smacked a bitch, I didn't deserve it. What's your purpose? Your head's harder than the coffee on my thermos. So leave it up to the cops for protection. They'd have the whole block arrested if they could. Doing some days in the bay with Ray, that place is clock infested. That's why when I get caught, I will not be questioned. I always love it when I see a cop arrested, stop requested. I'm becoming an OG now, I've learned my lessons. And I know you don't mind it, you young kids are getting grinded. You're fucking blinded, so fucking find it for yourself. Because it's fucking all the time, kid. I think you need to be reminded of who did that shit first and who's behind it. I don't want to embarrass you, but did you bring your parachute? What? You forgot in Nincompoop when we in the water and my girl swim with you. Could this be the end for you? I understand it's true, the crazy things we do, but it's true that this is the end of you. I'm someone to the ground, I sell my CDs in the subway. Rex ain't no hound, he's a bitch saying rub me. I want you to love me. If you were ever to get bit, it would be ugly. Ray Rex is around and you get a little workly. I get a little thirsty. In Boston, D-Tech night is Thursday. And if you ain't learned that one yet, you gotta learn the hard way. They're surrounding your house, they even pull up in your driveway. Kicking your door, then you're in court by Friday. The bros are fucking androids, man. Kill one, no you can't do that one, man. This
ain't that binge crap, that syringe cap rap. I'll have you twitching like Joe Hickson with a hole with him. I'm no Nixon, I'm on a mission. Everybody's trying to be the man with the money and the crap and the mic in his hand. I left one thing out, the bitches. Well, I already have one, Michelle. I don't want to embarrass you.
Kuma, that's right, Rossi, 02131, real recognized, real. I'm on this shit with Lil Snake. Woo! Shout out to my nigga Smiley, you see. You niggas know, fam, top, the whole Prime Rhyme family. You know, NTC, whole jump already.
I've been a nigga for my bread ever since I was young. Couldn't see me getting old, being hung on some type of shit that had me stuck in a cage. If it's not in a box, it's mentally, hey, gotta be free. So I just puff my weed, writing down my thoughts and trying just
to succeed.
Made my ways in my
hustling and my grinding.
Got locked in, dog.
Wasting my time then.
Gotta get out and head back to the booth and spit my shit. Put these niggas in the news, fam. Everybody face turning blue when they hear the shit that I spit, cause they holding their breath. I said that I'm ready for this rap shit, so I'm coming in the door. Fuck tapping, fuck knocking. We coming in charging like, hey, everybody on the floor, nigga, watch it. Cause if you know, you can end up with hot shit all up in your flesh and you dead, nigga. Watch it. On the news, that's what your family do. As for you, you decomposing in the dirt, dude. Oh, the picture's so ugly. It's like abstract art, you can't understand it. But see, if you a man like me, then you gotta understand it's demanding, just survival. That's right, many taking out their rivals. And I try hard just to stay at ease, but they just trying to see them freeze. Not from no po-po, freezing the bogs, nigga, freezing the mold. Yeah, that's so cold. Got ice fucking sickles on your toes, but no, not me. I'm in the fucking streets in the cold with my hoodie on, champion of coast. B-cap tilted to the side, A-dogs, Timberlands in the winter, cause you know we gonna ride. Niggas ask for that drama, and then we give it. I'm telling you this real shit, man, I live it. It's just the way I do. Me and break bets on the shit. Woo!
You see, you'll get exclusive songs like that. Shit you will not hear on YouTube. Well, that one's on YouTube now, but buy me a coffee. You don't even have to buy me a coffee. You can still listen to the music. I don't charge for the music. I just upload stuff there. And you can also donate there. Okay? That's what that's all about. So people are like, oh, what's buy me a coffee? Well, I changed it to buy me a pizza. It's the same fucking thing. It's like $5. You can buy, you know, people do it. Look, No Despair Bear bought 5 pizzas. That's like $25. That was I don't know when that was, but happy holidays. It must be recent. Thank you, No Despair Bear. Seriously. So God bless you, man. He always supports me. No Despair Bear has supported me before, but also, okay, so then we got that going on here. But what's really cool is the if I can get to it. The merchandise. Give the gift of Boston Ray for Christmas. All right? Like, seriously, I need support. We need the help. We got kids. We got a lot of shit going on. All right? We need also for the channel. I also help Singe Man out a lot sometimes. And Singe Man makes all these designs. So, it's a lot of the designs are Singe Man's. But, like, you don't, like, necessarily, like, all right, like, say, like, I got a lot of women stuff. Like, say you're a woman, you like this, but you don't like the color, right? You're like, oh, that's pretty cool. But you can get it in blue. You can get it in black. You can get it in gray. You can get it in this color, purple, green. Like, and it changes the way it looks. You can match it with different things. We got everything says, like, Mud Mob on the back. But that's just, like, the basic original design that Singe Man made, the retro design. We got, like, but then we got, like, new stuff, too. Like, really cool stuff. Like, look, we got my invention, the flat flop. which you wouldn't buy these this time of year. It's too cold unless you need them. But people did buy them. We got the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky merchandise. So you get all different colors, whatever color you want. You know what I'm saying? And it's got the flat earth on the back with the... Jenny got one of those. Thank you, Jenny. We got the COVID Commander. Dr. Fauci is COVID Commander. That one only comes in black because he's evil. There he is. A real, you know what I'm saying? But it's not just like mugs and glasses. Like we got Late Night Live t-shirts. Boom, baby. And it says on the back, of course, don't sleep on the late night. You know, this shit's easy to order. It's not that much for shipping. It's only a couple bucks, and you can have it sent to whoever. So you don't even have to worry about, like, if you were going to give someone a gift for Christmas and you gave them something like this, you could, like, just have it shipped right to their house. No problem. Like, boom. But, like, I made a lot of new stuff, too. So we got the Fucky Ducky. We got the Late Night Live. We got, let me see. It's coming. I got a lot of stuff. I got hoodies. I got all kinds of, a lot of hoodies, because I like hoodies, because you can wear hoodies, like, around here, like, 3 seasons out of the year. You know what I mean? Like, spring, fall, and winter. So hoodies, like, are very important for, like, this type of climate where I'm at. So I made a lot of hoodies. I made hats. We got hats now. And people order this stuff. It takes, like, a week to get there. And it comes out really well. And it's always, like, brand name, like, t-shirts. I get the 100% cotton ones. That's why they might cost a little more. I try to make sure it's 100% cotton, but, like, the hoodies, not all the hoodies are 100% cotton. Voice to Skull, Voice V2K technology hoodies. We got Masonic the Hedgehog t-shirts. Masonic the Hedgehog. He's throwing up a 3. He's got the Masonic sash on. On the back it says Mud Mob. Not every color works on this one, though. You got to be careful with that one. But the women's one works. The women's one's good. We got band practice stuff. We got a couple different logos. We have one that's like, that's the new logo. That's the good one, actually. Band practice tee. Check this out. Mud Mob, band practice. Because you know I do the band practice streams. Look at that. Pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? So we got band practice. All right. We got Masonic the Hedgehog hoodie in color. You get it in different colors. Get it in white. See how it looks in white. I think white might be the best. Yeah, white's probably the best. Red's, I mean, if you want him to have red eyes, whatever. He's Masonic. He could be evil. We got the Flat Earth Ninjas. Yep, Flat Earth Ninjas. So we got it in a few different designs, like different colors. This one, the red one's on the right, the left, and the blue one, you know what I mean? And then I think there's another one where it's opposite. So this is the men's one. I think the women's one is opposite. I don't know why we did it that way. It doesn't say nothing on the back. Just Flat Earth Ninjas. That's all it says. Flat Earth Ninjas. Okay. Flat Earth Ninjas. Oh. Yeah, the women's one is opposite, I think. Yep. Boom, maybe not. Flat Earth Ninjas. I love looking at my merchandise. We got this one too. Look, this one's all white. And this is a crew neck sweatshirt. So it's like got no hoodie, but it's a sweatshirt. You can get it in all different colors. I like this Teespring thing. People, all right. So this is the new stuff right here. This one's cool. The Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures pint glass. Look, I'm drinking mud. Look, that's a cup of mud in my hand. You see that? That was Flatter Day Saints designed it. And on the back it says Mud Mob. Yeah, the Flat Earth Ninjas. You guys are laughing about it. Yeah, it's funny, right? Singeman made it up. It's hilarious. Oh, look, but you know, oh, we got we got the t-shirts. We got the t-shirts. What's going on? Why does it look like blue? All right, there you go. The Mud Mob on the back. You get the idea. You get them all different colors. We got women's, men's, and then we got the hoodies. The new hoodies are off the hook. All right. So I made one because they got my face on them. You know what I'm saying? Look, you can get them in all like tons of different colors, like orange, like crazy colors, like you know. And, oh, that one looks cool. And on the back it just says Mud Mob. And then like I made these zip ups, right? So this is cool because we got Flat Earth Ninjas on the front, right? Boston Ray on the back, right? So you can, I like this color. This one would be nice. That would be nice, right? Come on. Get the fuck out of here. All right, so then we got the red, like, all right, so this one right here, right? It looks the same, right? But on the front, it's still the same hoodie. But on the front, it's got Late Night Live. You see that? So you can get a zip up that says Late Night Live on the front with the Boston skyline, with the Boston Ray on the back, right? They're all the same, right? And then I made one that has the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky right here. Look, it's got my thing on the back, and on the front it's got the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky, and it's a zip up. Those are really nice. Those are new. You know what I'm saying? There's 3 different ones you could choose from. And then they got I made one of these with a blue you know, V2K Voice to Skull, because we did a whole show on Voice to Skull with a band. Oh, this is Voice to Skull on the back with band practice on the front. So it's like band practice, Voice to Skull. That's a cool one. We got so much shit. This one looks pretty cool. This one's a premium hoodie, so it's probably made out of like premium material. You know? They got some nice colors on some of them. But you got to play around with the colors and the designs and see like what's going to match your stuff. We got the Mud Mug, the Boston Ray Mud Mug. All right. Well, I don't know. What else? Was there anything else? Oh, yeah, the hats. The hats. I got to show you the hats. Okay. Late Night Live, flat brim, and it's a snapback. A snapback, you see? Mud Mob on the back. You can get them in all different colors. That one's a little cut off in the back. I'm not fixing it. Deal with it. But then we have, I like the light blues. But you can get it in like even a color like that. It's cool. It depends on what you're matching it with, right? But for the same hat, we also have it with the curve, you know. But the curve one depends on what style you like. With the curve one, it's a strap back, not a snapback. It's a strap back. And we got them in camouflage. Check this out. Late Night Live camouflage. We got it in a girl's color. So, you know, we got it in white. White gets so dirty, though. But we got a Flat Earth Fucky Ducky hat. You can get a curve. You can order it either way. You can get it curved or you can get it flat. You get it curved or you can get it flat. You can have it either way you want. $33.99. All right. They got Boston Ray hats, Flat Earth Ninja hats, more Boston Ray hats. We're trying to perfect the Boston Ray hat look. We're trying to get my design on the hat so it looks like me on the thing. But we're getting there. We're getting there. These are just prototypes. So yeah, there you go. All right, let's get back to the Chronic Kitchen. Infused whipped cream. Support the channel.
We're gonna add this to a whipped cream canister. Shake thoroughly, and you're good to go. If you don't have a whipped cream canister, you can also use a hand blender. And voila, you have infused whipped cream.
Yeah, they're not all the same prices, dude. It's weird. It's like sometimes if you pay the euro price, it's cheaper. You gotta like figure it out. I don't know how they do it. It's like I just press a button and it goes up, and then I put whatever price they suggest, and then they give me a cut. It's like, but it does support the channel. It does give me a cut.
Cream. Thanks for watching this episode of Chronic Kitchen. Please like and subscribe and comment down below any recipes you'd like to see.
I want to see it. Oh, here we go. Here's the more gummies. No. Let's see what else they're making. What else? What else are they making on here? Anything look interesting? What's their newest stuff? What's been going on? What's the newest thing going on? Infused honey. Ooh. These are just alternatives.
What's up, Smashers? In today's episode of Chronic Kitchen, we're going to be making infused honey.
I seen infused honey at the store and like little honey sticks.
The first thing we're going to do is smash out our rosin. We're going to be doing this press for 207 degrees and 600 material PSI, and we're doing this in an X bag. Now the ratio here is going to be a 1-to-1 ratio. We're going to do about a gram of rosin.
We're going to do a 1-to-1 ratio and a gram of rosin. You guys ready?
Rosin for a cup of honey.
All right, I'll give you guys a few minutes. Everyone get your Nug Smasher thing out. Get your one gram of whatever she just said and your 1-to-1 ratio ready. All right, get ready. Let's do this. I know, right? Philo Fire is right. Edibles have come a long way. Now, thank you for bringing that up, because you know why? All right, when I was a kid, to make edibles, there was like 2 ways to do it. We used to either make butter or we used to use vegetable oil if we didn't have any butter. Sometimes vegetable oil worked better because it didn't stick. And we would just take like all the shavings from the plant, sometimes we would take like actual weed, like ounces of weed, and we would throw like, I don't know, 4 or 5 ounces of weed in a pan, like frying pan, with the butter or the oil, and we would just let it fry. And then when the oil turned really, really, really dark green, we would just sift all the burnt weed pieces out, whatever it was left, all the stuff that was like black, and we would just with a strainer sift out the butter, and then you would like use that to make brownies instead of like butter in the brownies. You'd add that, or like whatever you want, or you could put it on toast. So I don't know, this is like really crazy to me. Like we're in like a new reality or something.
Then we're going to collect our rosin. Using a Nug Smasher collection plate makes it super easy. Cools the rosin right down so that it collects to the everything tool, and itself super simple. Look at that fire rosin. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna heat our honey. We're using 2 cups of honey.
Yeah.
We put this in a mason jar inside of a crock pot filled with water.
I thought that too. Maybe we're getting old, but you know what? I don't think so because, like they say this shit's been going back for like billions of years or something, like hundreds of thousands of years, like billions of like eons or whatever. People have been. They were saying people were smoking hash oil in like Egypt. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe we just didn't know about it, or it just came into our reality somehow.
And we have this on high heat. Next, we're going to add the rosin to the honey.
I know, it's weird. It's really, it is. It's really weird. But it works. It works better than the way we did it. For some reason, it seems to. Well, the way we did it used to work too, though.
Start it up.
Now we're going to put this back in the crock pot. We're going to leave this in the crock pot for about 24 hours. Taking it out every few hours to shake it. Once the rosin is fully dissolved and decarbed, we're going to shake it up. And then we have our infused honey. Stay tuned to see what we use this infused honey for. Thanks for watching this episode of Chronic Kitchen. Be sure to like and subscribe and comment down below any recipes you'd like to see.
I know, right? I know, I should have added my own music to this person's video. What are you going to do? I got something. Why not? We should check this video out. Give me a second. I'm coming in through the back door again. That's what she said. Oh. All right, let's do this. Oh, man. How many people we still got here anyway? 12? Hey, it's not bad for a small channel like mine. And a newbie like myself. You know? At 4:12 in the morning. Yeah, I don't mind. Is anybody sleeping out there? I bet you there's people asleep right now. I noticed earlier people, after I pressed this, when people were sleeping, people shut their phones off.
You slept. system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Give me 1 second. Yeah. Nancy. All right, here's a video for you to watch. Here's a video for all you late night fans. That's very educational. This is just for educational purposes. I don't suggest that anybody does this or anything like that. I just educational purposes only.
Hey guys, welcome. In this video, I will be talking about one of my favorite things, magic mushrooms. Did you know there are about 200 different strains of psychedelic mushrooms?
Yes.
And researchers are finally looking into them for our health. They are said to lower anxiety and depression if taken safely.
Uh-oh.
Finally, science is catching up to how we feel. But what I found super fascinating is that although all mushroom strains contain psychotropic compounds, each strain has unique trips. Some have more visual effects due to high levels of psilocybin. Some even give darker, more thought-provoking trips. But all have compounds that are beneficial to our brains. They all share similar characteristics as well. When touched, damaged, or become oxidized, they turn a bluish color. I thought it was mold at first, but I was so happy when I found out that it's just a natural process. So today I'm going to be showing you how you can grow your own magic mushrooms in a bag. It's pretty simple. The only big thing you will need to worry about is contamination, which happened to me a few times. So, a few ways to prevent contamination is to grow your shrooms in a very low traffic area, such as your closet. And before walking in to check your shrooms, spray the area with disinfectant. Wear gloves and put some isopropyl alcohol on them before you handle your shrooms. Also, if you have an air purifier, that would be a great addition to your shroom. Okay, so let's get into the point of this video. You will need cotton balls, scissors, 70% isopropyl alcohol, and Lysol. First things first, we gotta disinfect our area and our utensils. So I sprayed Lysol on my table, then I disinfected my scissors and my gloves that I have on. Now we need to shake the syringe very well. The spores may look like black clumps in the syringe, but once you shake well, the spores will separate, which is the goal. Now we can get our syringes and bags ready for inoculation. So, we need to disinfect the syringe needles first. Your spores will most likely come with its own alcohol pad, so we will just use that. Let's also disinfect the entry point on the bag as well. Now we can start to inoculate the bag with the spores. Push the needle in and put a little bit of spores in at a time at different angles so that the mycelium doesn't just grow in one spot.
Yeah.
Now, cover the entry point.
This is how they're doing it nowadays.
Put it in another container in a dark, warm place.
I don't trust it either. They're too much.
Helps the mycelium grow faster.
You know,
I have found.
I'm old school. This looks like a new way they're doing it, like in a plastic bag. I don't know.
When the mycelium growth looks about a half to 3/4 colonized, it is ready to mix. I mixed my bag.
When I did it, I used Petri dishes.
A little bit before halfway, and I still got great results.
But
now we wait several weeks for the mushrooms to sprout.
I had to make that white stuff separately than that. She made it all together in one mix, so I don't know.
Sprout. The substrate will start to feel solid. This is how we know when the mycelium is about to colonize and the mushrooms are starting to grow. You can spray the sides of the bag if the mushrooms are looking a little dry. Remember, we want to keep the mushrooms in a warm, moist environment.
Sorry.
And these are what some of the shrooms look like from the first flush. These are the golden cubensis. Or the second bag I inoculated are called Maui Platinum, which I have never tried before, but I'm going to be trying some right now. I also find that the fresh mushrooms taste a little bit.
She didn't dry them out. That's dangerous.
Better and are more tolerable than the dried mushrooms. Because I used to like the taste of mushrooms, but I just can't stand it anymore. But the fresh ones are way more tolerable.
Some of them taste better than others. Some of them taste really nasty. Some of them taste like popcorn.
Since a monotub yields more results, I will be doing a different video about growing mushrooms in a monotub in the near future. I hope this video helped you. I hope you have a great, healthful day.
And eat a banana. Eat a fucking banana, all right? All right. So, it's getting late. But you guys are all having fun in the chat, I can tell. So I'm not going to end the stream, but I'm taking off. But I'm going to play a concert. And I'll I'll be in the chat. All right. Later.
Yes. You're very live tonight. We like that. You ready for some more? If you're ready for some more, make some noise. When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
Check it out. When I say Cypress, you say Hill. Cypress, Cypress. When I say Cypress, you say Hill. Cypress, Cypress.
Living on back, walking on fool with the thing I'm rolling around the non-juice Cadillac. Still got my homies to watch my back and the smoke go wet. If you wanna pull a jack, that's why some kicks. The kids come sweating, they follow. Other put yourself just coming in. I wanna know if it's in the road. Put the grip in the 4-5. Bring it on! That's chicken, duck, chicken, hit the gap, flush. My grip is surrounded. Fuck it, get rushed. Rush with death. How many shells left in the closet? With the chrome magnums, yep. When the shit goes down, you better be.
When the shit goes down.
When the shit goes down, you better be.
When the shit goes down.
When the shit goes down, you better be.
When the shit goes down.
When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
Better be ready, homeboy.
What you gonna do when the shit goes down, sit dog?
Gonna be ready.
What you gonna do when the shit goes down, New DOG?
Ready.
What you gonna do when the shit goes down, Eric Bobo?
Gonna be ready.
What you gonna do when the shit goes down?
Gonna be ready, homeboy.
Get the shot on lock, that's the best of my shots. When I strap on my bulletproof vest. Oh, take the crowd right to my chest. Damn, didn't wanna kill a man. Yeah, I still stand tall with the hill cutting, y'all better step back. Niggas about to fall. Coming up blasted like a Yosemite Sam. Get the cheese and the bread for the ham. When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
When the shit goes down.
When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
When the shit goes down.
When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
When the shit goes down.
When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
Better be ready, homeboy.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you feel the funk with Cypress Hill right now? If you're feeling funky, I want you to say, I'm funky! Well, let's get funky right now. We're about to get funky with you right now, because we are the funky feel ones. How do you feel?
Funky!
How do you feel?
Funky!
How do you feel? How do you feel? Well, I'm the real one. It's the funky feel one. Cypress Hill has so many questions that. Because we are answering. Any brothers that have been full of chicks swinging. X-ray gathering. It's all the info. Yo, what's the info? It's a crazy gangster in a pit hole. Sounding like a prophet, but I'm still profit. Even with the armpit, flexing on top. Cause of my music, but I call my chunky. And my trade, my tropics on again.
Funky!
Give it to the hacker now. Send it to the fucking now. Jump on you. You're the biggest sucking down. You got to relax.
You got to kick back.
Brother, just sit back. Drop me like a six pack. Cause I let the rhyme flow into the hook. Wait to get took. That's another story black. I'm the real one. Yes, the funky feel one.
I'm the real one. Yes, the funky feel one.
With the real one. Yes, the funky feel one. Just the way the real one. Yes, the funky feel. How do you feel?
Funky!
How do you feel? How do you feel? How do we feel? Get funky.
Send dog, break them all, boy.
Nothing in the stick block, hanging on the pink job. They call me pimp pop, that's a lot of hip hop. Got them down with Cypress, and it's where I might just begin to fuck your girl. If yo, she's the flyer than the other frog. Hanging on the straw. Is that all? Instead of say my dick hard, not about knocking you. Do you feel like clocking you? Forget it, that stupid motherfucker, I'll be clocking you.
With the right and left hand, right and twist, step, stand, guys on the side, step, bustin' down the deck, man, with the crater lyrics. If you can bear it, that's the next thing in it. What you inherit? Some try to take up, no one tell me shook up. Why the sucker shook up? That's another story, black. I'm the real one, yes, the funky feel one.
I'm the real one, yes, the funky feel one.
I'm the real one, yes, the funky feel one. You know with the real one, yes, the funky feel one. How do you feel?
Funky!
How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? You know we represent some hip hop shit. So we're gonna do some hip hop shit. Maybe you know this, but let's try it out. Yo, Sen, I got this side.
Okay, be real, I got this side.
Are you ready this side?
Are you ready on this side?
Here we go. Here we go. You can get with this.
You can get with that.
You can get with.
You can get with that.
You can get with.
You can get with.
You can get with.
You can get with.
Now you can get with.
You can get with.
You can get with.
Or you can get with.
Better get with.
You better get with.
Gotta get with.
You gotta get with.
Engine number 9 on the New York Transit line. If my train goes off the track, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on,
pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Pick one of them old funky circle things. Know what I'm saying? Shit goes like this.
Hey, yo, bitch, I want your pants in your bitch.
Hold on,
with the funky bulldog. Put out your fucked up steps like it's
wicked.
So come on, it's like the stuff riches. We like to outlaw riding, seconds of hiding, just behind the foot. You see me driving.
Hanging out the window
with my man
taking up the boot dog.
It's kind of loco, just another loco. It's from the street, getting paid for my vocal. Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand. I can just kill a man.
I'm going on the dumb shit, cause ain't nothing coming from it. Yeah, I waste no time fucking around. I got coming. Homemade is coming at y'all. Now you know I'm gonna get y'all.
Time for some action, just a fraction of fraction. I got the clearance, I'm not interference. It's your satellite, shining a bella.
And I know that I'll get you right.
It's an example, just a little sample.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
One time tried to come in my home, take my phone, my set your whistle.
Oh.
Take cover, son,
or your ass out.
How do you like my quote?
I watch a rookie pass out.
Did it at the blast out, but I did it anyway. Got your punk hat to play.
So I had to kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
Give it something you can't understand.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
I can just kill a man.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
I can just kill a man.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
I can just kill a man.
Oh, I can just kill a man.
I can just kill a man. Julio G, cut that shit up, come on. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Woo. It's gonna be a long time before I finish one of the many methods that I have to establish. Like respect, ignite your witness. Like if you went down,
bullshit.
Say some punk, try to get you for your honor. What you call the one-time play the role model?
Fuck no.
I think you play like a thug next to the side of a magnum slug.
My man coming at y'all. Man, I'm gonna get y'all. How do you know where I'm at if you haven't been where I've been? Understand where I'm coming from when you're up on the hill in your big home. I'm right here, risking my goal. Just for a bucket or a fast bucket, just to stay alive, yo, I gotta say, fuck this. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. Here is something you can't understand. Oh, I can just kill a man. 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 Time for a small chronic break. It's Friday morning, where the weed at? Let me dip into my pocket for my fat weed sack. Cause I wanna get high like a plane in the sky with the endo cloud in my brain. What the fuck are my zigzags and my lighter so I can roll it and set it on fire? Damn! With the head scissors, the shit is so sticky that it's getting on my fucking finger. But it's smokeable, double tokeable. Got the one kid to quit a wild base shit that's smokeable. I wanna do a joint venture. Let me make sure there ain't no lumps in the motherfucking center. No impregnated. Look the joint, fuck it, we can smoke it and we'll all get faded. Roll it up, line it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. Roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. Roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. Go on, roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. Who came to get high with Cypress Hill tonight? We want to get high. We came to get high. We love to get high. We want to get high. Well, it's the funkalistic, the blunt I twisted, the slam my body, who the body funk on your disc. Oh, what you missed us, you got to bear witness. Catch a hope and another hoe. Merry Christmas! Yes, I smoke this straight off the road cliff, approaching on the flooded ones to approach it. But one motion make us sway like the ocean. The herb is more than just a powerful potion. What's the commotion, yo? I'm not fucking around. Everybody's learning about what they smoking. Up it's on high, I'm roasted quail. Tell Bill Clinton to go and inhale. We came to get you high, so high. We came to get you high, so fucking high. We came to get you high. Bounce, bounce, bounce. I roll rocks up just like weed in your chest. Think you gotta win, don't hold your breath. Stand on the track with red and meth. Rolling up a bat when you roll up instead of CD. We be the one with the weed leaves, better on the arm. Come on, believe me. Look who it is, fuck you feel. Local assassin, DJC just resonated. Over my brain, you're saturated. Gotta get the cushion cultivated. Different to the ones who love to hate it. Let me get filled like Chrissy hot plays. I don't give a fuck who's seats where I play. Chillin' and fresh. Activated while you're staying at home, feeling isolated. Is there a doctor in the house?
Hello, Dr. Green Thumb. Paging Dr. Green
my name is Dr. Green Thumb. I'd like to tell you just where I'm from the hills where the trees go wild with weed chill. No fucking pig, it's just holding the blue steel. We have the best with the weed connect. DA can't keep the green thumb in check. HPS got blessed the whole crowd. Please God don't let me see no cop. No clothes ready to hit the highway. Don't let the eye in the sky fly my way. Or we're gonna have the trouble that's no shit. Can't be growing without no permit, but fuck that. Let me let loose the beat quick. Now we're when they come niggas. Suck this dick. We can throw without attention. You know my name. It's Dr. Green Thumb. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. I'd like to tell you just where I'm from. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. I'd like to tell you just where I'm from. Hey, yo, Dr. Green Thumb, come on back one time. People can't live without the urban. If not living, drinking and driving and swerving. Text to Dr. Green Thumb, we grow. Backyard on ringside, the hot go. Such plant, such an tangerine tree. HD flow in the fucking smoke screen. Cycles of weed are constantly grow. Everybody never the razor. I'd like to stop when it feels so good. 20 plants picking up the whole neighborhood. DA never wanna leave green alone. Never ever talk about what I'm wrong. But that money starts knocking at my door. Green Thumb can't talk no more. Please don't follow me into the sun. You know my name. It's Dr. Green Thumb. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. I'd like to tell you just where I'm from. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb. Do you want to hit from the bar? Do you want to hit from the bar? Do you want to hit from the bar? I know y'all want to hit. Go on, Green Thumb, get up high. Kick it, back it, fire it up, come along. Take a hit from the bar. Put the fuck down just for a second. Don't get me wrong, it's not a new method. Inhale, exhale. I'll send you a pound in the mail. Or like a run or a big fat coke. I'm a double barrel ball. Getting me stuck up skillet. Water inside, don't spill it. Smells like shit on the carpet. Spill it. Don't get smooth when I get a clean lick of the stone. Yeah, funky, smell it, green shit. Take my song and pump all night long. All night long. As I take hits from the bar. Who wanna make a big hit? All the good shit with the big cypress. Who wanna take a big hit? All the good shit with the big cypress. Who wanna take a big hit? All the good shit with the big cypress. Who wanna take a big hit? All the good shit with the big cypress. First to smoke that bowl, hit the ball, and then you take that finger off of that hole. Plug it, unplug it, don't strain. Never complain when I hear Barry with that flame, you know I light up the cherry. She's so good to me. When I pack a fresh bowl, I clean the screen. Don't get me stirred up the smoke through the bubble and fall down. Making them dog show I got. Take another hit and I hold it. Just like Charles, I get the ball and I reload it. Like the A, but I'm gonna hit it strong. Hit it strong. As I take hits from the bar. Who wanna take a big hit? Hey, on the good shit with the big cypress. Who wanna take a big hit? Come on the good shit with the big cypress. Who wanna take a big hit? On the good shit with the big cypress. Who wanna take a big hit? On the good shit with the big cypress. Everybody say hell yeah! I'll get high. Say hell yeah! We all get high. Say hell yeah! I'll get high. Say hell yeah! If you're having a good time with Cypress Hill tonight. Hey, yo, Sendog.
What's up, B-Real?
Check this one time.
Yeah.
This whole side right here is liver than that side right now. Make some fucking noise!
No, B-Real. This side right here are the real crazy motherfuckers. Make some noise!
no. This is the crazy side. Make some fucking noise.
Fuck that. This side, make some noise.
I think a challenge has been issued. You want to see how much liver we are than them? Make some fucking noise! We're gonna be liver and louder than that side. Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Say fuck that side!
Say fuck that side!
Say fuck your side!
Say fuck you!
Say fuck you too!
Be real. My side just kicked your side's ass right now. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody on my side, say fuck that side!
Say fuck that side! Yeah, nah, you guys are out of here.
No.
But if you need more proof, we're gonna show you.
Okay, let's do it.
Look.
Do some more then. Go ahead.
Okay, look, we're gonna really show them how live we are right now. Your side, pull out your cameras and point them over here, because this is gonna be the livest shit ever. All right, everybody on my side, down like this. Come on, down. Everybody get down. Everybody get down. Come on, everybody get down. Come on, everybody down. Everybody down. Everybody down on this side. Come on. Everybody down. You two, get the fuck down. Come on. Everybody down. Everybody down. When this song comes on, everybody down. When this song comes on, you will know exactly what to do. Say fuck your side!
Damn. All right, that was real good on your side, Be Real, but I gotta address my audience here, my public. Okay, a lot of you were jumping around with their side. What? That was fucked up. But I'm gonna give you another chance. Everybody on my side, put your middle finger in the air like this. Okay? When this song comes on, let's all jump up and down and say, fuck that side. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yo, DJ. Are you ready? Come on. Fuck that side. Fuck that side. Fuck that side. Fuck that side. Fuck that side.
Holy shit. Whoa.
Everybody say, fuck that side.
Say, fuck that side. That was good. Your side was pretty live. I'll give you that shit. You guys were live. You were also live. So we're gonna unite this. We're gonna bring the party back together. And we're gonna do this one all united. Are you ready? Are you feeling the vibes? Are you feeling the energy? Are you feeling the insanity? Well, who you trying to get crazy with? That said, don't you know we're local?
Jump around, yeah. Jump around, come on. Jump around, yeah. Jump around, come on.
Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Got the one on the flam. Boy, get temperature, stuff that ham in the frying pan.
Like Sam get done wanna come and slam.
Hot damn!
Feel like the sun of Sam. Don't let me rock shit. Hey, took a chance of it going like General Electric. Lights are blinking. I'm thinking it's all over if I go out drinking.
Oh!
Taking my mind slow. That's why I don't fuck with the big boy.
Bro,
got to maintain.
A nigga like me is gon' get insane.
Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane.
Crazy insane, got no brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain. Do my dirt undercover, now it's time for the blabber. Watch that belly get fatter, fat boy on a diet. Hey. Don't try it, I'll jack your ass like a
Luda in the riot.
Mash is fat like a sumo, slamming that ass. Leaving your face in the grass. You know I don't take a dulo. Lightly punk jet fellas cause he can't outfight you. Hit that style.
He's wicked.
Heavy face niggas never seen me smile. With that mainframe I maintain.
What you say?
Like me is gon' get insane.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Let's go. Insane in the membrane.
Crazy insane, got no brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Is everybody insane over here?
Are you fucking insane over here?
Is everybody insane back there?
Are we all insane out here?
Just like Louis Armstrong, play the trumpet or hit my bong and break you off something strong. I got to get my prop. God, come and try to snatch my crops. These pigs wanna blow my house down. Head underground to the next town. They get mad when they come to break my pen. And I'm out in the not-loose can. Cause I'm the pirate of this ship. If I tip with the ultraviolet, I'm from the red light beam. Now do you believe in the unseen?
Take a look.
Don't make your eyes strain.
A nigga like me is going insane.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Crazy insane, got no pain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Are you feeling insane over here?
Are you feeling insane over here?
Is everybody insane back there?
Are we all insane out here?
I think you're fucking crazy.
Is everybody having a good time with Cypress Hill tonight? If you love Cypress Hill, say, oh, shit. Say, oh, shit. All right. When this song starts, everybody here tonight, the front to the back, the side to the side, everybody, all of us, we're going to put our hands in the air and go side to side in the spirit of hip hop. Are you ready? Julio G, let's get some of that good California Latino shit, eh, San? Everybody in the house here in France tonight. Throw your hands up in the sky. Go on the rock, we like all cubano. Pinta de Dios, no marihuana. Esta capital, pingolete. Swing this here with the fuck of a machete. Kick that lingo from Spain to Tijuana. Rest another bitch, oh girl, ask your mama. No me importa pinga, ni niña. All I want to know que está bueno siga. Don't be scared, esta de batar. What's the play down, homeboys going on? Rock the flow G, straight back, get out on. Master the Spanish style, and cojona out. Fools all know aquí no se juega. Don't like a fool up, no rompo la nega. We ain't crazy ass asesino. Get your gun ready, aquí viene peligro. So I do it like a simple
me about the chulo, you know the food. Never hate away, see me coming, get to this running, don't hate away. The man is harder than most. Follow the wild lines, get it started quicker. Hit you before you try to hide.
Check me out, hold it off right there and say, better recognize struggle there and heaven. My crazy life on me, la loca. Made me an enemy with my exposa. Shoot that no fall up in my negocio. Watch your back, okay? You ain't my socio. Like a machine, no tengo sentimiento. Kick the rock, you can tell, go in there, go down. We let you stop. It's going down. We let you stop. One more time, y'all. Come on, let's go. Say oh shit. Say oh shit.
Yeah. Get him, St. God. Yeah. That's how we do it all around the world. Cypress Hill style, just like that.
This song is called Tequila Sunrise.
Hey, eat the worm, motherfucker!
Down for my body, yo, in the make area. The hill cartel taking over your area. Make a man get so down in Mexico where the sun burns hot. It goes down slow. Got my client count, everything's well. I gotta be in the mountains with the big Spanish down. Let it be known that I'm down for that raza. Round Robin Hood looking out for that raza. It's me and my house flying straight ball of boom. A conquistador, I conquer all the loot. Try and pull a swoop. I got my soldados. Soul asesinos vienen preparados. Rap desperados with my foot on the throttle. You know what I say, get the money, get the model. Get the cash, make the dash, call up my mano. We all get drunk, drinking the Recusano.
Tequila sunrise, flash out, realize we all born to die.
So get the money, nigga.
Tequila sunrise, flash out, realize we all born to die.
So get the money, nigga.
Gotta get it, I got to get it.
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 I never knew money like this in the palm of my hand. Till I met the man with man hook up. The big plans everywhere you look up. Got everybody shut up running for cover. The big bad wolf motherfucker. He was like a brother figure. Show me the bigger picture. Bucks hanging on the corner. Don't let the big station. Not like the fools who don't comprehend. Went up to an 25 bid in the bed. You got that? Gave me a cup. Took a swig. The bitter taste of the mascal. 3-1 shit. Top of the lesson. Slap my face. That is a big attention, brother. You're my ace. But don't ever question. Do what I say and you'll be rich and keep this. And your mind rats laying the ditch with no spot. Don't ever forget that golden rule in the game. Cheers, they all know your name. It's like fame. While women and money don't mix. Like drinking and driving. Watch those conniving bitches. Keep your eye out. Always be aware what's around you. They wanna down you
and fucking crown you.
Keep your shit in order, the money will never stop. Pretty soon you'll be on top.
Oh!
Tequila sunrise, flash out. Realize we all born to die.
So get the money, nigga.
Tequila sunrise, flash out. Realize we all born to die.
So get the money, nigga.
Gotta get it, I got to get it.
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 On the turntables, we have a West Coast legend. He goes by the name of Julio G. 1580 West Side Radio. Make some noise. On the percussion, we got Eric Big Drum Bobo. They're gonna make it funky for you right now. Let's go. Ha, ha, ha. Here we go, y'all. Go, go, go. Let's get the people bubble. Here we go.
Julio G. Eric Bobo.
Every loco out there wanna be down with the crew. Some ain't got enough heart. Let me ask you this: could you be down like a soldier, loyal, and do everything I told you? I promote ya into euphoria. Now for your neighborhood, looking up to the cheese with the flavor. Criminal behavior on the mind when I got your back, you never got your back. Ten every time, so you're set in the air, waving around like you just don't care. So you're set in the air, blow it up, y'all, waving around like you just don't care. It's time to hit the shot, bust the nigga. Get your hands out your pockets and your fingers on the trigger. Level fly, we don't die, we multiply.
Throw Cypress up in the sky.
I answer can't cut, you can't fuck with this. For me, when I got the clock, you better duck quick, cause I ain't having it. If you got your cat, you better start grabbing it.
We can handle it.
Soy numero uno, mero mero. You know I run with Popo in the barrel. Firing up that heater when I'm giving them another camanita millimeter. Los Angeles, California, where I'm from.
Dun, diddy, dun, diddy, diddy, dun, dun.
Fucking on your ass, so you know where I'm from.
Dun, diddy, dun, diddy, diddy, dun, dun. Come on.
So you're set in the air, waving around like you just don't care.
Everybody,
you're set in the air,
like that.
Waving around like you just don't care. So you're set in the air,
throw it up, y'all.
Waving around like you just don't care. So you're set in the air,
throw it up.
Waving around like you just don't care.
Oh yeah, throw your neighborhood in the air. Come on, like you don't care. Oh yeah, throw your neighborhood in the air. Come on, like you don't care.
Let me take you to the dark side of the moon. Tell mama that you won't be coming home anytime soon. Cause I got you under my thumb, homie, watch that you play. Better be the same that I claim it. Take a look around, countless amount. I'm so tough when I'm chilling on the east side of town. And it don't stop till I'm done.
Dun, diddy, dun, diddy, diddy, dun, dun.
Boom, diddy, bye, bye. Boom, diddy, bye, bye. Step back as I'm kicking up dust for a while. Cause I put motherfuckers to rest. Hope they found out from the cabinet. With the picture, get the full vibe. Bang, settle it. With this front nigga, blow your roll as I take control. Take a toke up the endo now, hitting home. Let it out. How you feel when the herb got you by the balls and you're coughing up a lung anyhow? You
you can't shake the homie that's gonna break through on any one member of your bitch crew. As I pull the triggers on my night, say good night, pick up, boom, bitty, bye bye. Boom, bitty, bye bye. Your ass on the floor and don't ask why. Boom, bitty, bye bye. Flop to your dome and you start to cry. Boom, bitty, bye bye. Any last prayers before you die. Boom, bitty, bye bye. Rock the bye, homie, boom, bitty, bye bye. You ain't never caught a rabbit, so you ain't no friend of mine. Get to have it fucking up your tree with my nine. Leave your girl on the leash, you're at home. Knick-knack, paddywhack, give the dog bone. Raw dog, fuck a law dog. Don't hand it out the beat down with my sawed on. Cause every now and then you got to knuckle up, buckle up. Check it, it's on, I reckon. It's the Wild Wild West. Get your 40 and your blunt and your Glock and your bulletproof vest. Let me guess, everybody wanna test, everybody running up, gonna get burned like cess. Lottie-dottie, we fucking everybody, boom bitty bye. Sing a lullaby in the party, boom bitty bye bye. Ass on the floor and don't ask why. Boom bitty bye bye. Pop to your dome and you start to cry. Boom bitty bye bye. Any last prayers before you die. Boom bitty bye bye. Boom bitty bye bye. Are you ready? Cock the hammer. Cock the hammer, it's time for action. Cock the hammer. You gotta cock the hammer, it's time for action. Boom, I'm a chicken hawk, fly for a chicken. Get paranoid when you hear my Glock clicking. Begin to the pump, that's cooking with his bitch head style. I break a mic, deacon. Jones, house off without the bone. I'ma roll you up and out. Smoke you like I'ma split the seed and out. Broke you like don't start me up, cause I'm not the Rolling Stone. But the kids don't get the little help from my friends. Good man that I put around back at you again. I can make a friend like David. Same as the lock on. When I put my cat up his anus. Hear me? Got the night bitching like the wild old owl. Come in and fetch y'all. Got homes I wet y'all. Bury them bones under my home and I cock the hammer. Cock the hammer, it's time for action. Cock the hammer. Cock the hammer, it's time for action. I said, bring the gun talk. Billy, I said, bring the gun talk. Flash, I said, bring the gun talk. Billy, I said, bring the gun talk. Wet my weapon, step into a whole new realm. Let's step back as I take up the helm on the pilot. Dip my steel, drop in the hill. Let's realize what the hell in the cannon's socket. That's my companion surrounded. That's like bricks cuts pounded. It's the Captain Afro America. Whole lot of guys with a low doubt now and God wear beard with a musket. Better jump quick. Right, get dusted. That got looks rusted, disgusted. Oh, look away. I'm a Russian. Yes, I know that you can't withstand it. Watch that ass. Nigga up, branded with the silk toe. How you feel, though? My boot is stuck right in your ass. Lost a dildo. Cry on the pillow. You're whipping us pillow. The hill got the silk for the static like pillow. You talking about none, give me room. As I lights up the boom. Cock the hammer. Break the white banner. If I heard a clock go click like a camera. Cock the hammer. Cock the hammer, it's time for action. Cock the hammer. Cock the hammer, it's time for action. Stop by. You got to stop back, stop back. Time for stop boy, bring the gun talk. Ease back. You got to ease back, ease back. Time for stop boy, bring the gun talk. Bring the gun talk. I said bring the gun talk. Billy, I said bring the gun talk. I said bring the gun talk. Thank you very much. Yes. Merci. 26 years of hip hop, Cypress Hill. We represent 26 years of hip hop, Cypress Hill worldwide. And we ain't never going out. We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out. Pulling out the slums. It's the hood dog. I'm putting the gas out on all you bums. Bring it on when you wanna come fight. There's not long. Take a knife till it breaks. Cypress Hill. Chill. I bust that wheel. Grab the gas. Then I load up the steel. If you wanna get drastic, I pull out the plastic. Block automatic synthetic material. Carry on block in order. And it's down to the Mexican border. Smoking that smelly, drunk that belly. When I put that smoke in, Captain O'Malley. Ho, ho. Back in my cat cup. Woo. Let me see what you do. It's a set to kill a man. I'll be dead if I don't take a stand. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
I'm high.
Strong.
I think I'm cause I don't
live
on the humdrum. Where I'm from, gas me.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck if you think I'm joking. No, that's how I come with the static. Erratic, profile, automatic, screaming at y'all. Red light,
beaming at y'all.
Need to have to run after. Punk ass looking up and up good. Think the grateful, the one that got played. Now he's under. Don't make Stevie wonder why. Cause he'll testify.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out like that. Ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. Zebra ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out like that. Unicorn ain't going out like that. Ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
They ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
I said we ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
Cypress Hill in the house.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out. We ain't going out.
Like I took the thinking, what the fuck is this? Letting you know I take care of prevention. And I get a witness to verify. Get out the pictures, your style. That makes you ecstatic.
Tragic.
When I gotta pull like a magic.
Ruler.
Then I roll with the crew and I bet you one time can't find my in the vehicle with the belt unbuckled. Keep rolling up, buddy, ain't that subtle. Pull to the curb, so we exchange a few words. But it got me stirred. Enough to crack the head cuff. I'm a huff and puff and blow your head off. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
We ain't going out.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out.
Ain't going out.
We ain't going out. Fire! Salute to the zebra and unicorn. Hey, we want to thank all of you for coming out tonight and enjoying the Cypress Hill experience. You've been a fucking awesome, awesome crowd. Give it up for yourselves. Make some noise for yourself. On the turntables, one of the naval Darth Vader of the Vader of now to build. Don't be a fucking hater. It's the legendary Hitman Julio G.
Oh, yeah.
On the percussion with no further interruption, the man with the hands of destruction, Eric Big Drum Bobo. And on the left mic, representing the West mic, he will pee on your face and shit on your chest mic, the Big Bad Perro Loco. Sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, Cypress Hill brings you the man with the best marijuana on the planet. Give it up for me! We are Cypress Hill, and we say goodnight like this. So you wanna be a rock superstar, live large, big house, buy cars, rich cars, coming up in the world, don't trust nobody, gotta look over my shoulder constantly. Remember the days when I was a young kid, growing up, looking in the mirror, dreaming about blowing up, rock crowd, make money, chill with the honey, sign autograph, whatever the people want from me. Shit's funny, how impossible dreams manifest in the games that become a wicked. Nevertheless, got to go with the gusto, but you don't know. Like the blood, sweat, tears, losing some of your peers, losing some of yourself through the gift pass. Go by, really it don't manifest with the wrong guy. So maniac in the brainiac, don't know how to act. Chase Steve 40 big track. Studio gangsta max on the deal, thinks it's gonna make a meal. Never will, till it crosses over still. Filling your head with fantasies, come with me, show the sacrifice it takes to make the G. Wanna be a rock superstar in the big. Take shit for people who don't know what it is. Wish it was all for the game, but the price of fame is high, so I can't take the weight of the trap. What you rapping about? Tell me what happened when you lost clap. Rap, you just started collapse. No fact, no fame, no respect, no change, no way. And everybody shit, so you know you wanna be a rock star. Live on, big house, black car, 8 cars, coming up in the world. Don't trust nobody, gotta look over my shoulder constantly. Be a rock superstar. Live on, big house, black cars, 8 cars, coming up in the world. Don't trust nobody, gotta look over my shoulder constantly. Say Cypress! Cypress Hill! Cypress! Cypress Hill! Say Cypress! Cypress Hill! Cypress! Cypress Hill! 25 years strong with hits from the bomb from Los Angeles, California, rocking on and on. Hey yo, stand tall, come on, hit him with the bomb. Whoever has big dreams, I make a big dream. Big shot, heavy hitter on the mainstream. Wanna look trendy in that Bentley. Be a star man, never act friendly. Wanna have big fame, let me explain. Whatever do these cars in their big brain. First you get played like all damn day. Long as you sell, everything will be okay. So yeah, you get dissed by the media. Damn, things never go the same way they began. Hurt some people get full to the fullest. That's why I fooled in the dining on the bullet. Everything they got in the big time. Hey, can you see me in my lap with the chrome rim shine? So you wanna go far, live long. Ain't all that go flip, been a rock star. You wanna be a rock superstar, live hard, big house, right hard, get hard, coming up in the world. Nobody gotta go over my shoulder constantly. Be a rock superstar, live hard, big house, right hard, get hard, coming up in the world. Don't trust nobody, gotta look over my shoulder constantly. Something don't tell me, I'm chilling in the hotel room lonely, but I ain't got it with my homie. Sometimes I wish I was back home, but only no radio. No video. Couldn't show me no love. The phony gotta hit the pro slowly, so that I can get pushed by Sony. Intimate like money in the press, say that. My own people that know me, and the best way back to keep your head straight, never inflate the cranium. If you're too worried about that money, it's a palladium. Just wanna cling on, swing on and suck on. Go on, suck on, suck it some more. The next rock superstar with no shame. Give them a year and they'll be right at the game. Same as the last one. Who came before him? Game face started getting ignored. I sure them warn him. This ain't easy, take it from easy. See people wanna be so cheesy, they're fucking evil. Beautiful people of France, Cypress Hill loves you. So you wanna be a rock superstar, live long, big house, black car, red cars, coming up to the world. Don't trust nobody, gotta look over my shoulder constantly. Be a rock superstar, live long, big house, black car, red cars, coming up to the world. Don't trust nobody, gotta look over my shoulder constantly. Thank you very much. We love you. We want to take this photo with you, so put your peace signs in the air. Thank you very much. We love you.
So, let me see. Do I still have final thoughts? Suzanne. Anyway, it was all in all, it was a great stream. Even though YouTube's chopping us down, we need to get the word out. We need to get the word out every which way. We need to fight them. We need to fight back, mud mob them, and just post it to sub these channels. Okay, I'll show you. I'll put them up on the screen. Because this is where the live streams are going to be. This is where all the new content is going to be. We might go to Odyssey too. We might, if we lose another channel, we might have to go over to Odyssey. But Odyssey's a good bet. Comments. I just want, because like the channels only have like 100 subs. It doesn't make sense. We need to get these channels built up because YouTube's fucking around again. All right, so let's see where they're at. All right, so this is the main channel now. For now. For the next 2 weeks, this is the main channel. This one right here. You see the icon? Okay. Boston Ray, it's called. Then our backup channel is the Late Night Live channel, which I don't see. Let me see if this works. It might work. I don't know. Let's see. I forget the command. Either way, sub the Late Night Live channel. Okay. And also, the one you don't see, because we might be going live on there, like we're live there right now. So even though you don't see it, yeah, there it is. There's the link for it. BitChute too, Odyssey. Okay, so let me put my Odyssey links in. Make sure you follow us on Odyssey because it might be the last. Everything's on. I have over like 500-600 videos on Odyssey. My Odyssey channel has more videos and more stuff than my YouTube channel, and you can download it for free. Then the BitChute, I'm about to just blow them up. BitChute is about to get an attack from Boston Ray with all kinds of content. Just explosion. You'll see. I'm working on BitChute. And also, there's stuff on BitChute that YouTube takes down. I put it right up on BitChute. When YouTube takes something down, I put it right up on BitChute. So BitChute is basically a plethora of all kinds of stuff YouTube took down. Why not? Check it out. A lot of cool stuff's up there. Stuff that you won't see on YouTube. And then we got the Boston Ray Odyssey, which is a different Odyssey than the other Odyssey. Okay. So we have alternate channels here that we're going to be alternating too because the holidays are getting tough and they're messing with us. Send your support. That'll help. And to all a good night. Let me see. I'm gonna end with this one. I know what I'm gonna end with. Let's see. Let's check this out. This rocks. All right. Good night, everybody. Good morning, actually, to some of you. Get deleted. No. Right here. All right.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.
We're putting the band back together.
Forget it. Don't wait. We're on a mission from God.
Matt, me and Elwood, putting the band back together.
Ma'am, you gotta understand that this is a lot bigger than any domestic problems you might be experiencing.
Would it make you feel any better if you knew that what we're asking Matt here to do is a holy thing?
You see, we're on a mission from God.
First you trade the Cadillac for a microphone. Then you lie to me about the band. Now you're gonna put me right back in the joint.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God. 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yep.
alright. It's all fake. It's all
Can't eat, can't sleep, I'm mentally done. If you can find it on the street, then I'm selling you some. I feel beat, my eyes as red as the sun. Man to hand, to the heart, to the temple of gun. 2 stacks that should cover the night. Kill any of you cats if you cover the flight. I said double the price, I got something to write. You the type to talk tough but never jump in the fight. These the things that go bump, bump, bump in the night. You a company guy, I ain't the company type. You give them nothing heavy, I give them something light. You a rusty Chevy, I'm a custom bike. Underprescribed like CBD, I'm on DVDs. Y'all on PCP, y'all got CTE. I'm on PEDs, I'm on PPV. Y'all on free TV.
Yo, they aching and red. Let him heal up, revisit, then break him again. Embarrass emo no kids, tearing Tritos limbs. Right. Put them in a cast, shoot them same 3 cast members. Tarantino flip. Father focus. Check this. Badass like this. Look. Right over the silent night flow. You biting like snow. I'm like gas to you rappers. I bet you safe when I go. You want eat? Might let you check the mic in my show. But just tonight, cause your hoe is naked, I'm in the throat. I gotta go. Put on a chill, slow song. Drill your mom. She's screaming still. Go on until the fucking dildo gone. Not from Houston, but I rap a lot. No, I don't even rap a lot. I usually stop when a casket drop. I don't take credit for that hot biter. Only influenced him. If I wrote his shit, it'd have been a lot tighter. To see this grand slam, you gon' need a split screen and ballparks. I write more Sweet 16s and Hallmark. Repent or we will drill you. How ironic you pray for help to the same God that sent for me to kill you. I could do this shit in my sleep. Matter of fact, who this kid in my dream? It's me to rule the shit on the scene. Playing broke little family parks. Your life don't consist of the street. You got kids, a whole wife, and no kids. What kind of low life shit and my crib is just me. And my ozone white, it might walk your kids with a leash.
Decapitation, heads missing, don't ask for favors. Affidavit saying my insult aggravated. I'm focused, alone on rocky steps. They wanted a break, right? I'm the one to copy next. How could you not respect the time we on? In the South, rocking big chains, riding chrome. Walk up in your bitch place like I am home. We been sitting on blaze like the iron thrones. Can't hate on the fact we created a classic. I wake and bake like they cremated my casket. Fuck a funeral beat, coffin not suiting me. When they can't take your wins, they target your opportunities. Don't confuse me with fake guys that are soft. I take a swat that stay like a fly on the wall. I'm a loyalty member in battle rap history. Don't punch so many cars, they ran out shit to give to me. Storm.
He's a Raiders fan. And that's so tragic. Our looks, no hope for passion, no more for fashion. I mean, he looks Cro-Magnon. Toe tag him, I bought a gun so big, I got a bust from the hip like Bo Jackson.
Yeah, right hook. Slang, you my brother. Yeah, alright, look. Yeah. The weight on my shoulders is like cargo, and I don't wanna know how deeply that my scars go. It's like the fetus in the womb by Leonardo. That got me feeling like Buscemi out in Fargo. As a kid, I would just stare up at the stars though, and pray that eventually I'd have a God's flow. Remember riding in my father's Monte Carlo. 2 months later, he dead, and I'm in a fog, bro. Poppy, mommy, I love you, but what do you do when it's trouble? How do you process that life is a beautiful struggle? I could end it fucking all without moving a muscle, and I'm too old to let the left hook loose in a scuffle. How do I deal with a designation to be ill? As far as Marciano, separation isn't real. I don't believe in the philosophy that schism kill, cause every time I kiss my son, it warm my inner chill.
I'm trying to stay sane in this game, it ain't easy. Hey, I done made my own lane, and I swear you'll believe me. Hey, I live in this world full of anger and hate, and nobody is safe in this place. Oh my God, on me, trying to stay sane, it ain't easy. Nothing's equivalent to the deep brain I was given, and what I'm giving is something for you to sit in and figure the derivative of it. Even if you can love it, most of them hate it, but fuck them, you can suck my dick when it's uncovered. Son, everyone under the sun, where it's coming from is somewhere close to living with nothing. I've been dealing with it, no one said I can't be living about it. Just paint my fucking canvas with the pictures I'm hearing about. It's seeking every day in my life, it's getting old, a couple mil, man, damn, it'd be nice. How many shows do I gotta fucking murder? Put my hat in to make a splash, the industry's like a sea of infinity, you're blinking trash. Ha, all I can do is laugh at it while I'm struggling with sobriety like a classic addict. Someone call the record labels and let them know that I don't give a fuck if I make it and never blow. I'm trying to stay sane in this game, it ain't easy. Hey, I done made my own lane, and I swear you'll believe me. Hey, I live in this world full of anger and hate, and nobody is safe in this place. Oh my God, on me, trying to stay sane, it ain't easy. think someday I'll reach my dreams, but I'm never gonna. I gotta screw loose, and a deuce. You got some old lies, I got some new truths. When the hellfire comes and it's burning ya, you either find out that you was or it burning ya. I'm still fucked sleeping on my friend's furniture, but I stay determined cause I know what I can turn into. They told me that I couldn't do what I did. I saw the future I just knew as a kid. I would visualize a life that I grew up to live. When you listen to me rhyme, I tell you who the fuck is the legend rebel, the peasant devil, the hardcore MC. Smash anyone against me with heavy metal. My balls are big enough to break walls at every level. My music call kids from all towns and every ghetto. I'm an anomaly, mommy, nobody's calming me. Stopping my lyrics from spreading, I'm more like gonorrhea. Life isn't easy, is it? When all you see is a blizzard. I'm going back to Dimmick, I think I need a visit.
I'm trying to stay sane in this game, it ain't easy. Hey, I done made my own lane and I swear you'll believe me. Hey, I live in this world full of anger and hate, and nobody is safe in this place with my gun on me. Trying to stay sane, it ain't easy.
All right, fans, Romeo Ray Rivera, beside me, arguably one of the best wrestlers to bless the mat in my lifetime, the Prince of South Philadelphia, Perfect Pazzi.
Arguably? Listen, Chikara, vengeance is mine.
Of course, what Pazzi's talking about is last week in Pittsburgh, the surprise attack in the bathroom on Sleazer Milan. Your thoughts?
What do you think my thoughts are?
Let's roll footage.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTP, ain't no make it believe we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication. All the devil's way, come on, we will fight.
Listen, I could never take a L. Same energy that created heaven, created hell. Keep your motherfucking mouth shut and just wait for bail. That's the first law of the street, you never snake and tell. Big guns, big beards, bunch of Chewbaccas. Walk up in the door, no one cop a few watches. So much flow in high school, I needed 2 lockers. My enemy, mine enemy, Lou Gossett. I ain't trying to listen to y'all, cause you garbage. Victor Vastanov high when he flew carpets. Everybody make money, only few profit. Still the same Vinny, I just got a new logic.
I ain't here to cut the cake, the fuck you think the knife is for? Criminal psychologist ain't never seen my type before. Self-titled motherfucking manager of manslaughter. I'm a mobster, shoot you if you move your hands off with it. If I'm running, it's from the police. If I'm gunning, it's at your down piece. Extended barrel that's 12 feet. The steel mag will fold you. I think of steel magnolias when I see your soul. So come to the fork in the road and get a fork in your throat. No father to my style, I am the orphan of flows. Yes, bitch, you could get on my guest list. Just know I keep a biscuit in a bag like a McDonald's breakfast.
You ain't truly hard, I pulled your card on the boulevard. Robbed you for your jewelry in front of your groupie squad. Cause I'm a full retard, I slap you silly, tap your jelly out your capillary. Might murk you like Machiavelli. Harmless harm, at your worst you're an accomplice, a sidekick. You ride dicks, you're like an armrest, you get elbowed. Kick your shit in with my cell toes, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm stuck up like Velcro. You want a free hook? Hell no. You're a pussy cat, I got a douche for that. Peel your wig off and push it back. Your God flesh will hang off your skeleton when the missiles rain. Let's make it official, gang, like the pistols bang.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTP, ain't no make it believe we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication.
Never take your eyes off your opponent. Cause if you do, you are obsolete. The 9 you see him make niggas jump like Dominique. You need to stop rapping when I'm trying to sleep. sleep. Never trust a fat dude, he say he just trying to eat. And that kind is me, I smoke that what kind of weed. You see it say since he started under the ganja leaf. The flow sweeter than grape jam, but still a smack you in your motherfucking head like Captain Caveman. And the church say, amen. I don't know you niggas, your name to me is Amen. The righteous at war with Shaitan, so in one hand is my son, the other 28 grand.
BS the high priest coming taking them heads. Rappers popping shit on Twitter without taking their meds. I see him laying in bed, I can picture it now. They're thumbing through their phone looking for original style. Get off your ass, rap Cialis or spaz, the cats get devoured. So call a doctor if it lasts more than 4 hours. Open the cell, young folks to sell. I spit acid like the flower on the joker's lapel. I stand alone, complex like the ghost in the shell. You suffer from a concussion like players post NFL. Forgot your grill, no drinking tricks. Take bigger steps. I straight body tracks like a stick figure sketch.
Fuck your similes and metaphors. I'm just trying to settle war. I can only self-destruct. I'm like the predator. Personal vendettas now. I'm out to settle scores. You don't wanna get involved. You can't walk, run, or crawl. It don't rain a heavy pour. Soon as the Henny pour. I don't need grimy bitches with rats or Fendi whores. No, I had a setback, but I remain sharp though. How you gon' build walls around King Marco? Love this rap shit fully, but it pays partial. Got tunnel vision for the money, so it strains carpals. Andre Dawson with the hawk, let the spray spark you. When these sharks taste blood, we never lay off you. 1-inch punch, hits hard as shotgun pumps. Knock kids out, they Reebok pumps. Fucking punks, walk the plank, kablunk. Suck the skunk, get slunk like drunk driving and crashing in tree trunks. Backstage rap groupie sluts scheming on blunts. Bunch of bum ass bitches and some beat up dunks. Roll that weed up, cunt. Tell her we'll meet up front. She kinda frumpy, but she still could get a D-cups hump. Every beat that we bump, I mean somebody got jumped, beaten up. Tied his hands to his feet to bleed in the trunk. I don't understand the reason kids are feeling these chumps. I'm kinda stumped, I can't even front. I lose a brain cell every time the 808 thump. This shit stunk, shrunk heads like a voodoo monk. A wild monkey in a cage throwing doodoo chunks. I lunge straight for the throat, blood and guts for lunch.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTP, ain't no make it really, we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication. For the devil's way, come on, we will fight.
What's the matter? You bums forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work mean anything to you anymore? Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals! What do I got? Foot soldiers!
Yeah. Yo, Ben, what up? Salute. Ferrigno, salute. Alright, look. Yeah. See, he ducking, I ain't even have to show him the 3. When them shots fly, he ain't even know it was me. How you got chains, stupid, you supposed to be free. I laugh at you assholes like it's cold in the D. It's a million Philly killers, most notably me. Put your mob against the wall like a poster of P. What you think inside this big black holster on me? It's the crucifix that dangled from the rosary beam. Ain't nobody fucking with me, everybody know the time. Motherfuckers didn't get the picture like a photobomb. The driveway full of Aston Martins like a motorcon. Aim the yacht but let these bitches fly till he emulsified. This the church of Satan, it's the final invitation. Everybody dying, this is final destination. Me and you could go to war, that's the price a soldier paid. The knife word cut the clavicle and touch the shoulder blade.
Blood everywhere, spend the night, copper pennies, get shot in the head. Salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, spend the night, copper pennies, get shot in the head. Salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Kill killers with Phil down in you eyes. I killed the mob of you guys. Fuck the fries, shish kebab you with knives. Everybody got mafia ties. White castles at the bar, Mr. Appetizer, shotties and knives. Gucci gooses on display, shooters on the way, Bruce's on the bay. The Farrah pizza buffet, an exclusive day. Banana hands like Tony Roberts. Spumoni Gardens, the Coney got that homie, we keep the chromie poppin'. Rockin' the 14th century death mask. Gazelle goggles and Fendi headbands. I talk that Brooklyn shop you up talk. Shoot on like you used to fuck off. Y'all never had enough sauce for blood sport. Nor the stomach the floors with the drugs bought. Quarter hundred the floor stuck a drug lord. Swimming pool shaped like a dollar sign. And choppers that make a day rape out of Columbine. Raiders of the laws, cocaine, Satan mass. Papers of the frauds, Cobodess with the ancient math. Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Let me get up in my bag now. Yeah, I gotta do it. Watch me prove it. Chopping, 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 screw it. When I get up in my bag now. Yeah, rim spinning while I'm whipping, whipping with some thick women trying to get up in my bag now. Yeah, more dough, more problems. That's just how this shit'll go. Bringing in the bag now. Yeah, paper, plastic, or reusable. One thing is indisputable. We bringing in the bag now.
Used to be broke as a joke that nobody would laugh at. Trying to make me $1 out of diamond. To be honest with you, I ain't even have half that. So I just had to dig in, riding dirty like pig pen for the cash stacks. Apply pressure, man. Now them days I was lesser than exist only as flashbacks. When I first got some bread, that shit went to my head because I was new to it. Bought the clothes, the diamonds and golds, and fuck with some hoes. Before long I blew through it, but I'm older now. I think bigger and bolder now. So no matter how you do it, we gon' always stay true to it. Stay in Texas as fuck while making my screw to it. I've been rocking with Chris for like 10 years, so it's sincere when we link up. You at Paul Wall and it's on, y'all. We gon' smoke big, rap and drink up. When we on one, then it's on, son. Ain't no telling the shit we gon' think up. But when all is done, Chris and Paul and Bun equals Brinks truck.
Let me get up in my bag now. Yeah, I gotta do it. Watch me prove it. Chopping, 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 screw it. When I get up in my bag now. Yeah, rim spinning while I'm whipping, whipping with some thick women trying to get up in my bag now. Yeah, more dough, more problems. That's just how this shit go. Bringing in the bag now. Yeah, paper, plastic, reusable. One thing is indisputable.
Wow,
baby. In the bag now.
What it do? Big bags, I got a few. Grind hard and you can get it too. All you need is some work to do. Late nights grinding with the crew. No sleep, just an hour or two. Cash flow steady coming through. Make money, stay true. Hard work ain't nothing new. Just gonna do it, stop talking about it. Teamwork means everybody. And we cashing checks, sign on the dotted. Punching clocks, that's how I got it. Juice to punch, I'm known to rock it. Blue bills falling out my pocket. On the cabin cruiser, I'm about to dock it. Try hard, but they can't stop it. It's the Lord's work when I'm in my bag. Getting cash since a young lad. Just get it done, no lollygag. Slab tag when the trunk wag. I push the button, make the bumper drag. Push the commas, make the numbers add. We ironclad.
Let me get up in my bag now. Yeah, I gotta do it. Watch me prove it. Chopping, 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 screw it. When I get up in my bag now.
Yeah. Rim spinning while I'm whipping with some thick women trying to get up in my bag now. Yeah. More dough, more problems, that's just how this shit'll go. Bringing in the bag now. Yeah. Paper, plastic, or reusable. One thing is indisputable. We bringing in the bag now.
Yeah, money make the world go round. Dollars, pesos, euros, pounds. Pulling up, they heard the sound. H-Town to Connecticut. Big bag and we spending it. Even when that recession hit, we the ones who helped to correct this shit. My scholarship was financial aid. Now I'm making this handsome pay. That come with a couple new accolades. Like credit grade and taxes paid. And still I keep my totals up. Independent mogul, duh. Music going global, what? Yeah, they see I'm blowing up. White boy got game. Take a shot, bang like I'm John Wayne. High octane, ride blades like a prop plane. Fuck around and put a little ice on the blockchain. Yeah, I got gains like a motherfucker body build. Italiano when I'm making John Gotti bills. Living proof there's a way if you got a will. So much independent money, I don't even want to deal.
Get up in my bag now. Yeah, I gotta do it. Watch me prove it. Chopping, screw it. When I get up in my bag now. Yeah, rim spinning while I'm whipping with some thick women trying to get up in my bag now. Yeah, more dough, more problems, that's just how this shit'll go. Bringing in the bag now. Yeah, paper, plastic, or reusable. One thing is indisputable. We bringing in the bag now.
Yo, back up, nigga, back up, yo.
I said what I said, and I said what I mean. F that, period, bed, look like a crime scene. Too many red eye flight, I need some lines in your queen. Got a full meth packet, I call her Riley. She not a side thing like a redder, she like king. And what is trustworthy if you ain't worthy to really trust? This hook's to drop him, this uppercut is to lift him up. A poppin', that's a parent, and I call his parents to pick him up. What's all this switching up, changing faces and nip tucks? You wanted all the juice, then you bitch shut. Method I ain't changed since bitch what? I'm more like heavy D, Mr. Big Stuff. Before they had injections for big what? Some big clutch, pocket full of Giannis, that's big bucks. No cabin to these rappers, I'm big bro. Been trying to fight the power like Big Chuck. I'm trying to tell these cowards they get touched. The time to brush shines like Chris.
Oh, gotta be dope. Dope.
Oh, flow, reach out. Running man himself, y'all. Already running man.
Gotta be dope. Just Jeff on the cut.
Yo, long as I'm living, never be the end of the era. Came with the vendetta, we keep in the 80s. I'm tougher than none of the ladies are loving me, bigger and deeper like Peter the Piper. Been picking the pepper, I get it to give it a cervical injury. Kicking the walls when I lived in the uterus. Fetus from moving and doing this. Cooker, the butcher, vanilla, McGilla, gorilla, the villain, the criminal killer, and teller, the hunt with the gun, the menace to the public. I'm pummel, a puppet, political pundit, the better, the battle, the inability to meddle with the better in the heroin, the medicine, the venom with the medicine, the regimen, the better minute, better get him in the tenement. I hit him in the head again, and Lenny with the Beatles singing, let it be the legacy, the enemy to live a little bit. And when I hit him with the minigun, a penalty to get it beheaded, the son of Zebedee with the negative energy, identity, they want to get rid of us, I can't keep in the coming vigilante, get it to medical, the B2B trauma, give me the record, the sick of the wicked, deliver the gun, a milligan in the beginning with the military bucket, did the shining, the killing, the kid to be another Kubrick, and giving the killer the kiss, taking the dig of the ditch, living a resist, to be a levity, a genie, giving it the wish. Fuck the gibberish, gibbery, fast rapping too quick. What happened to the boom bip? What you think you a full schnick? You in the ocean with sharks, or Moses closing ocean parts. I burn you like Joan of Arc. I sit you down like Rosa Parks.
Gotta be dope. Gotta be dope.
Oh, flow, reach out. Running man himself, y'all. Already running man.
Gotta be dope. Just Jeff on the cut.
Yo, we go 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for Brick City, 4 for Bang Bro. This the countdown. Bang the underground. Bang 100 rounds. Nigga, you want it down.
Brothers say oh, ladies say ow. Wow, look how a smile can make you smile.
Soy 11.
esto. Dile a tu vecina que no sabe nada de esto. Let's go back to the fifth flow. How we break it down, bringing that feeling back that you ain't felt in a while. Never been a Met Gala, but I got more styles from the lost files that I tossed out on this paper route. All around the globe with a microphone. Got lyrics to go for MCs. I'm sending back home shit. You know how it goes. Real shit.
Gotta be dope, dope. Gotta be dope, dope. Oh,
ladies say ow, wow.
Russian man himself, y'all. Already Russian man.
Gotta be dope, dope. Jeff on the country.
Oh shit, 1, 2, yo. Yo, back up, nigga, back up, yo. The one in particular, bringing the funk and the flavor, the way that I'm rhyming. I'm running perimeter, speaking it funny. I'm beating up gum and I'm taking their life. And I be the one to beat them in the game of Scrabble. Wonder why I'm thinking that I'm ever so nice. And I be the one that never get caught up in a scandal. Cause you know the flow just so precise. And what I be doing impossible. I'm a abolish like all of them. When the button is pressed, I give it the throttle. When all of you, when I see the marvel, when it's sudden death. I be the one to give it all I got to run it up into a speed to anybody try to copy, get it smacking. That I'm ready for the battle any moment, any minute. I'm returning to a killer any second. I'm a stab it, I'm gonna get it to a moving. Everybody better stay away and move. Cause anybody getting caught up in the show and then I hit him with a strike and then leading on the floor and then they gotta be aware that it was fucking with the flow and any minute I'm ready spitting the heavy or the deadly. I'm jetting and I'm making on the setting a fast flow, sending a lyrical melody, giving it a felony. Fucking you telling me you better take your rap notes.
Real shit.
Gotta be dope, dope. Gotta be dope, dope. Oh,
ladies say ow, wow.
Russian man himself, y'all. Already Russian man.
Gotta be dope, dope. Jeff on the country.
Long in the fire. They rap at third degree heat, thinking that shit amazing. I spit beyond the 33rd degree, what is a mason? Rap progenitor, Yahweh adjacent. I'm dope enough to make an attic out of basement. I really slept on the floor, wood against my head. Couple niggas slept on my floor like a guest bed. This for my dogs, I don't want them in the kennel. Stuck, dreaming out the window. I was taught real niggas accept penalties for their own faults. False niggas keep identity for any strong loss. In this industry, keeping your dignity come at a cost. Judgmental energy permeate every stone toss. It's worth more than whatever they own the bar. Move on the low, follow a code, don't default. Worry about your soul alone, we got our own cause. Those are some do's and some don'ts. Real shit.
Gotta be dope, dope. Gotta be dope, dope. Oh,
ladies say ow, wow.
Russian man himself, y'all. Already Russian man.
Gotta be dope, dope. Jazzy Jeff on the cut. Gotta be dope, 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 dope.